Apocalypse, my items upgrade infinitely. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Kill, Remove Pollution, Queen Mother's Brain. The tiny mist beads contain the purest life energy, comparable to a concentrated version of organic nutrient solution. The Queen Mother, who controls all of this, uses the concept of infinite reproduction to create a summoning altar with a life energy value of tens of thousands, thereby achieving the conditions for activating the release of the divine domain. The price of doing this forcibly is to overdraw all of one's life potential and sacrifice one's life to the Mother of Life. Turn the entire insect nest into a restricted zone for life once the divine domain descends. Apart from Lin Feng and Long Yi, only Shenji, who has mastered the killing intent, can barely resist the influence of the hive's will. The rest are only awakened ones in the late second stage, and will be contaminated by the genetic radiation of the divine domain and reduced to mad insect people. The first to bear the brunt are the genetic warriors. Their resistance to genetic pollution is basically zero. Moreover, as the influence of the divine domain radiation spreads, the underground wormholes outside the mother nest and the shelters on the surface will varying degrees of genetic contamination. Whether it is the Salvation Army guarding there or the Zerg that keeps coming to rescue, they will all be transformed into part of the endless sea of Zerg in the divine realm. Under the terrible influence of the will of the Zerg, hive will gather in the boundless sea of insects. Even for Lin Feng, who has entered the third stage, the time he can barely resist the influence of genetic pollution will not be too long in the entire hive. Only Long Yi, as the incarnation of the Queen Mother, can gain a foothold in the hive's will. After all, it itself is one of the many apostles of the insect god that were born from it to alien life forms. The so-called divine realm is more like a hellish prison, and Long Yi, as a messenger of God, is the jailer of this place. It was also she who first noticed something was going on at this moment, and she shouted nervously, reminding Lin Feng, who was fighting fiercely with the Queen Mother, to get rid of the other party as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences are disastrous. At the same time, in this extremely urgent situation, Ling Yi, who has limited mental strength, can only make corresponding choices. In order to achieve the final victory, she must first remove the spiritual energy that forms a shield surrounding Lin Feng and the other two, retract it into her body, and then attack the Queen Mother, who is launching the descent of the divine realm in front of her. Preventing the arrival of the divine realm is the top priority. Even though the difference in the spiritual attribute values between the two sides exceeded 1,000, Long Yi's spiritual power of up to 20,500 points was no pushover front of them. Naturally, they can delay and prevent the summoning process of the divine realm by destroying the sacrificial ceremony. This can also buy Lin Feng and others precious time to kill, but after losing the spiritual protection of Ling Yi, the three people present, especially Lin Feng and Shenji, who were fighting the Queen Mother in close combat, instantly felt the spiritual storm erupting from the Queen Mother. The aura from infinite reproduction and part of the divine realm swept over, immediately affecting the mental state of Lin Feng and Shenji. Liu Yi, who was using an ion laser cannon to bombard the Queen Mother not far away, was also suffering from the dual effects of artistic conception and divine realm because he had lost the protection of his mental shield. Unlike Lin Feng and Shenji, as an ordinary late-stage second-order fully awakened person, he has not yet mastered the power of artistic conception, and his ability to resist artistic conception attacks is not strong. With a spiritual attribute value of more than 9 points, in front of a perfect Mother Queen of the third stage with a value of 3,900 points. Like holding a candle in the wind, bullying the weak and helpless unable to bear the pain, he was the first to lose his fighting ability. After dropping the ion laser cannon, he staggered to the ground, holding his head with his hands, curled up and struggled in pain. The power from the gods, even if it is only 1,000th or 1/10,000th, is not something that life forms below the fourth level can withstand. The impact of the divine realm's radiation on Lin Feng and the others is also deepening. Shenji, who activated the killing intent, was in a continuously declining mental state now under the influence of the divine realm. He had gradually lost his mind and was indiscriminately attacking and biting the Queen Mother's tail and the biological mother nest. Fortunately, he had already integrated the spinicid gene, and after passing the artistic conception test, he activated the spinicid gene sequence related to artistic conception. At this moment, the artistic conception covered his whole body. Shenji, who had transformed into half-human, half-spinal insect, had enough resilience to resist the influence of the divine, or he replenished the energy that was being rapidly consumed in his body by chopping and devouring the Queen Mother's flesh and blood. The one who was most affected among the three was Lin Feng, who flew to the back of the Queen Mother's head and neck. Whether it is the realm of infinite reproduction or the divine domain of the hive's wool, they all rely on the spiritual energy in the Queen Mother's brain, which is released continuously. The cervical vertebrae at the back of the neck are the closest to the insect brain. It is equivalent to Lin Feng standing at the outlet of the wind released by the divine realm, bearing mental pressure and radiation energy several times or even dozens of times that of others. The flying tiger armor he was wearing at this moment seemed to come alive. The organic biological materials that made up the armor were affected by radiation, decomposing and reconstructing the Zerg cell tissues, and then growing limbs visible to the naked eye. The entire set of flying tiger armor was dissolving in a different way. The most profound impact was on the visor on Lin Feng's head. The radiation contamination created strange Zerg mouthparts, which grew hundreds of tiny arthropod tentacles and ring-shaped serrated jaws, like various insect heads that were randomly rubbed out. As the mask was completely contaminated, Lin Feng's entire face was completely exposed, and he was immediately hit hard by the energy of the divine realm. Lin Feng had no choice but to use the reinforced tiger tooth chainsaw sword to continuously chop the golden neck guard under his feet, while activating his own particle control state of mind to remove the deformed pollution on his face and resist the invasion of the divine domain. As the tiger tooth chainsaw sword hummed, the palm-sized saw blade that was melted into the golden neck guard made a buzzing sound. The extremely fast rotation speed of up to 5 revolutions per second brought 5 times the basic damage, providing an infinite burst of nearly 5,000 points, bombarding the neck guard of the same quality. Countless dazzling golden sparks burst out. As time passed, the sawtooth edge of the chainsaw sword penetrated into the Queen Mother's cervical vertebra little by little, penetrating this 1-meter-thick protective layer. Finally, there was a bang. Lin Feng clearly felt that his hands, which were tightly gripping the tiger tooth chainsaw sword, suddenly slowed down, and the heavy pressure of his whole body against the cervical guard was relieved a lot. The thick golden neck guard was finally cut through. At this time, the top part of the chainsaw sword had penetrated a giant neck guard, and the saw blade at the end was tearing and cutting the queen's brain lobe and the nerves connecting the whole body. And most importantly, the chainsaw sword will cut off the blood vessels that transport nutrients and energy. The Queen Mother, who was in deep madness at this moment, also felt a piercing cold pain at this moment. It twisted its body and shook its brain frantically, trying to throw away the tiny and terrifying insect behind it. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He directly grasped the tiger tooth chainsaw sword with both hands, and burst out the remaining strength in his body. He twisted the hilt and turned the chainsaw sword blade, grinding a crack with a diameter of 0.5 meter on the broken cervical guard to make it easier for the chainsaw sword to stab deeper. At this time, the Queen Mother's fragile brain tissue and the cervical nerve connection and conduction system had been mostly shattered by the chainsaw sword. Simply by cutting off the spine and blood vessels, the arrival of the divine realm can be destroyed at the root. At the critical moment, Lin Feng no longer cared about the distortion and contamination on his body. He directly used the particles in his body to control and injected them all into the tightly grasped tiger tooth chainsaw sword to repair the damage caused by cutting the cervical guard before. With a state of mind, energy, and even physical strength in the body, all of them were put on the chainsaw sword. Lin Feng has already bet the final outcome of life and death on this sword. The gap in the cervical guard was like a real spiritual energy fluctuation, containing a large amount of divine radiation energy, bombarding Lin Feng's entire body, like a waterfall, constantly washing and polluting his tissue cells. At this time, if he hesitated or retreated for a moment, the only outcome for Lin Feng would be death. Lin Feng opened his mouth and roared silently, desperately pushing the chainsaw sword in his hand, fiercely stabbing it into the queen's neck, cutting off the cervical vertebrae supporting the insect head. After cutting the spine, countless blood vessels were torn into pieces, eventually leaving a gash more than 10 meters long and deep. Finally, as the blood flow in the blood vessels was cut off, the Queen Mother's brain lost its energy supply. As the aura dissipated, the infinitely multiplying power of artistic conception was also slowly dissipating around the Queen Mother. The hive will domain that was about to condense into shape from the energy mist beads also lost the control of the power of artistic conception at this moment, and turned from a tangible kingdom of God into a bloody rain that drifted all over the sky. A torrential bloody rain fell in the insect nest, soaking his armor. Long Gai stood at a distance, retracting his spiritual power, a taste of rust coming out of his mouth, and he looked towards the top of the insect nest with a slightly decadent expression. The phantom of the statue of the Zerg god, the mother of life, has actually already condensed into half, and is only a little bit away from coming into everyone reality and contaminating the entire underground Zerg nest. And just this small half has already turned the energy mist beads covering the Queen Mother within 200 to 300 meters into blood color. Under the influence of the divine domain, it will soon be distorted and transformed into an endless sea of insects in the will of the hive. At this moment, as the statue gradually dissipated, these polluted mist beads turned into blood rain, lost their power to continue, and fell to the ground. Seeing this, a look of regret flashed across Long's face. If these energy mist beads have not been contaminated by the divine domain, you will be able to go one step further after absorbing them and accumulate at least half of the promotion reserves. But now, because the Queen Mother of Yangtzeling risked her life, all of them were sacrificed in the summoning divine realm. All that was left was the source of life that Lin Feng could absorb in the high-level materials in the Queen Mother's body. As the blood rain fell, the lightning beheading ended with the death of the Queen Mother. The half-drooped head of the queen insect lost its supporting strength and fell heavily to the ground, creating a huge pit several meters deep. The blood rain dripping from the nearby gathered near the insect head, forming a circular blood pool 40 meters wide. At this moment, Lin Feng was sitting on the Queen Mother's back, his right hand tightly grasping the hilt of the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword. Feeling the tremendous energy pouring into his body through the severely worn chainsaw sword, he raised his left hand, gathered a layer of particle control power again, and wiped his bloody cheek while wiping away the blood rain. The deformed and proliferated Zerg organs and limbs were also decomposed and wiped out. Although particle control cannot work on living organisms, it is very effective on Lin Feng's own cells. After all, it is condensed from them after Lin Feng purified the pollution and distortion caused by the radiation from the divine realm on his body. The LV-29 tiger-tooth chainsaw sword was completed in absorbing the life energy of the Queen Mother. The total amount of life energy absorbed this time was not as much as last time. Lin Feng slowly stood up and looked at the shrunken and exhausted body of the Queen Mother and the shrunken dried-up biological mother nest behind him. Realizing that the missing life energy had been exhausted after the Queen Mother forcibly launched the domain descent, fortunately, the upgraded energy accumulated by himself and the conditions for upgrading the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword have been met. In addition to the golden quality neck guard, which was slightly more seriously damaged than the last time. The biggest gain was the Queen Mother's head at Lin Feng's feet, because the ion laser cannon was not used to destroy the Queen Mother's brain, after being cut by the chainsaw sword, except for slight damage to the pituitary gland. The Queen Mother's brain was basically preserved intact. This is the only other golden material on the Queen Mother's body besides the neck bone that protects the brain. It is precisely because of its existence that the huge spiritual energy left behind by the Queen Mother after her death is still stored in it and has not dissipated. According to what Long Yu said before, directly destroying it can only absorb part of the spiritual energy at most, which is the 500 points of spiritual attribute growth value given by the upgrade system. But its greatest use is to transform it into a biological subbrain, or a biological computer center. For example, by integrating it into the Dreadnought, the fleet can be equipped with a super powerful command center, which can increase the fleet's coordination and reaction speed exponentially. These are all things that will happen after the Dreadnought is upgraded. As for now, we have to clean up the battlefield first. Lin Feng pulled out the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword that had completely pierced the neck bone, jumped off the Queen Mother's corpse, and saw Liu Yi, who is unconscious and covered with deformed Zerg limbs, not far away. Further away, the Queen Mother was struggling madly and knocked Shinji away hundreds of meters with one blow of her tail. At this moment, he had returned to normal from the murderous state of mind. After exiting the winged tiger berserker form, he fainted completely. The other 13 late-stage second-stage team members were also to varying degrees by the arrival of the divine domain. In the entire nest, besides himself, only Ling Yi in the distance was still standing awake. Lin Feng walked towards her, picked up the fallen ion laser cannon when passing by Liu Yi, and came to Long Yi. They're going to do this? Can the affected tissues contaminated by the hive mind be cleaned up? At this moment, Ling Yi was still immersed in the regret that the Queen Mother's corpse was consumed and drained by the divine realm. When he heard Lin Feng mention the final treatment of the distortion, his eyes rolled and he quickly thought of a way to make up for his own losses. Of course, I can use the power of artistic conception, but this time, the quick battle caused it to fight to the death, which consumed too much of my mental strength. Now my mental state is a bit sluggish, and I have to deal with the distorted tissues of these members of the regiment. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and said nothing more, Okay, tell me the terms. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. I want to take the lion's share of the second-level insect eggs harvested this time. 2 out of 3. Lin Feng shook his head, at most 60%. Though the mantis would get an extra 10%, if there were 500 second-level insect eggs. This 10% is 50 coins. It is equivalent to peak-level second-order tiger spine worm. The life energy gathered together is not low, enough to increase the strength of the dragonfly by 10% after it is absorbed. Although it is certainly not as good as the third-level corpse of the Queen Mother, compared to the current losses, at least it can recover some more blood. Their discussion, Long Yi stood up and stepped forward, beginning to mobilize the energy in his body that had been retained for escape, to clear the deformed tissue on the surface of Liu Yi and the others' bodies, as well as the genetic pollution in their bodies. Lin Feng activated the cross-level upgrade of the chainsword while returning to the Queen Mother's corpse with the ion laser cannon. He placed his feet on the neck guard of the Queen Mother's back, squatted down, grabbed the crack layer with both hands, and broke it apart with force. Tear apart the Queen's entire head and body. Blood gushed out instantly from the cross-section of the neck. After spraying for more than a minute and submerging half of the insect head, the pressure slowed down slightly. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes finally emerged with the identification data of another golden quality third-level material, Zerg Queen's brain, gold quality spiritual energy. 5000, durability 1/1 evaluation, fragile item. After ingestion, it can increase the spiritual attribute value by an additional 500 points. It is effective below the 4th level. There is a high probability of opening the infinite reproduction state trial of the Zerg Queen. Note, the complete brain of the Queen Mother can be transformed into an advanced biological computer center when integrated into the armor. It can also form an external secondary brain to increase the additional reserves of spiritual energy. Chapter 227, Upgrading War Armor, the true meaning of binding equipment. Without the protection of the golden neck guard, the Queen's entire giant insect brain was exposed. Lin Feng could see the deepest part of the neck through the cracked surface, revealing the ruby-like amber brain marrow, like an exquisite piece of glass art, and its identification data showed that it contained 5000 spiritual energy and only 1 point of durability. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel scared while being excited. Fortunately, he didn't make a big fuss before, so as not to accidentally destroy this precious golden quality biological material, which is also an extremely rare spiritual material. However, how to remove it from the skull and preserve it intact has become a big problem at the moment. The underground environment is extremely harsh, and soon several queens will arrive with a huge swarm of insects. Lin Feng planned to let Long Yi control the red beetle and carry it to a safe area in the rear, away from the battlefield. When he turned around, Long Yi had already cleared the deformed limbs from the bodies of Liu Yi and others, and at the same time, he had also dissolved the alienated Zerg genes in the cell nucleus, fundamentally purifying the pollution brought by the radiation from the divine realm. Then she walked up to Lin Feng with a serious look on her face. Fortunately, the sacrificial summoning ritual was destroyed in time. If the statue had been allowed to descend completely, the influence of the hive mind would have been more than just this, and even I would not have been saved. Although they have been rescued, they have been severely damaged due to the consumption of the deformed tissue and the removal of infected tissue cells. Even if I drink the second-level insect egg nutrient solution to replenish myself, it will be difficult to recover to my full combat condition in at least the next half day. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He understood the worry revealed in Long's tone. The temporary loss of this group of top fighting forces of the Savior Army, especially Shenji's unexpected coma, has forced them to now consider how to deal with the upcoming invasion of multiple Queen Mothers. Long time, the several Queen Mothers nearby will probably not risk going out in person. At most, they will rely on the insect swarms under their command to surround the enemy. The Queen Mother shares the spiritual space. What's going on? Lin Feng made a brief analysis and asked. A flash of golden light flashed across the eyes of the dragonfly. This is the second Queen Mother to die at the hands of humans, and it happened in the area ruled by the Northern Alliance, which has caused quite a stir. Plus, the strength of the Queen Mother of Yangsha Mountain is not low. Although she has not yet entered the third order mid-stage, she ranks in the top 200, which is considered to be very advanced. Apart from the third order mid-stage Queen Mother in the first echelon, she is currently a quasi-first-tier powerhouse. If humans can kill it, it also shows that your true strength has reached the mid-third stage. So the Northern Alliance is privately discussing how to deal with your sudden rise. It is estimated that in a few hours, 3 or 4 early queens nearby will lead their zergs to come and test and surround us, but you are right about one thing. Ling Yi changed the subject, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and revealed a contemptuous smile. Those queen mothers who have formed an alliance are now really afraid to take action themselves, because this guy, as he spoke, Long Yi pointed at the huge insect head that fell behind Lin Feng. Before it died, it announced to the public in the Queen Mother's spiritual world the information we knew about how to quickly behead her, but fortunately, the threat you three brought to it was big enough to make it forget to explore the surrounding area for a while, so I haven't been exposed yet, but now all the Queen Mothers know that there is a group of only dozens of human elite awakeners in the north, who have the powerful ability to go straight into the insect nest and kill the Queen Mother directly, at the same time. This group of human awakened troops knows very well how to target the Zerg Queen. They use clean and efficient means to directly cut off the source of the fire, cut off the biological nest that forms a symbiotic relationship with the Queen, and destroy the Queen's counterattack ability in advance. After saying this, Long spread his hands, looking a little helpless. How should I put it? Half good and half bad. It just so happens that we currently do not have the ability to kill the Queen Mother again in a short period of time, and they are like a frightened bird. So they will only send their second-level insect swarms to test us, but this also means that our plan to hunt the Queen Mother will be difficult to carry out. The Queen Mother, who is on guard, may not hesitate to summon the God's domain to descend as soon as she senses our approaching surprise attack. So as to buy time for your escape, after listening to the pros and cons analysis of Ling Gai, Lin Feng took a deep breath and gently stroked the level 30 ion laser cannon in his hand. His eyes were extremely firm. That's fine, since they only dare to send out the second-order insect swarm. It's a good opportunity to train the troops. I can promote all the 200 elite soldiers under my command to the second-order late awakened ones. As long as the number of top fighters increases, all the second-order Zerg will be annihilated one by one. Then the Queen Mother will be left alone. Even if she wants to activate the domain, she will have to see if she can be faster than my ion laser cannon. Battles on the surface are when long-range weapons can exert their greatest effect. The LV-30 ion laser cannon can be used for long-range consumption, and its replicas, the numerous armor-piercing cannons and electromagnetic cannons, can be regarded as a dimensionality reduction attack against the second-level Zerg, whether they are flying in the sky or running on the ground. An existence that can sweep away everything. Especially the ion laser cannon, with an attenuation-free strike range of 10 kilometers. Can achieve damage-free long-range consumption outside the influence range of the divine domain activated by the Queen Mother, until its health is depleted to the near-death stage, and then a thunderous strike is used to complete the final harvest. In surface battles, Lin Feng has countless tactics to deal with high-level Zerg, which is one of the reasons why he chose to go north to provide assistance. The environment here is relatively harsh and the soil is poor and hard. When the Zerg Queen takes the initiative to attack, she has to break out of the ground and fight on the surface, becoming a living target under beyond visual range attacks. At this moment, when Long Yi looked at the sci-fi laser weapon in Lin Feng's hand, he realized that he was worrying too much. So he nodded and said, "That's fine. As for this precious thing, just take them away. There's nothing worth staying here anyway. We also need to head to the other main nest of the Yunxeling Zerg to the west as soon as possible to recruit those leaderless Zerg swarms that have lost their command. And judging from the situation, the Queen Mother of Yangsha Mountain should have arranged the hatching nest for the second-level insect eggs in the main nest in the west." Lin Feng hummed, and then asked about how to deal with the huge insect head behind him. Although most of this thing has been cut off, it still weighs several hundred tons. Can you summon a group of red beetles to help carry it out? Long Yi bent his index finger and pressed it against his chin, looking closely at the half of the insect head that was cut and torn off by Lin Feng. The hideous and unrecognizable face of the queen insect was soaked in a pool of blood, revealing the cross-section of the neck. The golden neck guard that originally protected the brain had been broken into two halves by Lin Feng. The other half was still inside the shrunken insect head, which was more than 10 meters in diameter, and contained a full 10 cubic meters of the queen's brain. Of this, the Queen Mother's brain, which was originally protected by layers of protection, is actually extremely fragile. Even the slightest bump or scratch will leak out a large amount of mental energy, which will be wasted. Therefore, the best way to ship it out now is to take the head away with it. However, after releasing his mental power and using the state of infinite reproduction, he discovered that only 1 in 1,000 of the red beetles in the insect nest remained. There were originally tens of thousands of them, but now there are only a few dozen left. Many of them are low-level red beetles that were urgently spawned when the queen mother of Youngseling was fleeing. It is nothing like the level 9 giant red beetle, which has a strong load-bearing capacity of more than 1 ton. You are to blame for this. When you came in, you fired electromagnetic cannons into the hive crazily, killing large numbers of low-level scarlet beetles. Now, there are not even hundreds of scarlet beetles to carry the beetle heads. After explaining the situation, Long Yi said something contemptuous. Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth at that time. He saw that the queen mother wanted to escape, so he didn't think too much about it. He directly used the magnetic storm bomb to carry out saturation coverage and bombing. However, he did not expect that the team members behind him would also learn to launch magnetic storm bombs together, electrocuting all the low-level insects in the huge mother nest, except for a dozen second-level tiger spine insects. Can you cut down the size of this beetle? As long as it can be reduced to about 100 tons, I can lift it and carry it away. After being promoted to the 3rd stage, Lin Feng, with the addition of 1,500 points of physical attribute value, already possessed a basic strength of up to 150 tons, almost more than twice that of the peak period of the 2nd stage. When fully exerted, it can reach nearly 200 tons. Although he was unable to lift the huge insect head weighing 700 or 800 tons. He could still lift it easily if it were just the golden neck guard and the queen's brain wrapped and protected inside. After hearing Lin Feng's proposal, Ling Yu nodded after considering for a moment. Of course you can, but you have to be careful. Without the protection of the external insect head flesh, the internal skull alone cannot provide any buffering effect. The slightest bump will damage the internal crystal structure. Now that things have come to this, the only way is to leave the mother nest as soon as possible. After taking a deep breath, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Ling Yi immediately stepped forward and inserted his hands into the queen's torn head, absorbing the remaining biomass in the flesh and blood while releasing the power of artistic conception to decompose the flesh and blood. Other than the golden neck guard, Lin Feng took advantage of the free time to pick up the cracked golden neck guard at his feet and came to the entrance of the insect nest. The remaining 12 members of the 2nd stage late stage regiment were here to kill the tiger-backed insect guards in the insect nest because they were hundreds of meters apart. They were least affected by the divine realm. Only the genes in their chromosomes were slightly contaminated. They did not have large areas of deformed zerg limbs on their bodies like himself and Liu Yi. So after the purification treatment, Long Yi has recovered as before and is still in a conscious state. However, mentally, he has become a little depressed after experiencing the terrifying will of the hive. Seeing Lin Feng coming, they all stood up and saluted. Lin Feng waved his hand. Rest for a while. We will set off soon and you will have to support the 2 general leaders. Then Lin Feng easily tore off the giant jaws from the corpse of the 2nd-order tiger-back worm, integrated it into the tattered flying tiger armor on his body, and used particle control to repair it. Previously, due to the energy radiation from the divine realm, the organic matter in the flying tiger armor was distorted and alienated. After it turned into deformed insect limbs, it lost its energy source and due to the defects of its own structure, it exhausted its vitality and died. However, due to this wave of divine radiation impact, this level 29 flying tiger armor was severely damaged, and the durability of the armor dropped all the way to the last 2 points. If Lin Feng had not used particles to control the artistic conception and made timely repairs, it might have been distorted and completely disintegrated under the radiation from the divine realm. Now, after using up more than a dozen pairs of 2nd-order orange giant jaws, the shattered flying tiger armor was finally restored. Then Lin Feng looked at the golden quality cervical guard he had been holding in his hand. Although it is only half, the identification data shows that it is enough for the LV-29 flying tiger armor to upgrade to a higher level because it has never been bound. This kind of cross-level upgrade does not require the killing of high-level life forms as a condition, but in terms of additional attributes and durability, it is much weaker than the bound equipment, and the upgrade potential depends entirely on the stacking of higher quality materials without materials. It is difficult to recover relying solely on energy. The most important reason is that non-bound items cannot be copied in batches, but there seems to be no need to copy the armor. So Lin Feng has never considered binding the armor. In addition, the function of defensive equipment is too simple and is far less deadly and efficient than weapons. Now after entering the 3rd stage, you can bind a 4th piece of equipment. Lin Feng is also considering whether to bind the flying tiger armor as the 4th piece of equipment. As for now, he plans to upgrade the flying tiger armor to golden quality armor, Queen Mother's neck bone, broken body, gold quality, condition, severely damaged durability. 5/10, defense 8K/10K evaluation. The golden material on the body of the third-level Queen Mother is the last resort to save her life. The material is extremely hard and can withstand temperatures of nearly 10,000 degrees. It can be used in the fusion upgrade of items or equipment to increase the strength of the equipment. It can be integrated into the LV-29 Flying Tiger armor to achieve a cross-level upgrade of the Flying Tiger armor. There is a certain chance of awakening additional attributes. After binding it as equipment, it can achieve multi-attribute fusion upgrades and synthesize attributes of the corresponding level. Lin Feng slightly to confirm the fusion, and release the golden energy controlled by particles with his hands, covering only half of the golden neck guard and integrating into the Flying Tiger armor he was wearing. At this time, the remaining members of the regiment stationed in the wormhole outside the entrance, after realizing that the swarm of insects in the hive had lost command and order, came to the deepest order mother nest to confirm the situation of the leader and the captains. Lin Feng then asked them to cover the retreat of everyone in the mother nest, and then came to the side of Long Yi. At this moment, the other half of the neck bone that wrapped the Queen Mother's brain had been stripped of all the flesh and brain tissue on the outside, revealing its true form of pure gold. It is semicircular in shape, and contains a deep red oval object with a crystalline structure, which has a glassy luster, just like the raw stone from a red crystal cave. Lin Feng took a quick glance and found that the attribute data of the Queen Mother's brain had not changed. It seems that Long Yi did not do anything. Long Yi, who had concentrated his attention and was concentrating on completing the peeling, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Lin Feng armor. Lin Feng nodded. Why? Is there any other use? Originally, Lin Feng was planning to integrate the neck guard into the LV-29 Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword for a fusion upgrade, but doing so would consume the energy for a synchronous upgrade. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Feng decided that upgrading himself was more important because it has been upgraded to LV-31. The benefits brought by the improvement of its own attribute data are far greater than that of the LV-30 Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword that has been strengthened twice. Moreover, he could use two pieces of equipment to upgrade Lin Feng's level alternately, and then feed back the equipment by easily killing enemies after his own strength improved. This kind of upgrade idea is the fastest and best solution to become stronger under the current circumstances. In this way, Lin Feng only needs to complete half of the upgrade conditions to reach the full level. When the two pieces of equipment are upgraded to level 34, it means that Lin Feng can directly enter the late third stage. And the cost required is only half of the original normal upgrade. It was not until this moment that Lin Feng understood the most important significance of binding equipment to achieve synchronous upgrades. Especially in the later stages, when beings of the same level become rarer and harder to kill, the more equipment Lin Feng binds, the lower the cost of upgrading will be. Now with the addition of the dreadnoughts, it means that Lin Feng only needs to upgrade them to LV-32, and he can reach LV-39 himself. As time goes by, the conditions for upgrading yourself will become simpler and more convenient. Even when you have 9 pieces of equipment, you only need to kill 9 beings of the same level to upgrade to the peak of the stage. Now, with Long Yi's unintentional reminder, Lin Feng, who had noticed this, suppressed his inner excitement and continued to reply expressionlessly. My armor was distorted beyond recognition by the power released by the divine realm when I killed the Queen Mother just now, so I used this golden neckbone to repair and upgrade it. Ling Yi did not notice Lin Feng's abnormality. He shrugged and looked at the Queen Mother's brain, which was only half a skull left. Then he suggested, leaving it exposed isn't a solution. Why don't you just use it now? Lin Feng frowned slightly. How to use it? This thing is like glass, it can't be eaten, right? If you break it and then absorb it, you can only absorb 1/10 of it. It's such a waste. Didn't you say before that the Queen Mother's brain can serve as a biological secondary brain, acting as a reserve of additional spiritual energy? The scorpion nodded slightly. Yes, but that. Chapter 228, LV-30 Hunter King Chainsaw Sword, Golden Armor, Biomecha. But that requires a qualified carrier, such as a biological mother nest, or a large portable life support device that can provide a constant supply of energy to maintain the operation of the brain. As he spoke, Ling Yi looked at the equipment in Lin Feng's hand. Your ability can't work on living things, right? If you want to use a mechanical body to keep the brain running, you'll need equipment at least as big as the tanks in the fleet. How can you carry a 10-meter-long tank in actual combat? Unless you install it on the fleet. For small creatures like humans, the Queen Mother's brain is too bloated and can only be used for research, analysis, and imitation. It has no practical value that can be used directly. Lin Feng frowned slightly, looking at the 10 cubic meters of deep red crystal brain marrow. which was more than 2 meters in diameter. It was indeed only suitable for integration into large equipment. The two pieces of equipment on his body and the flying tiger armor would lose their original flexibility after being forcibly integrated. At present, it can only be left to the dreadnoughts to be integrated when they are upgraded to a higher level. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a heat on his back, the sword on his left shoulder, and turned around. What came into view was an enlarged version of a giant tiger-tooth chainsaw sword, whose length was tripled from the previous 2 meters to a staggering 6 meters. The hilt of the sword in his hand alone was 1 meter long and more than 30 centimeters thick. Even Lin Feng had to hold it with both hands. The nearly 5 meter long sword body is covered with basketball-sized golden saw blades. Like the fangs of a megalodon, the sharp saw blade edges have barbed structures, which maximize the cutting effect. Even the LV-29 orange tiger armor made of the giant jaws of the second-level tiger-backed insect would be torn apart in an instant if it was scratched lightly by it. At this moment, in Lin Feng's eyes, the attribute data of this upgraded equipment slowly emerged. Hunter King Chainsaw Sword LV-30/39, Gold Quality Upgrade 0.0 for 2, Durability 10/10, Base Damage 1500 inches. Additional attribute, Extreme Cutting Speed. Saw teeth rotate 5 times per second, causing 5 times the basic damage. Unlimited endurance, Bloodthirster. Each time you kill a second-level Zerg, in addition to obtain upgrade points, you can also restore little durability. Killing a third-level Zerg will restore full durability. Immortal Skull Crusher. If the target's defense value is lower than the total damage per second, the durability will not be reduced, and the target's defense level is not higher than gold. The durability consumption rate is reduced by 50%. Attacking the target's key head can cause double critical damage. New additional attribute, Sword of the Hunting King. Hunter King Sword. Rely on killing the Zerg Queen to achieve a leapfrog promotion. It has an additional deterrent effect on the Queen. Attacking the Queen will cause varying degrees of mental dizziness. Note, the basic damage will not be affected as the durability of the chainsword decreases. Been condensed and can be absorbed at any time for personal upgrades. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and read carefully the properties of the chainsaw sword. After the cross-level upgrade, especially the properties of the appeared newly Hunter King Sword in the introduction. This attribute has completely turned this golden quality melee weapon into a special attack weapon for the Zerg Queen. The Immortal Skull Crusher combined with the Sword of the Hunting King might even be able to kill the enemy with one strike, especially now that the basic damage is 1,500 points. It has a burst of 7,500 points under extreme cutting speed, plus the doubling of the Immortal Skull Crusher, reaching 15,000 damage, which is enough to ignore the 10,000 points of defense of the Queen Mother's neck guard. As long as the damage exceeds the defense, the chainsaw sword can cut without any resistance and cut through everything smoothly. But the biggest problem now is how to use this 6-meter-long sword flexibly. At this moment, Lin Feng was holding on with both hands, and half of the tip of the chainsaw sword had been pressed into the mud. He exerted all his strength, tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, which was more than 30 centimeters wide, and lifted it up with all his strength. He lifted up the giant sword, which was about 3 times taller than himself, and held it in front of him. Immediately, Lin Feng felt a familiar pressure. He held the Hunter King chainsaw sword tightly with both hands, but could not stabilize the sword. The upright chainsaw sword swayed slightly left and right as Lin Feng's arm trembled. Even Lin Feng, who was concentrating on controlling the giant sword, couldn't help but frown. Because this level 30 Hunter King chainsaw sword weighs an astonishing 30 tons. Compared with the previous level 29 Tiger Tooth chainsaw sword weighing 3 or 4 tons, it is 10 times heavier. You should know the maximum weight of the weapon. It is best to control it below 1/10 of the holder's maximum load capacity. Otherwise, if it is too heavy, it will lose the flexibility of swinging. For example, Lin Feng now possesses a strength of 150 tons, so it is no problem for him to pick up the Hunter King chainsaw sword, but when it comes to swinging it freely like before and performing some difficult techniques, he will obviously feel powerless. Especially when swinging the sword quickly and continuously with one hand, the inertia and recoil of the chainsaw sword cannot be suppressed at all. A normal person holding a sword in one hand usually cannot weigh more than 1.5 kilograms. This is also related to the length of the weapon. The farther the center of gravity is from the hands, the more difficult it is to control. The giant sword that Lin Feng is holding now is more than 6 meters long, and its center of gravity is much higher than his height, and his hands still made it difficult to control. When Ling Yi saw the newly synthesized weapon in Lin Feng's hand, he frowned slightly and looked back at the torso of the Queen Mother's corpse. It was discovered that the spine at the neck that supported the Queen's huge body was indeed missing a small piece of bone. Although the quality and strength of the spine are not as good as the neck guard, it is stronger than the giant jaws of the second-level tiger spine worm. It is between the outer armor of the second-level peak tiger spine worm and the golden neck guard, and is also used a lot. The fact that it could be absorbed by the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword when killing showed that Lin Feng's artistic conception was far more than what it seemed on the surface, and at least involved the ability to fold space. This also further confirms the speculation that the other party possesses god-level bloodline. Seeing all this, Long Yi was just slightly stunned. Then he returned to his normal state, smiled and walked over, and ruthlessly complained, "The synthetic weapon is so big that you can't even hold it? You're so small. It's not even half the size of this chainsaw sword?" Lin Feng sighed softly and slowly inserted the Hunter King chainsaw sword into the ground. He felt helpless, as if he was facing a mountain of treasures, but found himself unable to start. Do I really have to transform myself into a small giant over 5 or 6 meters tall, and then hold the Hunter King chainsaw sword in my hand and charge into the group of queens as if I were in an empty space? While Lin Feng was thinking, the faint golden light on the flying tiger armor on his body disappeared at this moment. It also completed the upgrade and became a golden quality level 30 armor. Lin Feng then looked down at the armor. The previous orange flowing fire cloud pattern now had a hint of gold, as if he was wearing a piece of golden armor. 0/2, durability. 10/10, defense. 1500, basic form, arm guard, full body armor, king insect power. The power of the king insect, an upgraded version of the power of the tiger insect after being integrated with a golden neck guard. It possesses the aura of a high-level king insect, which can intimidate and suppress Zerg below level 3 to a certain extent. This effect will be deepened with subsequent upgrades. Variant, absolute defense, explosive scale armor, flight mode, charge call. New variant, adamantite guardian. Adamantine defense, derived from the hardest biological armor of gold quality, the Queen Mother's neck bone. The current fusion progress is 20%, which can increase the basic defense by 20%, as an ordinary item. The LV30 golden armor after the upgrade only adds a new attribute of refined defense, which can only increase the basic defense by 20% at present, making the total defense reach points. The stacking of defense will only have a significant effect when dealing with a third-order king spiny worm in the future currently used to kill the Queen Mother. The golden armor, which obviously focuses on physical defense, is not as good as the mental shield that can resist mental attacks. He had to find a way to use the Queen Mother's brain to gain this ability, reduce his reliance on Ling Yi's mental assistance, and enable himself to have the ability to kill the Zerg Queen alone. Lin Feng thought silently, and after stopping for a few seconds, he turned his attention back to the Hunter King chainsaw sword in front of him, and the Queen Mother's brain beside him, which he didn't know how to use. At this time, seeing the new armor synthesized on Lin Feng, an idea flashed in his mind, and a solution that perfectly solved the two problems emerged. "Hey, do you know about large autonomous mechanical bodies?" Hearing the question from the person behind him, Lin Feng, who was deep in thought, was stunned. He knew this 7-character title separately, but why did it sound so weird when put together? After hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Feng turned around and looked at the woman. "You mean the large mecha? The kind with a power system?" Ling Yi suddenly realized, yes, it's the mecha in your science fiction culture, used to make up for its small size, but the Zerg translation is this: a mecha, and one with a power system. Can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, solving the problem of using the Queen Mother's brain and this giant chainsaw sword. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, but he thought of something and shook his head. "No, my artistic conception ability is only effective on non-living matter. There is no other material here except the second-level tiger insect giant jaw. And where can we get the various alloys, power transmission systems, control chips, etc. that are most important for building mechas?" The corner of Long Yi's mouth slightly raised, and he turned to look at the huge corpse behind him, as well as the Zerg corpses on the ground. "Who says mechas must be made of metal? That's just the narrow-minded perception of humans. In fact, in the harsh environment of the universe, there are very few pure metal machines that can last forever. Most devices are a combination of machinery and biology. Only by learning from each other's strengths and weaknesses can they continue for a long time. It just so happens that in the realm of infinite reproduction of the Zerg, they also inherit their past technological accumulation, as well as the science and technology of other planetary civilizations that the Zerg absorbed when they invaded other galaxies in the past. After continuous testing in actual combat, we have developed and manufactured a large-scale external auxiliary device of the kilometer level, which can even be controlled and driven by a high-level Queen Mother. You can just treat it as a biological mecha transformed from a biological mother nest. It can go up to the sky, down to the ground, and even fly through the universe. It's no problem at all. As he spoke, an excited and yearning look appeared in his eyes. It's a pity that the cost of that thing starts at a mid-stage second-level Queen Mother, plus an entire mid-level Zerg to build its foundation. You have to start with a late-stage third-level Queen Mother. But, as he said this, Long turned around and looked at Lin Feng. You can't control living things, and my unlimited reproduction is useless to non-living things. It just so happens that the two can complement each other and speed up the development of biological biology mechas. We can't build a kilometer-long star-destroying mecha right now, but a microbiological mecha under 10 meters, it's easy to catch. Listening to Long Yi's boasting and confident tone, Lin Feng curled his lips. Okay, just give it a try. How long will it take? We only have 2 hours left. We must hurry to take over the main nest in the west and hatch the second-level insect eggs in the mother nest. If we delay any longer, the enemy will come to our door. Ling Yi walked towards the Queen Mother's corpse, quite confident. Don't worry. If you don't need combat capability and just need to be able to move, half an hour will be enough. Moreover, we can't refine the materials here. We can only build a framework at best. If we want to create biological armor with true Tier 3 combat power, we must use at least a Tier 2 hatchery and perform multiple breeding and debugging. As she spoke, she had already controlled the remaining bones of the Queen Mother, smelting and piecing together the rough structure of the mecha. The high-strength spine serves as the skeleton, the third-order life cell tissue is filled in as attached muscle, and finally blood vessels are added to transport nutrients. Then, the Queen Mother's brain is used as the biological mecha's deployment and control center to connect the nervous system of the entire body to the end of the brain. As the biological mecha took shape, a thick layer of keratin grew on its surface covered with muscles and blood vessels, and a 7-meter-tall humanoid creature was born from the Queen's corpse. It took more than 10 minutes to finish all this. Long Yi clapped his hands, shook off the residue on his palms, looked at the work he had made with his own hands, and nodded with satisfaction. But Lin Feng, who was standing aside, had a very dark look on his face because the biological mecha that this guy Long Yi found had a face that looked very similar to him. Not to mention the faces are almost the same, even the proportions of the limbs and torso are exactly the same. No? I'll let you try. You don't have to use me as a template to make this thing, right? Lin Feng protested with a bit of disgust. After all, anyone who saw a doll like this, which was a magnified version of themselves, would feel inexplicably resistant. Like celebrities in a wax museum. Ling shrugged and said confidently, you are the first third-order life form of mankind, representing the direction of perfect evolution. Your body shape and proportions are all perfect. Why don't you copy the best solution that's already available? Do you want to build a giant oval-shaped thing? Besides, human mechanical mechas are too heavy, so they need to be expanded to provide the large amount of energy required for operation. An organism doesn't need it. Its energy requirement is less than 1/5 of that of a machine of the same size. One second-level insect egg can keep it fighting for an hour. It can be called a perfect biological weapon. Lin Feng boasted to Ling Yi one by one, and he rolled his eyes in response. Okay, let's get it moving first. We are in a hurry to retreat. With a snap of his fingers, the 7-meter-tall giant biological mecha slowly cracked open from the chest. 2 rows of ribs unfolded from the middle, revealing a 2-cubic-meter cockpit inside. Lin Feng frowned slightly. You can't control it directly outside the body? Long Yi pointed at the exposed golden skull on the back of the mecha. It will take at least 10 to half a month for that hard bone to change its shape and integrate into the biological body. Do you want me to break it apart by hand? Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, stared at Long for a while, and finally endured it. He walked to the front of the mecha and lay down in the cockpit on its chest. In the fleshy cockpit, the ribs as thick as thighs are like a cage of white bones combined with a bloody flesh membrane and a large number of wriggling blood vessels. It gives a terrifying feeling of a flesh and blood hell. Fortunately, Lin Feng was still wearing the full body armor of the golden battle armor, so his entire body was included in the battle armor, so he didn't have to come into direct contact with his flesh and blood. Otherwise, the close contact and the mucus secreted by the flesh membrane would make people feel indescribably weird and uncomfortable. However, Just as Lin Feng was holding his breath nervously, suddenly he heard, "Take off the head and face armor of the armor. It's best to put away the entire armor. This way, the neural connection can be synchronized and the adaptation and integration of the armor can be achieved to achieve a seamless connection." There was a wall of meat, and from outside came the buzzing cries of Lin Gai. Lin Feng frowned and put away his head armor and face mask. A large number of micro-nerve tentacles immediately grew out of the nearby flesh and blood, covering his cheeks and the back of his neck, sensing the electrical signals of his own internal nervous system. Then the head of the giant biological mecha seemed to come alive, and after making the same ferocious expression as Lin Feng, a pair of large eyes covered with hexagonal crystals slowly opened. At the same time, Lin Feng, who was inside the mecha, could also clearly see the 360 degrees picture outside without blind spots. A system reminder immediately appeared in front of me. An unknown external life system has been detected, monitoring threats and operability. Testing completed. Biometra LV33/39, golden item. The remaining foreign brain cells will cause unknown threats and uncontrollable behaviors. No permission to clear. Chapter 229 LV33 Biological Colonization Suit, Synchronous Superposition, Explosive Increase in Stress. Biometra LV33/39, golden item. The remaining foreign brain cells will cause unknown threats and uncontrollable behaviors. No permission to clear. Permissions? Lin Feng was filled with doubts. This was the first time that the system directly showed that it could not act on a living organism, and gave a reminder of insufficient authority. How to release these permissions? Although the system did not give an answer, Lin Feng quickly thought of a roundabout solution, that is fusion. If the particles control the artistic conception and cannot have an effect on other life forms, then they will integrate their own flesh and blood cells, and even genes, into other life systems. Just like gene warriors and samurai insect hunters, artificial genetic assimilation is carried out. System binding is still confirmed by the host genes. As long as other life systems carry their own genes, they can also be recognized by the system. In the same way, particles control the artistic conception and can also unlock the authority to extend the effect. With this in mind, Lin Feng quickly made a decision to cancel the full body armor form of the golden armor, and then pressed his entire skin against the flesh membrane of the biological mecha cockpit. A large number of foreign cells have been detected invading the body. Should we eliminate them? Lin Feng directly ignored the system's reminder and began to use particles to control his artistic conception, controlling the capillaries on the epidermis all over his body and releasing a large amount of blood through the pores. After losing the system's nutrient supply, the third-level life cells in the blood began to explore the unfamiliar external environment and search for food at the same time. A large number of white blood cells in the blood immune system also invaded the biological mecha along the nerve tentacles growing on the cockpit membrane. Because the biological mecha lost its nerve signal command and energy supply, it was defeated by the third-level cell attack released by Lin Feng, and these cells that can be covered by the artistic conception of particle control, when expanding and invading, in order to adapt to the new environment as quickly as possible and up the expansion, begin to absorb and accommodate speed the devoured foreign cells. Fuse the genetic sequences of the Zerg cells, and improve themselves so as to better adapt to the body environment. Eventually, the coverage of particle control will be extended to the entire biological mecha. At the same time, Lin Feng began to control the nerve tentacles near the back of his head, which were connected to the Queen Mother's brain, and slowly melted and shrank the outer layer of the golden neck guard until it could wrap around the entire brain control center. But this alone is far from enough. Lin Feng discovered that the neck guard installed in the Queen Mother's head was placed on a biological mecha that was only 7 meters high. It was only used to protect the brain center, which was a bit of a waste of talent. The 7-meter-long humanoid mecha is dozens of times smaller than the huge size of the Zerg Queen. Therefore, the protective layer for the neck bones, which was originally more than 1 meter thick, was completely a burden. Instead, it will cause a large tumor to bulge on the back of the mecha, like a hunchbacked old woman, and change the upper and lower weight distribution of the mecha, which will seriously affect its combat performance. This is also the reason why Long Gai must let Lin Feng enter the cabin and drive personally. Only with his particle control could he quickly decompose the golden neck guard and then create a new shape according to his own ideas. At this moment, Lin Feng decomposed and fused the golden neck guard into 30 centimeters thick plate bones to adapt to the size of the body. After a brief thought, Lin Feng decided to integrate the remaining half layer of 40 centimeters thick into the spine of the body to replace the original queen's spine. In the humanoid mecha, the spine, which is about 50 centimeters wide, is the main backbone that supports the entire body. Therefore, the improvement of the overall mecha performance and the completion of difficult movements are inseparable from the help of the spine as the core. This is also the reason why Lin Feng did not consider covering the surface of the mecha with the remaining golden neck guards to form a solid layer of defense. First, improve the internal functions to ensure the combat performance of the mecha and enable it to fight flexibly and agilely, and then consider external defensive armor. After completing all this, Lin Feng's own body cells are about to complete the engulfment and assimilation of the flesh and blood of the mecha. At this moment, Lin Feng's consciousness can already be transmitted by the power of the realm to cover his entire body. The connection with the brain control center has also reached a level of unimpeded transmission. The commands issued by the brain can be transmitted to the mecha smoothly through the brain center, achieve 100% synchronization and seamless connection. In other words, this biological mecha has become Lin Feng's external incarnation. Apart from the lack of self-awareness, it is no different from Lingai, the incarnation of the Queen Mother. After completing the assimilation, Lin Feng immediately controlled the 7-meter-tall giant humanoid mecha, slowly stood up, and stood on the broken corpse of the Queen Mother. It's like nirvana from life and death, breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn. Ling Yi, who was standing nearby, witnessed with her own eyes that this biological mecha had taken shape in her hands and was further improved under Lin Feng's transformation. Now I have the ability to actually fight. As for the fact that Lin Feng used his own cells to invade the biological tissues of the mecha, Long Yi was of course well aware of it, because the control of this mecha was previously in her hands. But Lin Feng was able to fully master it, so Long Yi naturally had no reason to hinder him. On the contrary, he used the state of infinite reproduction and tried his best to cooperate with Lin Feng to quickly complete the transformation. After the control of the machine is officially handed over. At this moment, facing the brand new biological mecha, Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief, but he also realized that he had inadvertently released a terrifying creature that was more terrifying than a high-level king spiny worm. Biological mechas can directly make up for the physical deficiencies of the human race, and play a key role in turning the tide of battle in large-scale group combat. On the surface, for example, Lin Feng, who is driving a mecha in front of him, has absolute suppressive power over life forms of the same level with the cooperation of the biological mecha. When dealing with early-stage third-order existences, no matter whether it is the Zerg Queen or the third-order King Spinosaurus, the biological mecha holding the giant chainsaw sword can kill with one strike. Even if challenging a mid-level third-order existence, he can remain invincible. As long as they can make up for their shortcomings in spirit and physique, any existence can become invincible at the same level. Even a cross-level challenge. At this moment, in addition to the 360-degree panoramic view seen by the biological mecha, Lin Feng also saw the system upgrade in front of him. Allogeneic cell removal has been completed, somatic cell synchronous fusion has been completed, and the system is loading. Loading complete. Do you want to bind it as equipment, activate additional properties, and genetically lock the driving permissions? Lin Feng nodded yes without any hesitation. After all, there is no other item at the moment that is more suitable as the fourth bound equipment than this biological mecha. The golden armor that was originally considered was a defensive auxiliary item and did not have strong attack capabilities, so it was directly rejected by Lin Feng. At this moment, deep underground mother nest in Lin Feng's eyes, as the fourth piece of equipment was bound, its attribute identification data appeared. Bio-colonial suit LV33/39, golden item upgrade points 0/4, horsepower 3.9k, pH 3k, SP 3.9k. Additional attributes: synchronous stacking, self-absorption, mass energy shield, guard mode, synchronous superposition. The attributes of the bound driver can be synchronized and superimposed to obtain a super combat power beyond the current level. Self-absorption: when killing an enemy, you can plunder the enemy's body tissue and life energy, repair your own damage, and replenish your energy consumption. Energy matter shield: the brain releases mental energy to form an outer shield, which can resist attacks of 150% of its own mental attributes' current reserve times. 3/3 Sentinel mode: after the genetic lock is applied, the bound driver can remotely control the biological suit to fight within the range of the mental ability. After losing the driver's command, it will enter an autonomous guard state, automatically lock on to the surrounding targets, and automatically counterattack when it is damaged. Note: the minimum level requirement for the driver is the early stage of the third stage, LV30 and above. After seeing the attribute data after the biological mecha was bound, Lin Feng was immediately overjoyed, and a smile on his face could not appear stop on the face of the mecha. No, now we should say biological colonization suit because it is not a dead mechanical object, but a living and powerful clone of Lin Feng. Even after the upgrade system was loaded, it already possessed rudimentary biological intelligence, such as Sentinel mode. It allows Lin Feng to remotely control the biological suit to conduct unmanned attacks within a radius of 20 kilometers, or use the sentry mode to act as a fixed turret. Compared with the basic functions of these intelligent mechas, what makes Lin Feng most satisfied and even ecstatic is the first attribute: synchronous superposition. It can add up the attribute values of the driver and the biological equipment, thus achieving a leapfrog growth in overall strength. The current attributes of the biological colonization suit are 3.9k HP, 3k physique, and 3.9k spirit. Add to that Lin Feng's own 1.5k HP, 1.5k physique, and 1.9k spirit. Adding up, it is 5.4k health points, 4.5k physique, and a powerful mental attribute of up to 5.8k. It has broken through the upper limit of the attributes of the early stage of the third stage and reached the middle stage of the third stage, which is LV34 with an attribute value of more than. At this moment, Lin Feng controlled the biological suit, clenched his fists, and the muscles in the arms of the body expanded rapidly. The power contained in it directly reached more than 500 tons. With such power, Lin Feng even has the confidence that he can smash the Zerg Queen's head with his bare hands. Then he directly grasped the Hunter King chainsaw sword in front of him. The level 30 Hunter King chainsaw sword weighing 30 tons was as light as a feather in the hands of the biological colonizer. At this moment, he could swing it at will without any pressure. With a huge body of 7 meters, the palm length reaches an astonishing 80 centimeters, which can be bent to easily grasp the hilt of a sword with a diameter of 30 centimeters. The 6-meter-long giant sword matches the 7-meter-high biological suit perfectly, and it does not look out of place when held in one hand. Lin Feng swung it skillfully, and after confirming that it was not much different from when he first held a tiger-tooth chainsaw sword, he turned around and placed the Hunter King chainsaw sword on his back. The biological colonization suit immediately proliferated multiple tentacles and bone joints to fix the sword body, allowing the Hunter King chainsaw sword to be firmly locked on the back. Power of the synchronized superposition attributes. Lin Feng looked at the last two attributes: self-absorption and mass energy shield. The former is equivalent to an extension of the upgrade system's capabilities. Like a dreadnought's land-based boat, it absorbs life energy during battle, replenishes its own losses and stores energy wanting to use it indirectly, possesses a mental shield that is immune to the Queen Mother's mental attacks. The 150% defense bonus of its own mental attributes means that this layer of mass energy shield can withstand 8.7k mental attacks. At least in front of the Queen Mother below the late second stage, Lin Feng, who is driving a biological colonization suit, no longer has to worry about close combat problems. This will reduce the reliance on the Zerg Queen's clone, Lingai, when killing the Zerg Queen in the future. After all, the other party's identity is there at present. Both parties have a common interests, but once it rises to the level of racial competition between the two sides, when Lin Feng and Long Yi both advance to the late third stage in the future, the current harmonious situation is obviously unsustainable, so we must take precautions early. Only when the power is in his own hands can Lin Feng sleep peacefully. After experimenting with the properties of the biological colonization suit, Lin Feng immediately started his own synchronous upgrade, absorbing the upgrade energy of the LV-30 Hunter King chainsaw sword he was carrying. At the same time, the colony mecha made a buzzing sound. Let's go. It's time to give those Zerg Queens a little biological shock. Watching Lin Feng install the more than 2-meter-long ion laser cannon on the left arm of the biological mecha, and then stride away from the mother nest. When Long saw this, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of worry. She was not worried about how much threat Lin Feng's strength would pose to the Queen Alliance mother in the north. Rather, it was Lin Feng's overly high-profile increase in strength and his unrestrained killing of the Queen Mother that easily attracted the attention of higher-ups. For example, the 4th-level Zerg Realm King, who is currently hovering over the north and patrolling in outer space, the terrifying existence who masters the realm of space. There is also the final place deep beneath the ground of Blue Star, where the 3rd-order King Spine Worms were bred. In addition to the corpses of countless 2nd-order Peak Tiger Spine Worms, there also exists the Zerg's strongest weapon, the 4th-order Spine King that was once sealed by the Mother of Life. He is also the widely known Mad King among the Zerg. In the previous target planet, the Zerg Spine King killed the 4th-level Red King of the Red Clan, forcing him to flee in panic. And any one of them can easily kill a third-stage late-stage life form. As fourth-order cosmic life forms, in their eyes, all lower life forms on any planet are ants. But Long Yi also knew that he could no longer stop Lin Feng's advancement. From the moment she chose to help the other party and kill the Queen Mother of Jiangbei, Pandora's box had already been opened. Release this insatiable gluttonous beast completely. The only thing Long Yi could do was to minimize the probability of the two being targeted before they were promoted to the fourth level. So after entering the main nest in the west, while perfecting this biological mecha, Ling Gai also needs to remove the genetic blockade of the red beetles, cultivate several second-stage late-stage red beetles, and stimulate them to start the Red Tribe Realm trial. This will attract the Red King, who fled to an alien planet, to come and stir up and disrupt the situation in space. Compared to Long Yi, who was worried at the moment, Lin Feng, who was walking in front, was in a good mood. Under the shocked gazes of the second-order battle group members, Lin Feng drove the biological colonization suit and easily pulled out the second-order peak tiger spine worm that was blocking the entrance and exit of the mother nest. Then use particles to control the artistic conception, peel off the thick armor all over the tiger worm's body, and cover them on the surface of the biological suit. Although it is not as strong as the gold-quality neck guard, its defense is far greater than that of the level 29 flying tiger armor. It is naturally no problem to use it to resist the physical attack of the Zerg Queen. At this moment, wearing a full-body armor with orange flowing fire cloud patterns, the biological suit directly changed from a skinny humanoid flesh and blood body to a fully armed mecha god of war. The subordinates nearby were all envious. When Lin Feng led the second-order battle group out of the underground wormhole and entered the shelter, the remaining 200 soldiers and the Gene battle group were shocked when they saw this giant mecha that exuded a terrifying aura. When the heart is surging, one can't help but want to surrender on the spot. Lin Feng saw that they had cleaned up the battlefield. All the useful second-order tiger backworm jaws were cut off and piled together. So he moderately with satisfaction, he controlled the biological colonization suit and walked to the front, holding the orange second-level giant jaw, and combined it into a set of tiger armor above level 20, which upgraded the defensive equipment of many soldiers who successfully killed the second-level tiger spine worms and were about to be promoted to second-level awakeners. The 200 soldiers and the genetic regiment who defended the wormhole entrance this time, thanks to the terrain advantage, fortunately did not suffer any deaths. Only a dozen soldiers suffered minor injuries. After drinking the organic nutrient solution together with Li and others who were seriously injured and unconscious, they quickly recovered and were able to continue fighting after a short rest. After cleaning up the battlefield, Long Yi also controlled the remaining ownerless insect swarms in the mother nest. Lin Feng walked to the entrance of the shelter, raised the King Hunter chainsaw sword in his hand, and spoke in a loud voice, "Go. Take down the hatchery, control the second-order insect eggs, and then keep all the invading Zerg at bay." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Layout of Defense, Harvest, Multiple Emperors Attack. The swarms of insects summoned by the dead queen nearby fled in all directions, frightened by the powerful aura of Lin Feng and others. Send 2 people to inform the Federation's reconnaissance team that the Queen Mother of Yangsha Ridge has been dealt with. Tell the capital to arrange a breakout as soon as possible. The rest of the second-tier battle groups, set up camp on the spot and set up a battle line at Yangsha Ridge. Lin Feng looked at the mountains hundreds of meters high behind him and realized that this was an excellent terrain for an ambush. The reason why Yangtzeling is designated as a natural forest park is that its peaks and connected mountain ranges belong to the highest areas in the southwestern Taihang Mountains. This means that as long as you can hold the top of the mountain and occupy the advantageous terrain, you can attack the invading enemy from a high position. The Zerg here have been helping Lin Feng in digging out holes on the mountain by digging out holes on the mountain to hide their others' figures apparently. The Queen Mother of Yangtzeling also knew that she could use the terrain here, which was easy to defend but difficult to attack, to defend the southwest. Once it successfully advances to the middle stage of the third stage, it will be able to stand out on the Northern Queen competition by virtue of the territory it controls, and win the opportunity to enter the late stage of the third stage. However, it had never expected that there would be such a human force that, relying on its own strong strength, ignored the outer defense line of the Zerg, and broke into the underground Zerg nest without any moral principles and killed its way into the mother nest. Launch a decapitation operation directly against the Zerg's command core, the high-level queen. And it was completed successfully. This resulted in the Queen Mother's careful arrangements here all becoming a wedding dress for the Savior Army. The rugged terrain that was originally used to defend against humans and guard against Zerg was directly transformed into a ready-made position for Lin Feng to contain and block the Zerg that came to attack this area. According to the topographic map provided by the Federal Reconnaissance Team, the terrain of Yangtze is rugged, and is known for being strange, special and dangerous. There are many straight stone pillars and cliffs hundreds of meters high, which are natural military fortresses and cannot be climbed. The entire park has a terrain that is high in the northwest and low in the southeast. The highest point is the main Zerg nest in the northwest, with an altitude of more than 2,100 meters. It is called Baikao Mountain. The southeast mother nest where everyone is located has the main peak on the west side of the shelter at its highest point, which is about 1,200 meters above sea level. Although it is not as high as the northwest side, it is still more than enough to resist the invasion of the Zerg. After all, even a high-level queen is only about 100 meters in size, and a second-level peak tiger spine worm is only 50 meters tall. If you want to break through the line on the top of the mountain, you still have to climb the mountain honestly under the bombardment of armor-piercing cannons and electromagnetic cannons. So after Lin Feng climbed to the top and observed the terrain, he arranged the second-level members of his 3 regiments to stay here. With a complete sets of orange-quality equipment in their hands, even with only 60 people, they can easily suppress the 100,000 insect hives. Divided into 12 groups of 5 people, they will guard the highest peaks of each mountain range. Relying on the narrow terrain and the strategic depth of 20 kilometers behind them that they can retreat to at any time, Yangtze will become a veritable meat grinder. As a meat grinder for the attacking Zerg. After setting up the blocking line, Lin Feng took the remaining 200 soldiers, as well as a mixed second-level combat group composed of wounded soldiers such as Liu Yi, to the main nest of the Zerg on the northwest side of Yangtze. Liu Yuki is also in the team. Although she was extremely brave in the previous battle, the number of the second-level tiger spine insects that came to support her was limited, and she only killed 8 of them in the end. But among the defenders in the shelter, he has surpassed many veterans in the genetic regiments and ranked first. Now that she has just entered the middle stage of the second stage at level 24, although her strength far exceeds that of ordinary second stage awakeners, she is still unable to compete with a second stage peak Zerg and high-level queen. In addition, Liu Yi, Shenji and others will need to rest for a while before they can recover their combat effectiveness, so Liu Yuki must enter the late second stage as soon as possible to assist the frontline battle group and repel the sudden attack of hundreds of second stage insect swarms, especially the swarm of insects under the command of the third stage mid-stage queen. The reason why they were able to successfully break into the Zerg mother nest underground in Yangtze this time was mainly because the second-level Zerg species in the hands of the third-level early queen were too single. Apart from the spinal worm lineage, there is only the Zerg mother body of the Queen Mother and the expensive second-order Windwing worm. As long as you equip the chainsaw sword melee weapon specifically, you can easily defeat the tiger spine insect swarm and kill your way into the underground insect nest with great force. However, the Queen Mothers in the middle stage of the third stage are different. After their promotion, their unlimited reproduction state is further improved, and they unlock and master more genetic modification technologies, including the cultivation of new second-stage Zerg. It is conceivable that if there were more warrior hunters, long-range pulse scorpions, and tank flame armors acting as meat shields on the battlefield. With just over 200 warriors under Lin Feng's command, they really couldn't withstand the powerful swarm of insects under the command of the third-stage mid-stage Queen Mother. Unless a fleet led by dreadnoughts can be brought in, relying on mobility and super firepower, it is possible to barely suppress the huge number of second-order Zerg swarms with clear division of among them. The most difficult to deal with are the second-level warrior hunter insects. They are genetic hybrids specialized based on human awakeners and are specifically used to hunt second-level awakeners. If the regiment loses the leadership of the second-level perfect leader, they will easily be ambushed and defeated one by the mysterious warrior hunters. That is why Lin Feng needs to cultivate a new group of late-stage second-level perfect members as soon as possible to fill the vacancies of top combat power left by the labor absence of Liu Yi, Shenji and others. Liu Yuki is one of the candidates, and of course, Those deputy commanders of the second stage late stage regiment who are still in good condition are also on the list. While they were thinking about the subsequent personnel deployment, the remaining team of the Salvation Army led by the biological colonization armor arrived at the main Zerg nest in Yunxeling in the southwest after marching 20 kilometers. Just as we guessed on the way, this main nest was built on the highest peak of Yunxeling, inside the Baikao mountain, which is more than 2,000 meters high. There were also several green-winged insects lying on the top of the mountain, quietly monitoring and patrolling the Zerg territory. Although the queen of this group of Zerg has died, the swarm of Zerg near the main nest still maintains a certain order and has not fallen into a blind state of being leaderless. Because the journey was long and his physical condition was weak, Long Yi sat directly on the shoulders of the biological suit to save precious energy. She also brought Liu Yuki along, and the two of them sat on the shoulders of the giant mecha, one on the left and one on the right. Seeing the orderly main nest insect group at this moment, Long Yi said calmly, "It seems that there is indeed a node mother body here, which can maintain stability after the death of the mother queen. The node mother can control the insect swarm within a radius of 3 or 4 kilometers and execute the orders given to it by the mother queen to ensure the normal operation of the main nest. However, with the death of the queen mother, the node mother in the main nest will gradually die out after hatching all the second-level insect eggs because there will be no more insects to continue. Of course, if it is lucky, the order left by the queen mother contains the power of infinite reproduction. After losing contact with the queen mother for a long time, it will directly consume the eggs and nutritional energy of the hatching nest, spread the radiation of the state of mind, communicate with the only insect god of the Zerg race, the mother of life, and pray for the queen mother's gene sequence to be sent down. After absorbing it, it will breed a new queen mother's cocoon. Strictly speaking, all new mother queens are actually part of the mother of life, one of her countless incarnations as apostles of God. The mother queens absorb new genes from foreign races during the conquest of alien planets after their souls return to the kingdom of God. They can expand the divine power capacity of the insect god, so losing the main hatching nest under the control of the queen mother is also an unstable factor and needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. As he spoke, Long Yi slowly stood up. "I will go alone. You guys stay outside and don't disturb the order of the insect swarm. As long as we control the node mother of the hatching nest, we can control the entire insect swarm here. We've already lost too much in the queen mother's lair. Let's not waste any more biomass. Since we are going to fight a protracted war, we have to conserve resources." Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. Now that Long Yi has entered the third stage, it is naturally no problem for him to deal with a late second stage mother. Everyone, take a break. Wait for researcher Lin to finish dealing with these low-level insect swarms. After Lin Feng gave the order, Long Yi jumped down from the colonization mecha and quickly broke into the Zerg territory of the main nest. After noticing this, the nearby Zerg came forward to test and identify friend from foe, but after sensing the aura and smell emanating from Ling Yi, they immediately lowered their heads and retreated. The Queen Mother's life level makes her an absolute ruling class in the Zerg swarm. No Zerg below a high level dares to challenge the Queen Mother's position. Even though these swarms of insects do not belong to the Zerg tribe under Ling Yi, without the orders of their own queen, they are inherently incapable of resisting due to their genetic level. This is also the reason why, even though Long Yi was only in the late second stage of his strength, he was able to go and recruit the Queen Mother of Jiangbei and the remnants of the swarm left in the mother nest. Similarly, now that Xianling has lost the control of the Queen Mother, it will also become the possession of Ling Yi, and it will be faster and more convenient than last time. This is why Lin Feng agreed to her proposal. Leading the Salvation Army to attack and kill the Node Mother, not only would it destroy the hatching nest and waste biomass energy, it would also cause the entire swarm of insects to become ownerless and flee in panic. Even Ling Yi would not be able to control the entire situation and could only gather the second stage swarm of insects in the center and some of the black-spined swarms. This is undoubtedly a huge waste. Therefore, as long as Ling Yi can ensure that he can seize control of the Node Mother body within 1 or 2 hours, he can take down the entire main nest without bloodshed. Lin Feng was naturally happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. At the same time, he also asked his soldiers to rest more so as to prepare for the subsequent blocking battle. After all, there are less than 3 hours left before the attack of several nearby queens and their Zerg. It would take about 15 minutes to rush to the Yunxeling battlefield from the main nest in the northwest, So after counting the supplies harvested from the main nest, Lin Feng had to lead his capable men to rush to the front line as soon as possible to support the 3 remaining regiments. Everyone camped on the slope of a nearby mountain, waiting for good news from Longai. Many soldiers began to discuss the mysterious background and true identity of this researcher, while several deputy commanders who were supporting the injured commander had already made a rough guess about Long Yi's situation swarms through mental manipulation similar to that of the Zerg Queen. Now that the Queen Mother has been killed, this researcher Lin with a mysterious background is likely to once again perform the miracle of controlling the green-winged insect to reach Jinchang Square. Time passed by minute. In the midsummer of late August, the temperature in the north was no worse than that in the south. People were lying in groups of 3 or 4 under the shade of trees on the sparsely vegetated slope, chewing grass cores to relieve fatigue. Fortunately, an hour later, everyone saw from the hillside that the swarm of insects at the foot of the main peak, Baikao Mountain, began to crawl back into the cave in groups and hide themselves. Soon, a woman in a white dress, sitting on the back of a 6-meter-long giant red beetle, slowly walked out of the main cave entrance. Lin Feng then led his team members to support them. Seeing the colony mecha approaching, Long stood up. "We have taken over control of the main nest. The Queen Mother of Yangsha Mountain has placed a quarter of the Zerg population here, about 10,000 black-backed Zergs, more than 100 second-level tiger-backed Zergs, and 20,000 to 30,000 red-scarred Zergs, under my command and control." They began to fully exploit the nearby tree resources and continue to replenish the biomass energy of the hatching nest. "The only regret is that I don't have the authority to hatch low-level Zergs, so I can't breed new low-level Zergs. Therefore, the size of this Zerg swarm will become smaller and smaller as time goes by. Eventually, all of their life energy will be integrated into the hatching nest and become a logistical reserve for us here." Lin Feng silently and followed Ling Yi into the wormhole. 200 meters underground, he entered the second-stage insect egg hatching nest in the main nest. Unlike the underground hatching nest in Jiangbei, the north cannot be excavated and expanded as arbitrarily as in the south of the Yangtze River due to the dry geology and scarce groundwater. The hatching nest here is only more than 500 meters wide, and the hatched fleshy luminous pyramids alone occupy half of the nest space, so it appears a bit crowded. Longai stood beside Lin Feng, and under his witness, they counted the number of insect eggs together. There were only 420 eggs in total, excluding half of the mature eggs that had already developed into full-fledged eggs. There were still 210 eggs left, which meant an average of 105 eggs per person. A bit less. Ling Yi explained, "The north is different from the south. Natural resources here are quite scarce, and the population is concentrated in a few large cities. Naturally, it can't do what the south does. Moreover, the second-stage insect eggs of the third-stage early queen are of this size. Any more will affect the queen's own development." The reason why there were so many hatching nests in Jiangbei last time was because the Queen Mother of Heichang moved the hatching production line to Jiangbei and used the water and biological resources there to quickly expand the scale of the second-order tiger spine worms. Lin Feng nodded and did not doubt the authenticity of the explanation given by Long Yi, because this meat hatching tower was much smaller than the one in Jiangbei, and there were only about 500 pits for insect eggs. "Since the insect swarm here has been given to you, leave the hatched insect eggs to me. There are 210 fully formed eggs, and the organic nutrient solution inside has been completely absorbed by the tiger spine worm larvae, so it is impossible to extract useful resources. The best solution is to let Liu Yuki and others kill them and quickly improve their strength." Lin Feng and his men did the same thing in the underground hatchery in Jiangbei, so they quickly obtained 8 perfect awakeners in the late second stage. And now, these 210 formed insect eggs will quickly give birth to a group of top second-order LV-29 powerhouses. Lin Feng then called Liu Yuki and others. There were 13 of them in all. Except for Liu Yuki, the other 12 people have already entered the late second stage. They are only short of the life energy of a dozen second-stage Zergs to reach perfection in the late second stage. Therefore, there were just enough second-level insect eggs, and a few were left over to be rewarded to the outstanding captains among the 200 soldiers. After they finished killing the insects, Lin Feng took out the 105 second-level insect eggs that he had obtained and gave them to Liu Yi, Shen Ji and others. According to Long Yi, after they were exposed to the radiation from the divine realm, their body tissues were severely deformed, so their vitality was severely overdrawn. They needed to absorb the pure life energy contained in the second-level insect eggs to repair their damaged potential. This will not only speed up their recovery, but also reduce the sequelae of radiation distortion. For example, spiritual pollution in consciousness and thinking. Although this thing cannot be seen or touched, it is more deadly than physical deformation, especially for team leaders like Liu Yi, who have not yet mastered the power of artistic conception minds. When they start the trial of artistic conception in the future, or condense their own artistic conception, some distorted consciousness entities will be formed in their spiritual world, which are extremely terrifying. Therefore, the life energy of the second-order insect eggs is needed to repair and purify them. After doing this, Lin Feng can also absorb the organic nutrient solution from the second-level insect eggs to replenish his physical energy consumption. At the same time, it also replenishes the physical strength of his soldiers. When the pair of scorpions entered the hatching nest and made detailed modifications to the mecha. With a golden light flashing in her eyes, she learned the news from the front line, and then looked solemnly at Lin Feng, who was lying on the ground to rest. They are coming. There are 3 early-stage third-order queen mothers, and a middle-stage third-order queen mother guarding the south of the capital. Ranked 38th in the world, extremely powerful. At this moment, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Synchronous upgrade completed. Lin Feng, LV 3139 life points. Chapter 231 Lin Feng LV 31, Crisis, Solution. Horsepower 1.9K, pH 1.9K, SP 2.4K. Looking at the changes in attributes after the upgrade, Lin Feng slowly stood up from the ground. He had discussed with Long Yi before about the degree of strength improvement between different levels in the third stage. Finally, it was concluded that the average change in attribute values in the early stage of the third stage was around 500. A few gifted people could achieve additional improvements that broke the limit. For example, Lin Feng's own spiritual attributes had already accumulated several permanent limit-breaking values as early as the second stage. In addition, he completed the cross-level upgrade by killing the Queen Zhang Bei and absorbed the Zerg Queen's tremendous spiritual energy. Therefore, when he was just promoted, he directly possessed a strong spiritual attribute of 1.9K. As for the dragonfly itself, it is even more perverted. Her spiritual attribute value directly reached a terrifying 2.5K, which was close to the upper limit of 33K for the initial level 3 level. According to her explanation, this is a spiritual specialization that was developed with the help of the Queen Mother. Her brain neurons exist not only in the head, but also in the spine and limbs, making her mental attributes extremely powerful, and her release and utilization efficiency is several times that of the same level. In other words, at this moment, Ling Yi's brain is a miniature Queen Mother's brain. Fortunately, in order to maintain his human appearance, Long Yi's physique and health attributes are much lower than the average, and his melee ability is even worse than those of the late second stage perfect human awakeners. Lin Feng's attributes were obviously much more balanced, but this time his health and physique only increased by 400. This might be related to the fact that the Queen Mother of Yangtzeling was willing to risk her life at the last critical moment, consuming her own vitality and forcibly summoning the divine domain to descend. So after this, the value of the Queen Mother's corpse became very low, just like the Queen Mother of Zhang Bei that was hit by a nuclear bomb, basically just an empty shell. This makes it impossible for Ling Yi to absorb the remaining life energy. At this moment, she looked serious and reminded Lin Feng of the dangerous situation he was about to face. This is totally different from what we originally planned. The 3 early-stage queens, plus the third-stage mid-stage queen guard in the south, are ranked 38th in the world, and their strength is far stronger than that of the original Heichang queen. The fact that this third-stage mid-stage queen mother would actually leave the position she was guarding was beyond the expectations of Lin Feng and the others. How strong? Lin Feng looked up and asked, then looked at the colonization mecha in the hatching pyramid behind Long Yi. The colonial mecha is undergoing a meticulous secondary transformation, adding more functions to improve its overall combat performance. Over 2000, someone like the Queen Mother of Heicheng, who has just entered the middle stage of the third stage, is only ranked outside the top 50, and the original body in Tehu Lake can only barely squeeze into the top 100. That's a swarm of more than 2,000 second-level insects. The number of tiger spine insects alone has exceeded 1,000. The rest, like the warrior hunting insects and some second-level insects with local characteristics bred in the north, are actually a greater threat to us. Besides, you also need to allocate some troops to fight in the air. Many Queen Mothers in the Northern Alliance dare to show their true forms on the surface and command the Zerg to expand and destroy without restraint. We rely on the large number of blue-winged insects under our command, as well as the second-order wind-winged insects whose combat power far exceeds that of human fighter planes. Lin Feng nodded. He was very clear about this. When we first arrived at this hatchery nest, we saw many green-winged insects resting on the top of Behu Mountain, where the main nest was located. They hide among the green leaves of the woods, with the same camouflage colors as insects, and are difficult to spot without careful observation. Having said this, Long paused. He began to control a green-winged insect in the hive, and drilled into the fleshy pyramid in front of him. Just like the biological mother nest factory in Jinchang before, it quickly replicated a large number of membrane wing cells at a visible to the naked eye. Then speed, he continued, even if it's just a first-level blue-winged insect, it can carry a considerable number of suicide insects and carry out long-range attacks from the air. For example, the suicide bug used by the queen mother of Heicheng. Although the power of a single suicide blaster is not very strong and its killing power is only effective against ordinary first-level awakeners, wearing the giant jaw armor of the Black Spine blaster can resist most of the damage, but there are too many of them. A mid to late stage first stage green winged insect can carry at least 22 kilograms suicide insects without affecting its flight performance. If there are 100 of them, then the minimum is 2,000. Even if it only has the damage of a normal human mortar, this number is enough to temporarily suppress you and protect the large insect swarm on the ground, allowing you to successfully attack the position and tear through the defense line. In addition, there are also some flying units that are smaller than the first-order green-winged insects. They are similar to mosquitoes and flies. They can only be used once they store a large amount of flammable and explosive materials in their bodies, and their blood has a certain corrosive effect. They are called explosive fireflies. The cost of hatching them is several times higher than that of the exploding bugs, but slightly lower than that of the scarlet beetles. Some queen mothers who have abundant resources will hatch these disposable and dangerous things. For example, this middle-stage queen mother stationed at the front line can continuously obtain human corpses. In short, this time there are 3 early-stage queen mothers and 1 top-ranked mid-stage queen mother. The total number of blue-winged insects under their command is at least 8,000. And the number of second-level wind-winged insects is at least over 100. This order of magnitude is not easy to deal with. After listening to Long Yi's analysis of his own concerns, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Given the size of the Zerg's air units, sending out only 1 gene regiment would probably be far from enough. The 2 gene regiments under his command had only 40 people. Even with electromagnetic cannons, they had to maintain air alert at all times. While they were killing the green-winged insects and guarding against the wind-winged insects, they could also use electromagnetic cannons to provide fire support to the ground battlefield. The accuracy and effect of their warheads far greater than those of the defenders on the ground front, but after taking off, there were only about 40 members of the second-level gene regiment left on the ground, and a dozen newly promoted second-level awakeners, who had to deal with hundreds of difficult warrior hunters. Comparing the strength of both sides, it will appear to be seriously insufficient. If a few fish slip through the net and break into the soldiers' defense line, there will undoubtedly be a bloody massacre. This resulted in a significant reduction in the reserves of the second-tier regiment. Obviously, Lin Feng did not expect that the death of the Queen Mother of Yangtze would attract so many Zerg forces to cross nearly 100 kilometers to attack him, attempting to occupy the territory of Yangtze and incorporate the remaining Zerg swarms here. Especially with the arrival of the third-stage mid-stage Queen Mother, she and her Zerg were equal to 3 or 4 early-stage Queen Mothers, almost exhausting the Zerg's siege force to block the southern side of the federal capital. Therefore, the pressure brought to Lin Feng and his Salvation Army by the attack of multiple emperors this time was extremely great. At this moment, Long Yi, who was equipping the flying wings on the colonization mecha, seemed to have thought of something and continued to attack. I almost forgot, the warrior insect hunter can also fly. Remember our second decisive battle in the West District of Wuchen? The Queen Mother of Heicheng can think of equipping the warriors with flying wings, so there is no reason why the Queen Mother of the Northern Alliance can't do that. And I heard you say that a commander named Qin Hu in the Wuchen army is the first human to have a successful genetic modification experiment with actual combat capabilities. If he is transferred to defend the federal capital, I guess there are quite a few genetic warriors there right now. The Northern Alliance was able to successfully besiege the capital, and it was obvious that they had hatched a large number of second-level warrior hunter insects in a targeted manner, so the only advantage we have left, besides our powerful long-range cannons, is this. Lin Feng slowly raised his head and followed the direction pointed by Long Yi. looking at the colonial mecha that was about to be deployed and optimized. Although there are not many changes in the attribute data, the overall design is better, and it has the ability to fly for a short time, so it can more easily break into the Zerg swarm and kill the Zerg queen under layers of protection. Driving a colonial mecha to guard the front line is obviously a waste of talent. Even the strongest second-order peak tiger spine worm, or the peak warrior hunting worm that masters the power of artistic conception, can be solved with just one sword in front of it. Only a high-level Queen Mother is qualified to be a match for Lin Feng, who has the colonial armor stacked simultaneously. Based on Lin Feng's current level 31 attribute data, with the addition of the colonial armor attributes, his HP directly reaches his physique, and his mental attributes even break through to points. Exception for the slightly insufficient health points. Her physique and spirit are enough to crush the LV-34 Queen Mother in the middle stage of the third stage. If you were to return to the Jinchang base in the south at this moment, Lin Feng, driving his colonial mecha, could single-handedly kill his way into the Heichang underground insect nest and kill the Heichang Queen Mother who was hiding in it and had already entered the middle third stage. And now, facing a breakout battle in the northern capital that is several times more complicated and dozens of times more dangerous, and facing the joint attack of the Queen Mother Alliance, Lin Feng must make a decision as soon as possible. Should he leave behind a spark of hope to save the army, or should he stop the war with the war, take the initiative to attack the Queen Mother, surround Wei to save Zhao, and allow the defenders guarding Yangtzeling to retreat safely? The scale of the second-order insect swarm is too large, and the Salvation Army is short of manpower. If I had known earlier, you should have brought more people. Anyway, I am here to guard Tehu Lake and curb the expansion of the Queen Mother Heichang. There is no need to leave so many regiments in the Jinchang base. After completing the optimization of the colonization mecha, Long Yi noticed Lin Feng's inner struggle at the moment and continued, "Don't hesitate. In less than 2 hours, the front line of Yangtzeling will encounter the first round of insect attacks. The scale and strength of the first wave of Zerg swarms will not be too strong. This is the Queen Mother's initial test. We can let the members of the regiment hold back and not expose their full strength too early, so as to avoid being surrounded by the second-order insect swarm in the next round. As for you, it's actually useless to stay at the front line. You can only kill some late-stage second-order Zergs, which will hardly improve your strength. It's better for you to go directly into the Zerg swarm, harass the Zerg, and wait for an opportunity to behead the Queen Mother. With the current explosive power of this biomech, combined with a giant chainsaw sword, it can even separate the Queen Mother's body before she can react. The force exceeds 500 tons, and the burst reaches twice the speed of sound, which is 680 meters per second. Combined with the flying lift of the membrane wings, it can even break through to Mach 3. Even if no weapons are used, the collision damage at this speed alone is enough to cause serious injuries to the Queen Mother. However, it is not recommended to do so unless you are desperate. The forces act on each other. A collision like this will cause serious damage to speed the body, and it is easy to cause the body to collapse or even disintegrate directly. Take the chainsaw sword and go out and wander around. Only when those mother queens feel the threat to their lives can the defenders of Yangtzeling hold their ground. Lin Feng nodded. He understood Ling Yi's conclusion clearly. This was also the best solution at the moment. However, the extremely important geographical location of Yangtzeling may force several of the four queens to occupy the main peak and move into the ready-made underground insect nest regardless of the danger to their lives. The problem is that these queens are not in the same area. They are scattered in several directions. I am alone. How can I stop them from moving forward? No matter how quickly we deal with the Queen Mother, we still need to rest and recover for a while before we can continue fighting. Lin Feng opened his mouth and pointed out the problem. Plus, the mecha needs to rush left and right, and most of the physical energy is wasted in the back and forth harassment. If they come together to strengthen their defense, then I will have no chance to attack. There are 4 Queen Mothers, especially one in the middle stage of the third stage. Even if I drive a colony mecha, it will be difficult to kill one of them when surrounded by the queens. 4 consecutive mental attacks can directly break through the mental shield of the mecha's brain center. Long Ai frowned slightly. In fact, she would rather Lin Feng stayed in Yangtzeling to prevent him from killing the Queen Mother. But in the current situation, only by sending out the biological mecha can we break this deadlock and gain a chance of survival. The reason for this dilemma is that we don't have any support. Only when we try our best can we barely hold out against the Zerg offensive. Ling Yi couldn't answer the question raised by Lin Feng, so he just complained again. However, It was this sentence that suddenly awakened Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was frowning in thought, suddenly brightened up and raised his voice twice. That's right. Support. It's support. Feng's excited voice echoed in the dark and deep hatchery nest, attracting the curious gazes of the team members who were resting and adapting after completing their promotion. Ling Yi also looked confused. What support? You want to ask the federal military to provide firepower support? I think it's a bit risky. They obviously want to use us to complete the plan to rescue the federal capital. Everyone knows that the hundreds of thousands of awakened people in the Queen Mother's encirclement are definitely more important than us. At this time, if we ask them to allocate troops to support us in the southwest, it will take more than an hour for the large army to arrive. They don't have the troops to resist the invasion of so many Queen Zergs. If there were, they would have rescued the humans trapped in the capital long ago. Why would they have to run to the south and beg us humbly? Ling Yi's analysis makes a lot of sense. But she obviously overlooked that there was a seemingly weak force in the entire northern situation, but in fact it was a powerful force second only to the Queen Mother Alliance. Those are the defenders stationed in the federal capital. This group of people are the key to determining the success of this breakout and rescue plan. Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. I certainly wouldn't expect them to, since the Stage 3 middle stage Queen Mother guarding the south dares to covet Yangsha Ridge. I will naturally prepare a super gift for it. This great war in the north has been going on for almost a month. I think the defenders who have accumulated the most resentment are about to get frustrated in the city. Among them, there are quite a few level 2 awakeners, and even late level 2 genetic warriors. Although I can't threaten the Zerg Queen, I can definitely fight to the death with those second level Zerg, especially the second level warrior hunters. Furthermore, if we break out from the south now, we can also trap the Zerg from the front and back, and even completely destroy the Queen Mother Alliance branch in the south. The capital's defense has completely failed. And the federal leadership's strategy has failed. I think at this moment, no one should be able to refuse the temptation of defeating the Zerg and burying the Queen Mother. As he spoke, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The image of Qin Hu appeared in my mind, and Kang Yuna's face. Chapter 232 Optimization, Entering the Capital City, Seeing Old Friends Again. After listening to Lin Feng's deduction of the strategy, Long Yu's eyes lit up, and the worry on his face was swept away. He said with a little excitement, that's right. As long as there are 10,000 or 20,000 awakeners who can cooperate with us, delay the Zerg invasion from the rear, and sneak attack their hives, we can attack them from both sides, destroy a large number of Zerg swarms, and even leave behind a few early-stage third-order Queen Mothers. But the round-trip distance from here to the federal capital is nearly 200 kilometers. Is it still in time for you to rush over now? Lin Feng confidently. Don't forget, on the way here by plane, I jumped out of the plane and dealt with several second-level wind wing insects. Now I have the membrane wings of wind wing insects, and my flying speed has increased by more than double. It can fly at a speed of Mach 2 or above, and can fly 2,500 kilometers per hour. It only flies over 200 kilometers, and it takes less than 10 minutes to fly back and forth. Long Yi hummed, with a hint of regret. It's a pity that I can't just drive this flesh and blood mecha to the federal capital. Just now you called it a colony mecha. Sure enough, this name is more appropriate. Flesh and blood colonization, self-repair, autonomous evolution. This is much stronger than a mechanical body. Lin Feng nodded. He also wanted to drive the colonial suit to the federal capital, save the people like a god, and satisfy his desire to show off in front of others. But the reality does not allow. There's no other way. The mecha is too big to hide its tracks in the air. It's easy for the blue-winged insects and wind-winged insects circling above the heads of the 4 queens to discover it, and even if it could catch up with the speed, it would consume a lot of its stored energy to maintain such a huge size. It would be difficult to fly long distances, then let it stay behind the front line, activate the autonomous sentinel guard mode, and kill those warrior hunter bugs that have slipped through the net. Don't be fooled by the size of the biological colonization suit, which is only the size of a first-stage late-stage black-backed worm and slightly smaller than a wind-wing worm. However, the raw materials used to make it all come from a high-level Queen Mother. The average density of its cells and bones far exceeds that of wind-wing worms and tiger-backed worms. The half-piece of golden neck art alone weighs more than 10 tons, and with the tiger-backed worm armor covering its body, although the body is only 7 meters high and 4 meters wide, its total weight is an astonishing 100 tons. Even if equipped with the membrane wings of a second-order wind-wing insect, It would be difficult to fly long distances because the energy consumption is dozens of times that of a wind-wing insect. After the transformation, there are only a few pairs of first-order blue-winged membrane wings, which can barely glide within 10 kilometers and combine with top speed running to complete a surprise attack. If you want to drive a colonial mecha for more than 100 kilometers, even if you fill it up with organic nutrient solution before going, you will have to kill at least dozens of second-order Zergs on the way and absorb their life energy to ensure that the mecha is in combat status. Therefore, the best option is to leave it at the Yunxiling position and let Longai temporarily operate it. After making the decision, Lin Feng did not waste any time and assigned tasks to the old captains Liu Yi, Shenji and others who had already awakened, as well as 13 new second-stage late-stage fully awakened people who had completed the promotion. Old group leaders such as Liu Yu need to rest more. So this time the task of guarding the house was given to them. They stayed near the main nest and continued to absorb the life energy of the second-level insect eggs to make up for their own vitality lost due to overdraft. The rest of the members led 200 soldiers to the front line to support the 3 regiments there. After arranging everything, Lin Feng led everyone to the bottom of the valley under Baikao Mountain and looked at Longai and the new colony mecha beside her that had left the hatchery nest. The biological suit at this moment has a more mechanical style. The previous orange-yellow outer armor has turned into blue-gray, but at the joints of the torso and tough limbs, blood-red muscle bands are still exposed, and there are 6 pairs of enhanced blue-winged membranous wings on the back. The muscles that flap the membranous wings extend to the roots, making it look extremely strong and powerful. With its current strength, it is enough to fight a third-stage early Queen Mother alone. With a driver's superb operation and the powerful equipment in your hands, it can achieve a quick kill. As for endurance, it can only last for an hour at most. Fortunately, if we kill the Queen Mother, we can absorb the life energy in her body and the nutrients from the hatching nest behind her. If I continue to strengthen it like this, I might be able to drive it one day to challenge the peak third-order life forms, or even compete with the life forms in the universe. Looking at the masterpiece he created with his own hands, Long Yi couldn't help but sigh with confidence. However, compared to the optimized new mecha, Lin Feng obviously has other ideas. Can this good thing be mass-produced? After hearing this, Long turned around and rolled his eyes at him. Do you think it's a cheap item that can be found everywhere on the street? The starting technology level of this thing will take you humans at least a few thousand years to develop, and its base material all comes from third-stage life forms. A high-level Queen Mother can only produce one similar one and a non-intelligent version at most, so do you think it is possible to mass-produce it? Even if you hand it over to humans, with the current level of human technology, they won't be able to research anything. Let them study the third-order cells more thoroughly first, and then consider its practical application. Lin Feng automatically ignored the ridicule of Long Yi, and only remembered that one Queen Mother was equal to 2 colonization mechas. Okay, when this mission is over, the collected corpse of the Queen Mother will be handed over to you. I need to get a batch of intelligent biological armor with a power system as soon as possible. The corner of Long Yi's mouth could not help but twitch. The Queen Mother's flesh and bones are not the point. The problem is that her brain cannot be divided whether it is biological armor or mecha. Its intelligent processing and reaction mobility all rely on the brain as the center for regulation. A mecha without brain control can only bully a peak-level second-order tiger spine worm at best in front of a high-level Queen Mother. It is no different from a puppet. It may even be able to seize control of the mecha. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Besides, without the strength of the third stage, I can't drive them. Maybe I should get myself one. However, before Long Yi could finish his words, the man beside him spread his wings. It transformed into a streak of golden light, disappeared into the valley, soared straight into the sky, and disappeared into the sky 10,000 meters high. Only a blurry afterimage is left, which eventually shrinks into a dot. Afterwards, the soldiers in the valley who were ready to go, after Long Yi sat on the head of the colonial mecha, followed the giant mecha and confidently rushed to the front battlefield. Lin Feng, wearing level 30 gold armor, flew into the troposphere in thick white clouds at an average speed of Mach within 15 seconds. Further up is the quiet and cloudless stratosphere, where there are many patrol teams of wind-wing insects, responsible for surveying the airspace around the Queen Mother, intercepting human fighter jets and missiles, and ensuring the safety of the Zerg Ground Command Center. So Lin Feng kept the flight altitude below 10,000 meters and moved forward slowly with the cover of thick clouds at present. There is still about an hour before the defenders of Yunxiling come into close combat with a Zerg coming from all over the south. It's totally in time. So Lin Feng took the initiative to slow down and maintain a subsonic cruising speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, so that he could reach the federal capital within 10 minutes. The sound and impact caused by subsonic speed are much smaller than those of supersonic speed, which can effectively help Lin Feng avoid Zerg patrols. In addition, telepathy can detect and lock onto the enemy from 20 kilometers away in advance, so the journey was peaceful. During this period, Lin Feng also deliberately lowered his altitude slightly, using his super dynamic perception and telepathy to scan the Zerg army encountered along the way, as well as the location of the Zerg nest left behind by the Queen Mother. Because more than half of the swarm had been taken away by the Queen Mother, the number of combat swarms remaining in the hive was less than 1/3 of the original number. Most of they were patrolling second-order tiger spine insects and red-armored beetles responsible for logistics. Just like the main nest of youngling before, these places with poor defenses will soon become excellent targets for human sneak attacks. After recording the locations of the 3 insect nests, Lin Feng flew all the way from the Taihang Mountains, across the remote southwestern urban areas, and arrived at the suburbs of the capital. He finally saw the city center of the federal capital, which had been transformed into a military fortress. The layers of elevated roads that once surrounded the city center were now replaced by huge walls of hundreds of meters high, and thousands of defensive fortresses were arranged in each circle of defense walls. Judging from the damaged outermost 6th wall, the concrete thickness of these defense circles is an astonishing 10 meters. Not to mention the second-order tiger spine worms, even the attacks of pulse war scorpions and tank flame armors are difficult to directly break through the defense line, requiring a large number of assault teams to launch continuous attacks one after another. Compared with this, the 3 quickly built defense lines in Wuchang seemed quite inadequate. However, this is the center of the entire Federation after all. As the capital and the symbol of the Federation, it is reasonable and expected to mobilize the resources of several surrounding large cities to build such magnificent fortifications. Now, after seeing the broken 6th ring of defense, Lin Feng's doubts were resolved. Why did the Queen Mother Alliance in the north, which had assembled more than 20 high-level Queen Mothers and commanded 1 million Zergs, fail to capture the federal capital? Why has the stalemate between the two sides continued since Qin Hu left Wuchang? The reason is the 6 walls in front of us, and each circle is higher than the last. The 2 innermost walls are 200 meters high each, like an artificial moat, separating the inside and the outside. It would be extremely difficult for the Zerg to break through these 6 lines of defense and slaughter the human survivors inside. There is no possibility of occupation unless we go out in full force and pay the painful price of more than half of our troops being killed or wounded, or even the entire army being annihilated. It is precisely because of this that the Zerg chose the strategy of defending and waiting for the enemy to tire themselves out, wanting to trap humans to death in this isolated city. At the same time, they used underground warfare to dig wormholes tens of kilometers long from underground and break through the defense line from the inside out. Just doing this would require as much work as pouring and building 6 giant walls, and it would be difficult to complete it in 2 or 3 months. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble at this moment, Lin Feng chose to slowly descend from the sky, came to the periphery of the 6-ring defense circle, and walked among the ruins of broken walls. The rotting corpses of humans and Zerg, along with the still burning fat and hydrogen-storing stomachs, gave off a strange, disgusting stench. The reason why the Zerg did not recycle them on a large scale was because of the black barrel guns standing behind the city wall. This was a brutal and long tug-of-war. Lin Feng walked among them, and the golden armor on his body exuded the aura of a high-level life form, instantly shocking the large number of insects that were eager to try in the nearby wormhole. He walked to the foot of the city wall, jumped up with a push, flew directly to a height of 100 meters, and landed on the city wall. Looking around, the 4-kilometer urban area within the 5th circle defense and the 6th ring was also littered with Zerg corpses high, and under the scorching sun of midsummer, they gave off a terrible, strange and rotten smell. There are several giant pits hundreds of meters high on the surface in the middle, and there are many traces of black-backed worms active in them. It is estimated that this is the tunnel dug by the Zerg to capture the first line of defense, but they were attacked from both sides and paid a heavy price. In fact, after seeing this, Lin Feng already had some understanding as to why the federal top leaders insisted on launching the capital defense war. Because as long as the logistics can be maintained, the millions of survivors here and the hundreds of thousands of awakened troops, maybe you can really hold it. Unfortunately, the problem lies in logistics. The top leaders overestimated their control over local forces after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Especially when communications were interrupted in various places and the awakened ones appeared, the gap in military strength between the two sides was shortened again. It is hard for some ambitious people not to have other intentions. The federal top leaders themselves have invested and consumed more and more in the defense of the capital, forming a bottomless abyss that has seriously the basic survival of the local area. Ultimately, this has led to the current embarrassing in the entire rear safety zone, where people only obey orders but not announcements if the capital's breakout plan fails to successfully rescue the survivors, especially the hundreds of thousands of awakened ones. Then the Federation will truly exist in name only. This is not a good thing for Lin Feng, because if the affected situation north loses the powerful force to resist the Zerg invasion and the Queen Alliance is disbanded, the pressure on various parts of the south will suddenly increase. What attracted them to surround the capital was the hundreds of thousands of awakened people gathered here, and this resource could allow more than one mid-stage queen to be directly promoted to the late third stage. Become one of the final candidates for the fourth level insect king. But once these people are scattered across the vast northern wilderness, the south, which is rich in natural resources, will become the next target of many queens. Lin Feng's plan to defend Jiangnan, cultivate the Salvation Army and establish a permanent base will also fail under the fierce offensive of the Second Queen Mother Alliance. This is also one of the reasons why he chose to go north to provide assistance. As for other personal reasons, I also want to come and see old friends. For example, Qin Hu, who is currently guarding the federal capital. In order not to dirty his armor and clothes, Lin Feng jumped up from the top of the defense line wall, and at the same time used the wings of the golden warship to dive towards the fifth defense line. It only took 6 or 7 seconds to reach the destination. After falling at high speed on the tightly defended fifth line of defense, the concrete ground was shattered into pieces, leaving a crack with a diameter of 10 meters. The dust settled. Everyone present, who looked extremely nervous, saw a mysterious and unknown humanoid creature wearing golden armor. One of the awakened soldiers, who was in a tense state, accidentally pulled the trigger and fired a 20mm large caliber cannon. However, the golden armored creature grabbed it with its bare hands and crushed it into pieces in its palms. "Don't shoot. Everyone, get back." At this time, a powerful command came, and the soldiers on the scene made way. I saw a general in worn orange armor walking several dozen meters in front of the unknown creature. "Long time no see, Master Lin, but now I should address you respectfully, City Lord Lin." Lin Feng slowly opened his visor and looked at the person approaching. It was Chen Shu, one of the members of the genetically modified team, who followed Qin Hu into the underground under Wucheng's first line of defense. A top student with extensive knowledge of biology. After more than half a month of war, he has become much more mature and experienced, with several scars on his face, and his strength has entered the late second level. Lin Feng nodded. Then said solemnly, "The top brass of the Federation should have issued the order to break out. Where is Qin Hu now? Why are you all still guarding here?" There was a hint of surprise in Chen Shu's eyes, and the soldiers nearby also revealed expressions of incredible shock. Seeing this, Lin Feng realized that there was something fishy going on, and immediately added, "I was specially invited by the higher-ups to lead you in the breakout. Take me to see Qin Hu right now." Chen Shu also reacted quickly and spoke quickly. "Thank you, City Lord Lin, please follow me." General Qin is currently at the fourth line of defense, formulating a relevant breakout plan. With the help of a third-level awakener like you who can kill the Zerg Queen, I believe we can all break out of the encirclement smoothly. Chapter 233 Qin Hu, the situation in the city evolves, attack. Fortunately, Chen Shu reacted quickly and avoided causing morale collapse in the high-pressure environment on the front line. Compared to the cruel truth of being abandoned by the federal high-level officials, at least this so-called third-level awakener in front of them can bring more hope of survival to everyone. As City Lord Lin, wearing golden armor, left the landing point under the guidance of Commander Chen Shu, the soldiers who had surrounded them nearby talked a lot and soon spread the good news that they were about to break out and evacuate. But Chen Shu, the frontline commander here, was not so happy. Because their team of tens of thousands of awakened people had apparently become abandoned pawns in the federal breakout plan, used to attract Zerg firepower and to restrain the withdrawal of the main force. However, what surprised him was that Lin Feng's appearance here indicated that the breakout had already begun, but why there was no sign of the Zerg gathering a large army to attack the defense line. When he brought Lin Feng, who had put away his armor, All the way to the command post behind the high wall of the fourth ring defense line, he finally saw an old acquaintance he hadn't seen for a long time. In the front-line headquarters, Qin Hu is no longer the high-spirited man he used to be. In just over a month, his hair has turned gray, and the wrinkles on his face that had originally disappeared and faded have become very deep. In fact, even an old man over 50 years old can revive and become 10 or 20 years younger after killing the black-backed worm and becoming an awakened one. As for the first batch of second-level awakeners like Qin Hu, their physical strength and appearance far exceed their actual age of more than 30 years old. The culprit for his current old appearance is naturally the backlash and sequelae caused by the forced genetic modification surgery to become the first genetic warrior. In addition to the mental impact, the most serious thing is the sharp decline in life expectancy. The genes of the spinal worms are blessed by their own blood and the advanced biotechnology of the Zerg. Their evolutionary level is far higher than that of humans. The assimilation of the awakened person's body tissues will cause the mixed Zerg cells to cause serious overload on the body. Every time gene assimilation is activated and these spiny worm cells proliferate in large numbers, the vitality of the original body will be overdrawn. Coupled with the evolutionary defects of human physique, the lifespan of second-level awakeners, which was originally up to 1,000 years, has been sharply reduced to less than 10 years at this moment, and only 1 in 100 survives. Haven't seen you for a long time. Qin Hu was obviously well prepared, and he spoke first when he saw Lin Feng. Someone passed the news to the command center in advance. Lin Feng nodded, frowning slightly. Although Qin Hu's condition was not good, his blood and energy and the aura he exuded. But it is like a sharp blade, aggressive. The second stage. This powerful momentum reminded Lin Feng of one of the 3 major inherited artistic conceptions of the spinal insect clan, indomitable. Unfortunately, after an assessment, it was found that the other party did not possess the power of artistic conception and was just an ordinary second-level genetic warrior. Long time no see. Following Chen Shu's guidance, Lin Feng entered the meeting table of the command center and faced Qin Hu, who was standing behind the demonstration table in front. The matter in Jiangnan is all thanks to you. I heard that a base has been established in Jincheng. Qin Hu signaled Chen Shu and others to leave, then he sat down as well, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for himself and asked. Lin Feng nodded. It's a pity that I didn't kill the Queen Mother in Heicheng. But don't worry, I have already wiped out most of the Zerg under its command. Now its strength has been greatly reduced, and now it can only retreat to the center of Heicheng. It is unable to threaten the Jiangnan hinterland. As for the Jincheng base, it is only used for training troops and taking care of the 100,000 survivors. Jincheng is surrounded by plains on 3 sides, which is worse than the terrain around the capital. It can only serve as a temporary base and cannot be defended for a long time. Then, Lin Feng said meaningfully, the Zerg Queen is too densely present. If you forcibly defend a city within 500 kilometers of the coastline, you will only be attacked by the Zerg and dig your own grave. Qin Hu understood what the other party meant. Today, both sides have grown from unknown little people to the ability to influence a major battle that will determine the future destiny of mankind. The height and angle from which we look at things are naturally completely different from the initial glimpse of the whole thing. I understand. But in fact, the federal capital can hold on and become a military outpost and war bridgehead against the entire northern Zerg, leaving behind many queen mothers, and central China can have the chance to catch their breath. Qin Hu spoke slowly, his tone revealing helplessness. In fact, there was nothing wrong with the arrangements made by the military leaders. But the problem was that the 3 passages to the west, northwest and southwest that were originally used to support the capital were completely cut off by the Zerg within 10 days, especially the northwest transportation channel, which was originally guarded by the capital's ace troops. However, it was directly defeated under the fierce attack of the Zerg. In addition, the northwest 6 ring, the defense circle, was too slow to provide support. As a result, within a month, the entire capital's land supply line was completely cut off by the Queen Mother. You probably know what happened next. Although there is enough food in the city at present, enough for everyone to eat until next year, the problem is that the logistics reserves of various weapons and ammunition are running low. In addition, the South District was not well received, which resulted in several waves of Zerg offensives in which my soldiers had to use cold weapons to engage in close combat with the Zerg, resulting in heavy casualties. Fortunately, there is a commando team composed of genetic warriors who can resist the sneak attack of the warrior hunter insects. Currently, the South District that I lead has a total of 150,000 people, including 50,000 first-level awakeners and less than 1,000 second-level awakeners. More than half of them have been transformed into genetic warriors. If this force is placed outside, it can easily kill any early-stage third Queen Mother. Even a mid-stage third Queen Mother can be put to the test. Unfortunately, if it is left rings in the capital, it will only become the evolutionary nourishment of the Zerg in the end. Qin Hu sighed. Over the past month, his passion for saving the country had become sober, numb, and even disgusted by the countless deaths. He even disobeyed the death orders from the headquarters within the first and second many times. If it weren't for the awakened ones and Jin warriors under his command who respected him as their leader, he would have been dismissed and transferred long ago. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. It seemed that God had already helped him to gather all the conditions, so he didn't even have to say anything. Looking at Qin Hu with a worried look on his face, he said directly, "You also know the current situation. The senior leaders of the Federation personally went to the southern Jinchang base and invited me to lead the Salvation Army to rush north to assist them in their breakout and rescue plan. In the southwest direction, we will contain the multiple Queen Mothers outside the encirclement. I have successfully attracted many Queen Mothers and have informed the top leaders of the Federation to immediately implement the breakout plan. However, considering the situation, how come you haven't received the order to evacuate yet?" Qin Hu's face turned pale and he took a last deep puff of his cigarette. Then he held the cigarette butt, which was only left after burning, in the palm of his hand and crushed it. The high temperature of several hundred degrees only left a light mark on the orange insect shell that appeared in his palm. Then he looked at Lin Feng with a slightly numb expression. "I know. The order they gave me was to wait until most of the soldiers in the East District were evacuated and the defense line was broken, and then send troops back to contain them. They want to rely on my 150,000 men to cover their rear and help them hold back the millions of insects chasing them. The southern area is the farthest from the breakthrough point in the northwest. It's more than 30 kilometers away, and it's very difficult to get there in time, so the only way we can go is to cover the rear, and the 1 million survivors in the city who are responsible for logistics also need protection." Lin Feng frowned. "What's the difference between this kind of order and sending these 150,000 people to die in vain? When retreating, facing a swarm of insects that is several times larger than before, even the best soldiers cannot maintain order in the formation while retreating and fighting. If there is a slight disturbance, or a certain front becomes a breakthrough, then the entire front will be defeated. How many civilians and soldiers will die tragically under the Zerg's sharp feet and jaws? I'll let you guard the rear. These 150,000 soldiers are facing not a 100% chance of death, but a 100% chance of death. If only 1,000 or so people can escape in the end, they'll be considered lucky." Stimulated by Lin Feng's words, Qin Hu clenched his fists. His face was ferocious, veins on his forehead and cheeks were bulging, and his eyes were bloodshot. His tone was hoarse, and his indignation was evident. "There's no other way. The northwest corner is the best solution for breaking out. From the beginning, the south and east districts were destined to be responsible for the rear evacuation. It's just that my bad relationship with the federal leaders caused the south district to be the leg survival to leave, wasting so many soldiers' precious lives." As he spoke, the bloodshot in Qin Hu's eyes faded slightly, and his tone became a little gentler. "Were you also tricked by them into coming to guard the rear? Take my advice and return the same way you came before the defense line collapses. Humanity has finally produced a third-level genius. Don't let him die here. Lin Feng, your future lies in the south. The countless human survivors in the Jinchang base and the land thousands of miles south all depend on your strength to hold on." Lin Feng looked calm and shook his head. "You came all the way here to guard the southern region for them, and train tens of thousands of awakened people and genetic warriors. You have done your best for those federal leaders, even if it's for the sake of the common people in the rear safety zone. We shouldn't sacrifice 150,000 elite troops here in vain. You should know better than me that after this war, the Federation is basically dead in name only in the entire North. No one can and will take up the banner of humanity's fight against the Zerg. By then, all that will be left for humanity is constant erosion by the Zerg, with a human race ultimately powerless to resist and perish. Brother Qin, if you just sit there and wait for death, are you going to hand over the fate of mankind to those guys who only know how to live in disgrace?" Lin Feng's words again aroused Qin Hu's inner resentment. His breathing became heavier. "Just sit there and wait for death? I have launched several power grabs in this month, but the organizational strength of the legions and other regions is far more complicated than I imagined. Most of the high-level awakeners among them are former high-level officials. Just killing a few leaders won't help at all. However, purging all the middle and high-level officials would cause too much loss to both sides. Moreover, without the command system, the defense lines of other districts are likely to collapse at any time and collapse completely. In the end, I was able to maintain control of the South District, which was the result of my best efforts. If they had agreed from the beginning to genetically assimilate all of their members and train hundreds of thousands of genetic warriors, even if we ran out of ammunition and food in the end, we could have relied on nuclear bombs to fight the Zerg and the Queen Mother to the end. Now that they can't hold on any longer, they are scared and ready to flee. The final strategic failure will have to be borne by us, the group of warriors responsible for the rear guard. But now that things have come to this, should I let these 150,000 soldiers evacuate the defense line without permission, turn against their own side and escape before the survivors just to vent my anger? Tell me, these 150,000 people can do this? Lin Feng looked calmly at Qin Hu, General Qin, who was so excited that he was a little out of control. When he stopped talking, he continued, I am not here because of an order from the top federal officials, and they have no qualifications or ability to ask me to do anything. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Qin Hu's pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly thought of a possibility. What do you want to do? Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, knowing that his goal had been achieved. After some instigation, Qin Hu gradually lost his sense of responsibility for the rearguard mission. At the same time, his past ambitions also emerged in addition to his anger. Then he continued, nothing. You are right about one thing, I did come to rescue you, but this was obviously not instructed by the top federal officials. As the highest commander of the Legion, Qin Hu quickly reacted, you already have a plan to deal with it. Wait, you don't want us to follow you and break out from the south? Lin Feng smiled and clapped his hands. As expected of Brother Qin, there are still 40 minutes left before the decisive battle at Yangsha Ridge begins. You need to deploy your troops during this period of time and organize a decisive battle in the southwest with a force of more than 100,000 people. That's right, we're going out in full force. If you want to bring survivors with you, just remember to notify them in advance. Qin Hu's pupils, which had just relaxed, shrank again, and an even more shocked expression appeared on his face. Yangsha Ridge? Hasn't that place been occupied by a very powerful rank 3 early-stage Queen Mother? How could the war be? As the commander of the Legion, Qin Hu naturally knew the terrain around the capital very well over the past month, and he understood the criticality and importance of Yangtzeling better than Lin Feng. As long as Yangtzeling is controlled, almost half of the main road leading to the western hinterland from the northern plains can be controlled. It was the fastest and only way for many queens to go deep into the interior after the defense of the capital. Times that after the breakout was successful, they must make every effort to retake the occupied southwestern gorge of the Taihang Mountains and the Yangtzeling area. Even if it causes more sacrifices, it is worth it. Because the defense of the federal capital was only a symbolic battle, and holding this extremely important gorge was the only means to ensure the security of the northwest and southwest. Unfortunately, no one listened to his advice, even though the sharp eyes of the senior leaders had long understood the importance of Yangsha Ridge and the many passes that followed. However, after experiencing the failure of the defense war and seeing the separatist independence of the north and south regions in the rear, they had already chosen their own retreat on the map, and were eager to lead their men, tens of thousands of awakened people, to live a comfortable life as kings and domineering as soon as possible. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's calm words set off a huge wave of shock in Qin Hu's heart. He soon realized why the other party said that the war would break out completely in Yangtzeling, because there is only one possibility that can turn the containment mission in the southwest region into a grand battle involving multiple emperors. That means Lin Feng has occupied the entire Yangsha Ridge in just one day, or even one morning. At this moment, looking at Lin Feng, who was still smiling and had not shown any signs of nervousness from beginning to end, Qin Hu asked with a slightly trembling voice, You have killed the Queen Mother of Yangsha Mountain. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and held up a finger. From the start to the end of the operation, it took less than an hour. Now the remaining 3 Queen Mothers in the southwest and south, and the 3rd stage Queen Mother stationed in the south, are all leading their Zerg armies to attack Yangsha Ridge in a mighty manner. That is to say, Lin Feng slowly opened his hands and released his powerful LV-31 aura. In the entire southwest and south, all the Zerg nests are empty with no Zerg garrison. Even if we only send 10,000 ordinary awakened ones, we can capture them. So, What are you waiting for? Bang! Qin stood up suddenly, even knocking over the iron chair behind him. After confirming that what Lin Feng said was true, he immediately called Chen Zhu and his guards outside the door and ordered, "Notify the entire army to assemble within 10 minutes and bring all weapons and equipment, including all logistical supplies. Remember, this mission is more than just a breakout. Instead, take the initiative. Attack the Zerg outside the wall." Lin Feng looked at the excited crowd and nodded with satisfaction. After the soldiers who received the order left, Lin Feng looked at Qin who was pacing around the map and asked, "By the way, there is one more thing. Zhang Yuner, who came to the suburbs of Wuchen to do the promotional filming mission, do you know where she is now?" Chapter 234 Chaos, Goodbye Zhang Yuner, Genetic Matrix. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Qin who was stunned, frowned and thought for a moment, then he replied, Ms. Zhang should be within the second line of defense. When I first arrived, I heard that her abilities were quite special and she was working with the Federal Biological Research Institute to conduct analysis and research. After that, she stayed in the inner defense line, helping the administration there to calm the people and do publicity work. But I heard that the Research Institute has made some achievements that helped her strengthen her superpowers. She supported her in the battle in the East District. If a breakout has already begun blocking in the Northwest, she, as a prominent figure, should be included in the first batch of escorts. If everything goes well, her life will be safe. Lin Feng nodded. From the moment he entered the Fourth Ring Road, he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Through their supernatural powers are becoming more and more obvious as the distance between them shortens. You guys can leave in about 10 minutes? Lin Feng estimated the time to see if he could take Zhang Yuner away from here directly. After all, following the main force to break out is not necessarily 100% safe. Qin who understood what he meant and shook his head. That's just an order. It's the time for the elite vanguard to attack. The main force can't move out until at least 20 minutes later. We also have to take care of the logistics and baggage transportation. There are hundreds of thousands of survivors. It will be difficult to deal with them in less than an hour or two. If you want to go find her, you can first tell us the attack route and plan, so that we can cooperate with your savior army to attack the Zerg from both sides. Lin Feng nodded and walked forward. On the map on the hanging board, he circled the locations of several Zerg nests that he had locked onto when he arrived with a black paint pen, and pointed out the specific directions to Qin Hu. These 3 places are the Zerg's nests. If we don't have time, we can just use high-yield bombs or nuclear bombs to blow them up. At present, the 3 early-stage Queen Mothers and your old rival, the 3rd-stage middle-stage Queen Mother to the south, should have arrived at the western suburbs, only 6 or 7 kilometers away from Yangsha Ridge. If they want to attack Yangtseling, they must climb over thousands of meters of mountains. Yangtseling is a natural defense area for the Zerg to go up the mountain. It is no different from attacking a city. After you quickly eliminate the Zerg nest, you can establish a defense line at this pass and directly block the Zerg's retreat. I will also deal with the high-level Queen Mother as soon as possible. If everything goes well, the southwest region and the southern regions will all be recovered before dawn tomorrow morning. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at Qin Hu and said meaningfully, "This will be an unprecedented great victory. Compared to the embarrassing breakout and escape by the Northwest, you will gain unparalleled reputation and strength." Listening to Lin Feng's plan, Qin Hu nodded, as if he was back in the Wuchen blocking battle, learning Lin Feng's proactive combat style. As for Lin Feng's subsequent reminder, Qin Hu naturally understood the deeper meaning behind it. Rely on his own telepathic guidance to quickly shuttle among the crowd. As the order was given, the entire South District became busy, and Lin Feng flashed on the buildings at lightning speed, turning into a shadow. With just a step of the toes, the distance is 100 meters. Soon he crossed the high wall of the 3rd and 2nd line of defense and arrived within the 2nd ring line. This is the true center of the federal capital city and was once the command and dispatch brain of the entire federation. Now, apart from the confused crowds, people crowded at the exit under the high walls of the defense line, the former glory is completely gone. All that was left of it from the war was a dry husk at this time. Lin Feng was standing on the high wall. The 20-kilometer search range of his telepathy was enough to cover all areas within the 2nd line of defense, even if it was blocked by a reinforced concrete wall more than 10 meters thick. Among the displayed life energy signal light sources, there are thousands of 2nd-level awakeners and countless ordinary awakeners trying to find Zhang Yun's existence. From all this is like looking for a needle in a haystack, which is obviously impossible. However, Lin Feng only needs to follow the direction of his inner throbbing and release more than 1,900 points of his own spiritual attributes to quickly confirm Zhang Yun'er's approximate location. And he was doing this now just to confirm that there were no hidden third-order awakeners in the federal capital, or some gifted second-order peak awakeners who had mastered the power of artistic conception as early as the second stage. As the owner of artistic conception, the latter already has the ability to kill high-level queen mothers, and even has the capital to compete with a king spiny worm when it enters the battlefield in the future. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but once you do, you will find many unusual things. There are about a dozen light sources, showing that the target's spiritual attributes are far stronger than the perfection level of the late second stage, and have broken through the upper limit of 1,000 and reached more than 1,000. These beings are all potential owners of artistic conception. If the degree of fusion exceeds a certain level through Zerg gene assimilation and transformation, the artistic conception trial will be automatically opened. However, according to Ting Longai's introduction, among the lower races and civilizations on the planet, some gifted evolutionary geniuses can self-perceive and condense their own unique artistic conception power. However, this state of mind cannot be passed down, and its potential is average. Only when the owner is promoted to the fourth-order cosmic life, will the state of mind be engraved in the genetic bloodline of the entire ethnic group and passed down from generation to generation. If he could meet a rare genius among these hundreds of thousands of awakened people, Lin Feng would be happy to discuss and exchange ideas with him, and obtain the other party's supernatural cells to complete and perfect his own genetic system. After confirming the light sources of these abnormal spiritual energy, Lin Feng immediately turned into a residual image and followed the direction of the sensing throbbing to look for Zhang Yun'er. Soon, he arrived at a villa complex next to a research center. One of the villas is where Zhang Yun'er was sent to be. There were patrolling awakened soldiers with guns guarding outside. And the ordinary civilian survivors nearby all avoided them, not daring to get close or act rashly. At this moment, the news about the breakout had spread, and the survivors in the city all crowded at several exits, making the once crowded central area become empty. There were signs that order was gradually breaking down. Soldiers guarding the entrances and exits not far away had fired warning shots several times to stop disputes and queue jumping. Soon after, as the last guards escort the important figures out of the city center, the entire inner city area will fall into chaos, with madness and despair shrouding the sky. Seeing the robberies, threats and violence happening in the nearby streets, Lin Feng frowned slightly, concealed his own breath, bypassed the patrolling guards outside the villa, and easily crossed the 3-meter-high wall. Enter the villa yard where Zhang Yun'er is. What surprised Lin Feng was that in addition to the perception of Zhang Yun'er's existence, there were also several first-level peak awakeners and 5 second-level awakeners. The strength of these 5 second-order awakeners is not low, and one of them has even reached a late second-order perfection. Second-level awakeners were only 1/5 as strong as himself. He would not be able to knock them all out and completely control them in a short period of time because the frontline battlefield is more dangerous this time. We need to leave the ion laser cannon there to ensure the normal use of the armor-piercing cannon and ion cannon. In addition, the Hunter King chainsaw sword is too large, so Lin Feng sneaked into the capital city without carrying any equipment. Although with his powerful strength of level 31, he can remain invincible even when facing the early stage of the third stage queen. But it is obviously impossible to solve the problem quickly without making any noise with multiple late-stage second-order awakeners. Once an unnecessary fight was triggered and the attention of nearby guards was attracted, things would become tricky. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng took advantage of the 5 second-level awakeners in the building to separate from each other and chose to escape through the side window. Following the direction of the sensation and the smell in the house, he reached the second floor of the villa and opened the door of the room that exuded Zhang Yun'er's scent. Then he saw that familiar figure, wearing a black robe that covered his body, with his back to Lin Feng, standing by the window and looking out. "You came?" Zhang Yun'er's voice came from the figure. It seemed that she had already confirmed who was coming and did not turn around to face him. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, entered the room, gently closed the door with his backhand, and asked, "Your strength, Zhang Yun'er?" LV 2929 horsepower 980, VT 900, SPR 1100 superpower awakening, mind control, can control creatures with a mental value lower than half of one's own. The total mental control limit is 1100, and the distance is 5 kilometers. Note, It has been detected that the target's body contains other high-level cells, and is not a pure-blooded human. Artistic concept, gene control. After reading the target's gene map, low-cost, long-term control can be achieved, reducing the difficulty of mind control. Possess the ability to genetically modify itself and other life forms, and can a large number of genetic hybrids. After reading the detailed introduction given by the appraisal, Lin Feng was suddenly shocked and his vigilance instantly increased. The golden armor on the arm is also under the lock of the mind, and is in a state of stimulating the whole body's functions at any time. Once there is any disturbance, it will be able to cover Lin Feng's entire body in an instant to ensure his safety. Facing Zhang Yuner, who had identified something unusual, he remembered Qin Hu's answer before they parted, saying that she had participated in the research and analysis of her own abilities at the research institute. But why has the girl in front of him become a modified hybrid similar to genetic warrior? Could it be that she has already performed Zerg cell transplantation in the laboratory of a research institute? The key is to look at the artistic conception ability she has mastered, which she has mastered is not one of the 3 artistic conceptions of spiny worms. On the contrary, it is closely related to the unlimited reproduction of the high-level Zerg queen, which is all genetic control. However, Zhang Yuner's artistic conception ability is obviously not as abnormal as that of the Queen Mother. Disadvantages of genetic modification, especially the disadvantages after the mental state was backfired. He would become a complete insect if Zhang Yuner has become like that. The only option left is to kill him completely. Besides looking for Long Yi to perform peeling and relief, Lin Feng once asked Ling Yi about this, and the other party's answer was very simple, that is, the complete assimilation of genes exceeded 50%, and more than half of the body tissues had been replaced with hybrid fusion cells. In this case, once the mental state falls into madness and loses oneself, no matter how powerful and advanced the biological technology and mental abilities mastered by the Queen Mother are, they cannot be restored to their original state. Even if he is finally rescued, he will only become an idiot or a vegetable. Lin Feng, who had already noticed something at this moment, slowly approached with nervousness. When the woman in black robe was 5 meters away from him, she suddenly raised her hand. Wait a minute, Lin Feng stopped. He knew that Zhang Yuner was not talking to him, but was stopping the 4 people outside the door. Then she slowly turned around, revealing her stunning face under the black robe and hood. In the past 2 months, Zhang Yuner's beauty has not deteriorated due to the harsh environment in the capital city. Instead, it has been further enhanced with a rapid improvement of her strength. From being as beautiful as a fairy, she has become a stunning beauty that is unparalleled in the world. Her past experiences and the current strange situation. Looking at Zhang Yuner, who was smiling and walking slowly towards him, Lin Feng spoke in a cold voice, "They injected you with the Queen Mother's cells?" Zhang Yuner was stunned, obviously not expecting Lin Feng's opening remarks to directly ask about this matter. After hesitating for a moment, the woman sat back in the chair by the window and looked out the window at the chaotic situation outside. 2 months ago, on the 3rd day after I returned here, I was discovered to have the rare psychic power of mind control. During a power check, I was then taken to the research institute for a detailed check and blood analysis, but those are normal research tests and do not restrict my personal freedom. I will still hold concerts and promotional performances as usual. Besides, with the strong support of the research institute, at least we don't have to worry about being targeted by some people with ulterior motives. Everything was fine, and I just needed to stay in the city and away from the dangerous front, until a month ago, during a battle for the suburbs of the eastern district of the capital. The eastern district defenders took advantage of the air force of the Queen Mother, who landed on the surface. The air force was weakened by land-based missiles and fighter planes, and took the opportunity to launch a high-yield nuclear bomb. Although it did not directly hit the high-level Queen Mother, it exploded about a kilometer away from it, and the power at close range also severely injured the Queen Mother. Its body was fried until it was bloody and the bones on its head and face were roasted. Although it finally escaped through the ground, the victory in that blocking battle also allowed the military to collect a lot of fresh flesh and blood tissue of high-level Mother Queens. These items were turned over to the institute. Then my nightmare began. They found that my special cell genes are highly compatible with the Queen Mother's tissue cells. The degree of integration is naturally high. It only takes a transition period for them to blend perfectly. Later, because my strength was too low and I couldn't withstand the strength of the high-level cells, they specially prepared a second-level living insect for me. After killing it, I was promoted to a second-level awakener. Then the cells gradually merged, and I became the first generation of Queen Mother gene assimilationist, also known as genetic matrix. Since then, My mind control ability has continued to grow with the help of the queen cells. I can even directly control those tier 2 zergs that rush into the front line from behind the battlefield, including the second level warrior hunter bugs. These are monsters that are a mixture of human bugs and genetic warriors. After I absorb the genes of the tiger spine bugs, I can directly seize the control of the queen mother over them on the front line, so I soon accumulated enough kills to reach the level of late stage 2. However, during a frontline support mission, I faced a mid-stage rank 3 queen mother over a dozen kilometers away. Then he passed out on the spot. I fell into the spiritual world of the queen mother, where I experienced the terrible Zerg sacrificial rituals and saw the great Zerg god, the mother of life. Originally, my spiritual consciousness was about to be torn apart by the energy storm, but the middle stage mother queen who was looking at me suddenly appeared in the ritual world and rescued me. She told me that it was the queen mother's artistic conception world. A test of artistic conception. Only by gaining the approval of the mother of life could one master it and have the opportunity to advance to the third stage. She also told me a lot of things, including the past of the Zerg, the future of Blue Planet, and humanity is doomed to extinction. As she spoke, 3 centipede-like insect limbs slowly stretched out from under Zhang Yun'er's black robe. The spikes and ends on both sides of the limbs flashed with golden light. Then, a strong and sharp spiritual energy came out, spread out instantly. Chapter 235, Killing, Rebels, Sacrifice and Purpose. Sorry, that doesn't work on me. With the LV-30 golden armor instantly covering his entire body, Lin Feng, who had transformed into Golden Warrior, spoke softly. Zhang Yun'er's identification status immediately appeared in front of him. Zhang Yun'er, LV-2929, Genetic Mother Horsepower 980, VT 900, SPR 1100 Superpower Awakening, Mind Control Artistic Concept, Gene Control, Gene Theft, Gene Control, Gene Fusion. The target activates the gene to control the power of the state of mind, temporarily gaining a plus 50% additional gain in mental attribute value. The current upper limit of the spiritual attribute value is 1,650 points, which is far lower than the host's 2,400 plus. The control of the artistic conception failed. Feeling the strong and sharp spiritual energy enveloping his surroundings, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Although the opponent's direct control has failed, the mental influence still exists, but it is far less profound and powerful than that of the Queen Mother. In the eyes of Lin Feng, who was familiar with the Queen Mother's attacks, the gap between the two was like that between a child and an adult. In addition, he himself had already reached level 31, so they could not be compared at all. So after whispering this, Lin Feng did not give the opponent any room to launch a up plane. He directly burst out his own powerful physical attribute of 1.9k and pounced forward fiercely. After pushing Zhang Yun'er to the ground, he tore off the 3 long Zerg tails with glowing serrations that stretched out from under her black robe. The huge palm wrapped in golden armor had a gripping force of up to 200 tons. Before Lin Feng could exert much strength, the 3 segmented long tails were all crushed by it. As the energy-releasing synapses with golden light appeared above, they gradually died out after losing their energy source. Zhang Yun'er suddenly let out a roar that was not like a human voice at this time. The 4 second-stage mid-stage awakeners who had been driven away before, after feeling the energy fluctuations coming from inside the house and Zhang Yun'er's screams, broke into the house one after another and ran towards the Golden Warrior who was pressing the woman under him. Lin Feng glanced sideways and saw that these 4 extremely powerful awakeners were obviously not pure-blooded humans, but modified genetic warriors. Because the arms they exposed evolved into sharp bony blades, just like Shenji at the beginning, they had entered the assimilation state of the tiger-backed worm. If Lin Feng had not yet entered the 3rd stage and did not have weapons and equipment, he would not be able to kill these assimilated monsters that actually possessed the strength of the late 2nd stage in a short period of time. But now Lin Feng is already a high-level awakener of level 31. Even without the blessing of the golden armor, his physical strength and power with bare hands far exceed any 2nd-level life form. Even when facing a 2nd-level peak tiger spine worm, he can kill it easily. At this moment, wearing the golden armor, Lin Feng can kill these human insect monsters more unscrupulously without worrying about getting injured. At this moment, facing 4 genetic warriors swinging 2-meter-long solid bone blades at him from different directions, Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. 200 tons of force, coupled with an attack speed faster than the sound, is like a missile hitting the target's brain directly. At the moment of contact, the target's nose bridge exploded, and then the eyeballs burst like bubbles. The bones of the face broke one after another, and the brain, protected by the solid skull speed, was directly squeezed into a pool of thick pulp on his body, only subsided when he sank into the second wall of the living room. The headless corpse was embedded in the wall, its limbs limp and lifeless, and at the same time while this was happening, Lin Feng's second punch had already locked onto another person next to him. Then he activated the absolute defense of the golden armor and combined it with the power of the king insect to shock the three people in front of him. Relying on the absolute defense energy shield, he locked the bone blades that they swung at him, taking advantage of the half-second when the enemy was stunned. Lin Feng's iron fist with the power to break the wind had already landed on the head of the second genetic warrior. Then, without any hesitation, he turned around and punched twice more. In just 1 second, the 4 genetic warriors who were comparable to the late second stage fully awakened ones were turned into 4 headless corpses, deeply embedded in the surrounding walls. The house was covered in blood and limbs were scattered everywhere. After dealing with these small fry, Lin Feng turned around expressionlessly and looked at Zhang Yuner, who was under his feet. The woman's abdomen was firmly pressed by the armor and she was completely unable to break free. She could only use the sharp claws on her hands to frantically scratch the golden armor on Lin Feng's legs. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't shake Lin Feng at all. Her sharp nails scratched the surface of the armor, and even if her claws broke, she couldn't leave even a scratch. Lin Feng saw that her face was hideous, with insect patterns on it, and her eyes were bloodshot, just like the 4 genetic warriors who had just been killed by his punch. It can be seen that their genetic assimilation is very deep. It is so deep that mentally, his thinking has become extremely distorted, and he even identifies himself as a bug more than his original human identity. The patrolling guards outside heard the noise and rushed over. They saw only blood and broken corpses on the ground, and the leader had disappeared. Report to the higher-ups, something went wrong. A few seconds later, on the 200-meter-high wall of the second line of defense, a golden figure whooshed and landed on it. Lin Feng threw the woman he was holding down. Zhang Yuner rolled twice on the ground and stopped at the edge of the 10-meter-wide wall, almost falling down. How many people have you infected and assimilated? Lin Feng opened his visor and asked in a cold voice. Since Zhang Yuner is able to control 4 mid-stage second-level genetic warriors, it means that her status and power in the capital city are at the top level. In other words, the person this guy controls is definitely not an ordinary awakened person. The woman coughed twice and vomited out the gastric blood that was blocking her throat. She supported herself on the ground with her elbows, raised her head and looked at the man in front of her with a face full of anger and resentment. This was the first and only man in her life. Ahem. Do you think there is still hope for humanity? And they did this voluntarily. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Who are they? Including the top leaders in the entire capital? Zhang Yuner wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and sneered with disdain. Of course, they took the initiative to find me. After I completed the awakening of my artistic conception, my spiritual consciousness entered the spiritual world of the global queen. The queen who saved me told me that when I enter the 3rd stage in the future, I will be able to become one of them, and this is also the only way out for mankind, the only way to survive. Accept the Zerg, integrate into the Zerg, and become part of the great Zerg. Shut up and get to the point. Lin Feng interrupted impatiently. He was tired of hearing these things. Only the weak will find excuses to survive and believe in something illusory, but what is even more tragic is those who truly believe in it. For example, the person in front of me. Zhang Yuner was stunned for a moment, and shrank back under the pressure of the fierce and ferocious aura of the man in front of her. The 3rd stage middle stage queen of the East District instructed me to look for human believers in the capital city who are willing to surrender to the Zerg and believe in the Zerg god, especially those upper-class humans who are in high positions and do not want to die in vain in the city. However, what I didn't expect was that after I woke up, the high-ranking officials who had kept a distance from me after knowing my special ability, sent people to visit me in the name of condolence to see if I could contact the high-ranking officials of the Zerg, namely the Supreme Commander of the Zerg, the Controller of the Zerg, the only high-ranking Zerg, the Queen Mother. Speaking of this, Zhang Yuner showed a hint of pride, so I took advantage of the situation and agreed. As I revealed the news that the Zerg Queen was willing to accept them, this group of people seemed to be even happier than I thought. At a secret dinner party, we secretly formed the insect god cult. The dinner was a freshly dead second-level tiger-backed worm corpse. After they ate the worm meat one by one, I personally used my supernatural powers to purify the toxins from them, but in fact, I used the artistic conception ability I mastered to transform them into hybrid species with human. Worm genes. The insect god cult has grown stronger since then. I can even feel that I have become the queen of the Zerg and the queen of humanity, and those transformed Zerg gene hybrids are the second-level Zerg under my command." Jiang Yuner took a deep breath, obviously very satisfied with her efforts and enjoying the results very much. After taking a breath, she looked at the gradually chaotic order in the capital city and continued, "During this period, your friend, General Qin Hu, who is in charge of defending the southern theater, has repeatedly proposed that all awakened soldiers undergo genetic modification surgery. I am very happy about this. After all, our potential believers will increase greatly. However, those senior leaders who have become hybrids do not seem to be interested in this. It was not until General Qin Hu sent his subordinates many times to decapitate the high-ranking officials in other fronts and the second defense line that I realized the genetic warriors under his command, including himself, are not the same as us. They simply borrow the perfect genes of the Zerg to improve their own strength, so that they can better repel the Zerg offensive and drag the war to a point that is beneficial to humans. Moreover, he has a large number of late-stage second-level warriors under his command. I cannot control them. Even the mid-stage third-level Queen Mother finds it very difficult to control them powerful hybrids. If these genetic warriors choose to fight the Zerg to the end, they will become a major obstacle for us to integrate into the Zerg, so they must be eradicated as soon as possible." So the entire South District was excluded from the final plan. And with so many awakeners, I think the Zerg Queen in the East District. Wait? Lin Feng's face turned cold. He interrupted Jiang Yuner's chattering, and asked, "What final plan?" "A breakout plan in the Northwest." Jiang Yuner's face changed slightly, realizing that she had accidentally let out a secret that she shouldn't have revealed. She quickly followed Lin Feng's words and nodded, "That's right. This is a long-planned breakout plan by the top federal officials outside. Because the southern region is not well received and is too far from the northwest breakthrough point, we plan to arrange them as a rearguard blocking force. This will not only consume the strength of Qin Hu and others, but also ensure that most of the soldiers and human survivors." Lin Feng had keenly sensed the other party's emotional changes. He didn't believe her words at all and walked forward slowly. Jiang Yuner's face turned pale. She retreated backwards, away from the edge of the high wall, trying to find a way out. What are you going to do? You killed the Queen Mother in the south, right? Since you already have high-level strength, why do you still come to work for humans? You should know that they have betrayed you many times. As long as you integrate the powerful genes of the Zerg, you will become stronger, and even have a higher status in the Zerg than me. Then, ruling the entire Federation will not be a problem. You can still save humanity and prevent billions of survivors in the safe zone from being destroyed. We can join forces, just like we did before." Cough cough. While he was trying to persuade her, Lin Feng had already grabbed Jiang Yuner's neck tightly and lifted her up. Lin Feng then took two forward and left the woman hanging in the air outside the high wall. As long as he let go, given the height of his feet, even if Jiang Yuner is a second-level peak awakener, he will fall to the ground and be seriously injured and near death due to his weak physique. Lin Feng's eyes were cold and he spoke without any emotion. "Tell me, what is your real plan?" "Ahem, loosen up." Jiang Yuner struggled desperately, trying to pry open Lin Feng's hands that were strangling her. As her brain gradually lost nutrient supply, she began to feel dizzy and her limbs gradually became weak. Lin Feng realized that there must be some secrets hidden behind this, otherwise Jiang Yuner, as the genetic mother and the spokesperson of the Zerg Queen, it is impossible to stay until now. We should have followed the main force and evacuated the city long ago. After threatening her, Lin Feng threw her onto the city wall. You can hear a snap, the crisp sound of bones breaking. The intense pain and strong stimulation brought the almost unconscious Jiang Yuner back to reality until he saw Lin Feng's raised iron foot. That he endured the pain and quickly spoke. The plan is the ultimate sacrifice plan. It is also my only chance to become the Queen Mother. Front, as a sacrifice to summon the insect god to come. Inside the city walls and throughout the city, there are Zerg hives. Once activated, they will begin to frantically absorb and devour all nearby biomass to accumulate the energy needed to carry out the ritual. In the world of the insect god, the Great Mother of Life will personally grant me the divine blood gene to become the queen of the insect race, and completely transform me into a true queen. Then I will go to the rear base, recruit more believers, save more humans, and let all the survivors live a good life under the guidance of the great insect god. Lin Feng took a breath of cold air. The Queen Mother of Yangshan Mountain was able to summon the arrival of the divine domain at the cost of a hatching nest. The federal capital in front of us was filled with millions of survivors, as well as 150,000 soldiers who were originally going to be the rear guard, and tens of thousands of awakened ones. Such a huge price obviously cannot be an ordinary domain release, and it must involve deeper purposes. You are the one who presides over this ceremony? Lin Feng stared at the woman, his eyes wide open with anger as if he wanted to eat someone. Jiang Yuna shook her head in fear. She felt a real threat of death. God damn it. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse angrily. He had already confirmed the real purpose of this sacrifice that you developed are the upper echelons of the rebel tribe. Are there any high-ranking members of the Federation from outside among them? Jiang Yuna shook her head. No. When I completed the State Awakening, the Zerg had already surrounded the capital. No one could escape, and even if they did, they would be strictly checked. After all, there have been cases where Zerg mothers have parasitized humans and infiltrated high-level organizations to steal intelligence. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If this plan to go north to provide assistance was also within the Queen Mother's calculations, then he should definitely not stay here for long and must return to Yangtzeling as soon as possible. After understanding what he wanted to know and the causes and consequences of all this, Lin Feng waved his hand and turned it into a knife. Before Jiang Yuna could react, he hit her neck hard. The force was so great that it was enough to shatter the entire cervical vertebrae and the internal nerves. Jiang Yuna's whole body collapsed to the ground like a rotten corpse. Her consciousness was directly shielded from the severe pain caused by the ruptured nerves. Lin Feng's attacks were extremely severe. As a genetic mother at the peak of the second level and possessing some of the Queen Mother's blood, Jiang Yuna's self-healing ability is no less than that of a third-level early awakener. As long as the brain is not damaged, injuries of this degree can heal on their own within 3 or 4 hours. And now, Lin Feng turned around slowly and saw the crowd hugs of people blocking the exits of the first and second lines of defense in the entire capital city. Decided to do my last bit. Chapter 236, High Walls, Dilemma, Believers and Buddha. The golden giant turned into a stream of light and rushed towards several exits at the foot of the high wall in the northwest. There gathered a large number of civilian survivors, including some enhanced humans and even ordinary First-Order Awakeners. After more than 2 months of fierce battles, there are very few ordinary people in the capital city now. The worst are enhanced people of level 2 or 3 or above. As long as you go to the front line to clean up the battlefield, or guard the cave entrance for the rotating soldiers, you can get good results. The life energy contained in these millions of people is actually not low, even though Lin Feng had accidentally saved the entire 150,000 elite troops in the south, allowing the important awakened people in the sacrificial ceremony to be the first to stay away from the dangerous inner city area. But with more than 2 or 3 million people, there is still the possibility for the ceremony to take place and even succeed by then, once a third-stage late-stage Zerg Queen is born in the north. Even if the entire Salvation Army under Lin Feng was stationed in the northern region, they would have to retreat when facing the attack of the late Third-Order Queen Mother. Long Gai once said that a late-stage Third-Order Queen Mother possesses the ability to directly hatch other Third-Order life forms. Although these Third-Order life forms have to rely on themselves to obtain the artistic conception inheritance, they are far stronger than late-stage Second-Order Awakeners. With large-scale hatching and synthesis, mass-produced third-order giant insects will sweep across the entire north, and even go directly south to capture the rich river basins. At this moment, less than 3 months away from the apocalyptic outbreak of the Zerg invasion, a late-stage third-order queen is about to be born. This is the situation that Lin Feng is most reluctant to see, and it is also a situation that the entire human race cannot accept. The sacrificial ceremony must be disrupted as soon as possible to disperse the wandering and crowded crowd. Lin Feng ran and felt lucky that he followed the call of his instinct and came to check on Jiang Yuna's condition. Otherwise, such an important event would be missed and the sacrificial ceremony would be delayed. But now, including the rush to get here, the capture of Jiang Yuna, and the subsequent interrogation, 20 minutes have been consumed, and there is only the last half an hour before the outbreak of the multi-empire battle in Yangtzeling. Including the 10 minutes it takes to return from here, Lin Feng only has 20 minutes at most to resolve the issue. It was a pity that the 2 weapons in his hands were all left at the front line of Yangtzeling without their help. It would be difficult for Lin Feng to destroy the more than 10-meter thick defense wall with his bare hands and then disperse the crowd. Damn it! Lin Feng arrived in the southwest direction and looked at the huge crowd of people below him. The soldiers guarding the city gate had obviously been instructed to conduct body and luggage searches on the pretext of being Zerg spies. This will delay time and reduce the speed at which people leave. There are only 3 entrances and exits in this direction, each of which is about 4 meters wide and can accommodate 2 security check lines at the same time. About 2 people passed per second, for a total of 6 people. Under ideal circumstances, only about 20,000 people can pass through in an hour. It is normal to evacuate the crowds at the closing of a normal large-scale event, but now the number of people crowding outside the entrances and exits is more than 1 million. If this goes on, I won't be able to finish the race in 2 days. Not to mention that there is less than an hour or 2 left. Once the eastern defense line evacuates, the Zerg entrenched in the east of the capital city will march straight in under the command of the 3rd stage mid-stage Queen Mother. Countless swarms of insects will fill the empty spaces between each circle of defense lines, and then surround the entire inner city of the first payment, trapping millions of unarmed survivors to death in this circle. By then, even if Lin Feng drove a colonial mecha and led his Salvation Army, he could only look up at the giant wall of 100 or 200 meters high in size. The high wall that protects humans from danger eventually becomes a prison that traps and kills people. There is always a sense of inexplicable irony. Lin Feng, standing at the entrance, looked back. We saw that there was a 3-kilometer urban area distance between the 2nd and 3rd lines of defense, and more than 10 kilometers between the 3rd and 4th and 5th lines of defense. A feeling of powerlessness suddenly came over me. Regardless of whether he could widen the entrance and exit to allow as many people as possible to have a chance of survival, the 3 circles behind alone were 15 kilometers long, with 4 lines of high walls. The fate of this group of people is already determined. The Zerg only need to cut off their escape routes from the outside. The survivors will die in the capital city sooner or later. The enemy began planning how to maximize the benefits for the abandoned survivors. This so-called sacrificial ceremony was their token of allegiance to the Zerg Queen. A late-stage 3rd Order Queen Mother is enough to protect them and allow them to continue to survive in the apocalypse. Not to mention that after escaping, they can still be of use by hiding in the safe zone in the rear. In order to achieve their goal, they did not notify the civilians in advance and evacuated them. If it had been a few days earlier, when he decided to go north to provide assistance, he would have started transferring the survivors to the outer defense line in batches, and Lin Feng would not be so passive at this moment. Having said that, we should still try what we should try and not just sit there and wait. Lin Feng also had extreme thoughts, such as killing all these survivors her hands, even if she killed many people. As long as she left behind usable corpses and biomass, it would still be useful to the Queen Mother. The only way to quickly exterminate this group of people and completely crush them is to pour a large amount of liquid fuel on them, then set them on fire and burn them directly into charcoal. It was impossible for Lin Feng to do such a ruthless thing. Wouldn't it be better to use so much fuel to build a firewall to block the Zerg invasion? You can also use vehicles to speed up the evacuation of survivors. Time passed like this, with ideas and plans being proposed and rejected one by one. Lin Feng stood on the high wall, frowning as he stared at the crowds of people jostling and shoving at his feet, looking at faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. All living beings are still unaware of the impending end they will face, which will be an endless abyss that is 10,000 times more terrifying than death. They will become part of the hives and will never be able to escape. Just as Lin Feng was trying hard to think of a way out of the impasse, suddenly, at a certain moment, he saw a slightly familiar face among the huge crowd. At this moment, a strong impulse surged in my heart. Because the person he saw was one of the 3 charlatans he encountered in the north suburbs of Jincheng. The first person Lin Feng saw was the fake monkey's bald head and fat body, make him easily recognizable among the crowd. This guy, and the leader of the trio, the young Taoist priest, said after being driven out of Jincheng by him that he would come to the federal capital to look for other so-called destined people. Now that he is here, it means the other 2 are here too. Thinking of the so-called doomsday cult of the other party, it seems to be exactly the same as the insect cult founded by Jan Yuner with the support of the Zerg Queen, except for the different objects of worship. They are similar now. More than a month has passed, and this group of guys can still appear here, which means they entered the city long before the Queen Mother surrounded the capital. More than a month of development time. Lin Feng was not surprised that with this group of guys' ability to play tricks, they developed tens or even hundreds of thousands of followers and the spiritual power of faith. After being absorbed and infused by the fake monk's special ability, was passed on to the young Taoist leader of the trio, let alone breaking through the second stage's upper limit of 1,000. Lin Feng felt that it was very possible to reach the level of perfection in the initial stage of the third stage. If this is the case, with the other party's powerful abilities, he will definitely be able to detect any abnormalities in the city. Now that Long Ai is not around, he cannot offer any advice. Perhaps these people stayed here because they already had a plan to break the impasse? Lin Feng murmured to himself for a while. Since he had no idea at the moment, he might as well ask them. After making up his mind, the tiny figure standing on the high wall disappeared with a whoosh. The next moment, a young man wearing black sportswear and a circle of golden arm guards on his arms suddenly appeared in the crowded crowd outside the entrance. At this moment, more and more people in the city began to rush towards the entrances and exits. Seeing this, many smart people would rather take a detour, walk 4 or 5 kilometers, and go to the exit under the defense wall. Then they have to go around a big circle and finally catch up with the breakout troops in the northwest direction to have a chance of escaping. Lin Feng concealed his breath, let down his folded sleeves to cover the golden arm guard on his arm so as not to attract attention, and then blended into the crowd and approached the place where the fake monk was without making any noise. Eavesdropped on their conversation from a distance of 100 meters in the extremely noisy environment. Lord Buddha, the threat has come to report that the leader of that group of pagans has suddenly disappeared. The scene was very bloody. All the second-level Jin warriors who were responsible for protecting her died tragically. It is estimated that they were attacked by a group of powerful people. They suspect it has something to do with General Qin in the South District. The monk fake who is revered as the Lord Buddha smiled even more. Okay, God is helping our religion. I will go and tell the son of prophecy about this news. I'll leave this place to you when the time is right. Launch an operation to seize the entrance and exit checkpoints, release our believers, and leave in advance. A great disaster is coming. Believe in God's teachings and you will find a way to survive. After saying that, the fake monk slowly stood up. He was actually about 2 meters and 5 centimeters tall. With fat on his waist and belly that extended above his knees, he wore a Buddhist robe that he had stolen from somewhere, but it could barely cover up his fat body. Before, Lin Feng saw that he was only about 1.8 meters tall, and as big as a pumpkin under the cassock. He thought he was just that tall, but he didn't expect that he had expanded to this height after not seeing him for a month. When the people nearby saw this giant that looked like a Buddha statue, they all looked at him in surprise and stepped back. There are countless awakened people in the capital city, and many of them have very special abilities, such as fire, ice, etc. There are also many who can change their body shape like the fake monk. You'll get used to it after seeing it so many times. In addition, although the other party has a kind face, the strong aura he exudes makes him not easy to mess with. As the fake monk left in a conspicuous manner, the results of the identification also emerged in Lin Feng's eyes. Lord Buddha, LV 2929 horsepower 980, VT 910, SPR 990 superpower awakening, mind grab spiritual grab, can extract 40% of the spiritual energy of nearby peers and use it for yourself, or output it to designated peer. Note: the extraction and output of spiritual energy requires both parties to voluntarily accept it, and will bring about a cost of mental fatigue or excessive physical burden. Note: the target is constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of the people nearby. The body has accumulated more than 1,500 spiritual energy points. The additional spiritual attribute reserve value is plus 1,500. After reading the other party's attribute appraisal, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. It turned out that this capital city was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The trio had only been here for more than a month, and they had upgraded several times faster than most awakeners, although it is also related to the intensity of the battle here. In order to advance to the late second stage, one must actually kill more than 50 second stage zergs. It seems that the strength of the 3 charlatans has been raised to an incredible level due to the faith and offerings of their believers. After all, physical constitution can be quickly restored by eating and drinking enough, but the awakened ones, especially those with superpowers, have depleted spiritual energy, which can only be replenished through deep brain hibernation. This means that with the help of the fake monk, one only needs to grab the spiritual energy of a large number of believers to ensure that he and the top leaders of the cult have a steady supply of energy to invest in the development of the church and frontline fighting. Especially when the 3-person team cooperates with each other. They only need to use their spiritual energy to continuously deduce, and they can even achieve a 100% predictive effect of avoiding disasters and seeking blessings, and understanding the pros and cons. No wonder the young Taoist priest was determined to jump into the fire pit of the federal capital. Because there is no other place in the world that can gather so many survivors, and because of the threat of death, the urgency of seeking spirituality sustenance in this high-pressure environment has led to a crazy increase in their followers. Moreover, due to the turbulent situation, those in power had no intention of investigating and suppressing them at this moment. Lin Feng, who was following the fake monk and looking into the distance, had a flash of golden light in his eyes and the telepathy released. The bright light source displayed by the other party was seen, like the mouth of a siphon, absorbing almost imperceptible traces of energy from the dim light sources of the nearby believers as the fake monk gained more and more fat. But the fat was as light as a feather and he did not feel bloated when he walked. The surface of the skin is also crystal clear, like the texture of mutton. Fat Jade. Lin Feng knew that fat was where he stored his spiritual energy. He is like a hard-working bee collecting honey after inhaling the brew. He brings clear and sweet spiritual nectar to the queen bee of the hive. Unfortunately, the price of doing so is to overdraw most of its vitality. Just like a power bank, it has a limited service life because of the repeated charging and discharging process. The fake monk was out of breath after walking a few steps. His tiredness was not from the weight of his fat body, but from the mental burden of maintaining his supernatural powers. He looked back from time to time and exchanged glances with his second-level awakeners who were secretly protecting him nearby. After confirming that he was not being followed, he sneaked into a secret manor in the capital city. This used to be a private golf course. Not only is it surrounded by mountains and water, with green grass on the edge of the land, it also has a high-end castle villa very suitable for the development of religion. Normally, even if thousands or tens of thousands of believers gather together, the place will not feel crowded. Lin Feng hid behind a tree and knocked out those second-level awakeners when he was far away from the crowd. The fake monk looked back and saw no sign of the guard, and then met the second important person of the trio, a blind fortune teller sitting on the second-floor balcony, basking in the sun. Human, LV 2929, extremely weak horsepower 550, VT 850, SPR 990. Superpower awakening, glimpse of destiny. Glimpse into destiny. Consume a certain amount of spiritual energy in your own vitality to calculate the probability of a certain event happening. Note, using this ability will consume your vitality permanently. Each activation will reduce your upper limit of health. Please use it with caution. Note, this ability can confirm what may happen in the past, present, and future. Evaluation, for a person who can predict fate. He cannot see his own destiny and his last attempt to peek into fate at the cost of his life is inevitable. The blind fortune teller has been overdrawn so badly. Where is that young Taoist priest, Zhang Xianming? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. Zhang Xianming, Void Observation, Psychic Ascension. The fake monk entered the gray and white castle-style villa and didn't see anything unusual. After a while Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, hid far away in a forest, and chose to stay put for the time being. After the battle at Zhang Yun'er's villa, Lin Feng learned his lesson and cautiously did not move forward. After all, the opponent could use his limit-breaking spiritual attributes and artistic conception to discover his infiltration and advance. There was no reason why the more powerful trio of charlatans couldn't detect him at close range. Even without using telepathy at this moment, Lin Feng could sense the spiritual energy emanating from the castle villa, which was not much different from that of the Queen Mother in the early stage of the third stage. So for the sake of caution, he planned to wait for the fake monk to report Zhang Yun'er's capture and disappearance, and then take him down when he came out. Just like last time, he would first ask him for some information about the sacrificial ceremony. However, after waiting for a long time, the fake monk did not come out. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Could it be that the other party had accidentally noticed his following? While I was wondering, the blind fortune teller with gray hair sitting in a wheelchair was suddenly pushed back into the room. Then, an ordinary believer in white clothes walked out from the big villa. He was only at the initial level of the first stage. He walked straight towards where Lin Feng was less than 100 meters away from Lin Feng. He calmly stopped and spoke loudly. Shenzi said, "It's hot outside. Go sit inside, Mr. Lin. The divine cult has been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Feng walked out of the woods with a look of doubt on his face. Looked at the respectful man in front of him, then looked at the castle villa in the distance, and said with a slightly complicated expression, "Led the way." Following him into the villa, the moment the door opened, Lin Feng could feel a spiritual energy filling the house, just like when Zhang Yuner tried to mobilize the artistic conception to attack him before. However, the spiritual energy lingering around him did not have much impact on Lin Feng, nor was it aimed at him. It's more like an experiment in some kind of energy release. The construction pattern of the entire castle is like an energy signal tower, with layers upon layers, converging into a point at the top of the castle spire above his head. At this moment, there was not only the fake monk sitting on the stage with a kind face, but also the blind fortune teller who had just been pushed in, and the leader of the trio that Lin Feng feared the most, the young Taoist priest, Zhang Xianming. The spiritual energy that enveloped the entire villa was continuously released from him. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and the identification skills that appeared in his eyes were always loading. This abnormal phenomenon would only occur when identifying a target that was higher than one's own strength. "I told you, we'll meet again." Zhang Xianming smiled and spoke softly. Lin Feng walked forward slowly, his expression normal. "To make a long story short, since you are paying attention to the so-called insect god cult, you should also know what they are planning." As he spoke, Lin Feng's tone became more serious. "It won't be long before the Eastern Defense Line's defenders completely evacuate. What countermeasures do you have? If we delay until the high-level Queen Mother leads the Zerg under her command to surround the outer circle of the capital city." Hearing Lin Feng's question, Zhang Xianming, who was wearing a black and white Taoist robe, nodded. "The leader of the insect god cult is indeed in your hands. She is a key figure in this conspiracy. Losing her can delay a lot of time." Lin Feng frowned slightly. "It has nothing to do with her. As long as the high-level Queen Mother surrounds the capital, the sacrificial ceremony can be activated in the end. The really damnable and troublesome people are the group of high-ranking officials in the capital who escaped." Zhang Xianming maintained a calm smile. "Some of them are still staying in the city, planning to cooperate with the insect god cult leader to successfully initiate the god summoning ritual. I don't know if it's the so-called fanaticism of converts. These idiots who betrayed their race still fantasize that the gods of other races will grant them miracles. Without reaching a high level, even God's gift will be a disaster." Lin Feng nodded. Although he was against Zhang Xianming's mysterious attitude, what he said was very right. Don't worry about that. For now was not enough to repel the insect swarm, so they could only start from the survivors. For example, some evil skill that can directly refine millions of survivors. Zhang Xianming shook his head this time and admitted, "The strength of a mid-stage third-order queen is much stronger than ours. If it is just an early-stage third-order Queen Mother, there is still room for maneuver. Now that multiple queens are attacking, they are surrounding the 5th and 4th defense lines from different directions. It is equivalent to putting several circles of isolation belts around the capital city. Even if there are still tens of thousands of awakened people, it will be difficult to fight their way out." Lin Feng twitched his lips, thinking that these guys didn't have any special tricks, and replied in a teasing tone, "If that's the case, why are you still staying here with your followers? Aren't you afraid that you will also be killed by the insect swarm?" Zhang Xianming spread his hands and spoke slowly. "Such a large-scale sacrificial ceremony, covering an area of 20 kilometers, is something that even a mid-level third-order Queen Mother cannot accomplish. That's why we need the insect god cult leader to help control her from both inside and outside. Now that she's under your control, it will give us more time to proceed to the next step. Eliminate the Zerg spies hidden in the city, the Zerg mothers disguised as humans, and the several living altars they set up with the rebellious high-ranking officials of the capital. We are too weak. The enemies are all genetic warriors contaminated by Zerg blood both in numbers and individual strength. They are far stronger than human awakeners. I need your help to solve these problems. As long as we stop the sacrificial ritual, we can gain more chances of survival." After hearing Zhang Xianming's plan, Lin Feng gradually realized that the other party had taken him into account. Obviously, his prophetic skills were further enhanced. Fortunately, although this ability is extremely powerful, it does not have strong offensive capabilities and is only at the ceiling level of auxiliary capabilities. Killing is not a problem even if it's a peak second-level Zerg or a human awakener. I can kill it with one strike. The key point is, the Zerg mother has a human appearance as a cover, and it has the ability to conceal its breath and whereabouts. Only Zerg of the same species, such as genetically modified or awakened ones, can sense it nearby. Without accurate and real-time reconnaissance means, how can we lock down all of them in a short period of time within the more than 200 square kilometers of the second line of defense? Could it be that the informants and spies you have planted have already followed and collected all the intelligence? Lin Feng then asked. He also knew that as long as this matter was resolved, it would at least delay the situation for a few hours to a few days, and then he could notify Kinhu and open a passage to break out to the south. Moreover, the middle stage Mother Queen did not dare to go down directly. After all, humans still had the nuclear bomb, a powerful weapon. Without the spies and flags in the city, working together from inside and outside to help them complete the ritual, these life-conscious queens would definitely not land on the surface. They could only use the delaying tactic of besieging the city, gradually digging out an underground tunnel leading to the city, and then arranging the ceremony. Otherwise, the federal high-ranking officials in the outer circle who were not controlled would see that millions of survivors were about to be sacrificed and refined by the Zerg and become nutrients for the Queen Mother's promotion. They will definitely launch nuclear bombs at all costs. This is a battle of information asymmetry. Sacrificial ceremony goes smoothly, even if they need to use nuclear bombs to wipe out the area. The responsibility of millions of survivors being abandoned by traitors, and the Zerg Queen being promoted to the late third stage after the defeat, are both things that the Federation cannot bear now. The former would be a loss of reputation and weaken the Federation's control over local forces, while the latter would lead to the loss of future living space for mankind. However, it is also difficult to deal with the Zerg's internal accomplices. This group of second-level Zerg mothers are basically equivalent to the clones of the high-level Queen Mother, but they are not as emotionally rich as Lingai. What's more, at the beginning, Longai was also very dull. It was not until he followed Lin Feng to study in human society that he gradually evolved human habits. The most important function of the Zerg mother is to transform into node mother through symbiosis with a biological mother nest. It can continue to use the concept of infinite reproduction and cooperate with a queen mother under the ground to accomplish this large-scale and wide-ranging sacrificial summons. Now, this group of camouflaged and hidden Zerg mother bodies have sneaked in among the millions of survivors, and are still on the move, avoiding the enemy, looking for human gathering points, and preparing to release the power of artistic conception. Lin Feng had used telepathy skills before, but was unable to detect any clues. This was unless he let Zhang Yuna restore the arthropod tail and then used her artistic conception to conduct a large-scale scan and identification. But this girl has been bewitched by the Queen Mother and the group of rebels and has completely believed them. Lin Feng estimated that even if he threatened her with death, she would not cooperate sincerely. If this road is blocked, the person in front of you will be the only one left. This Taoist priest who pretends to be a ghost, together with the other two people, forms a trio of charlatans. Can they perfectly coordinate their supernatural powers to predict and calculate the target's location in real time? After Lin Feng asked this question, he looked directly at the blind fortune teller next to Zhang Xianming. Although this guy was very weak last time, he was still able to hold on to the dog-beating stick and keep up with the departing team when we met again this time. Unlike the other two who were full of vigor and vitality, he looked like he was about to die. He is clearly a LV-29 awakener of the late second stage, but his health attribute is only a little more than half of the normal level of the same stage. Coupled with a strong mental attribute of 990, he has to maintain the double high pressure of physical and mental, which is simply unbearable for his already overdrawn vitality. This time, he would use his ability to see destiny to speculate and confirm the location of the Zerg mother body. Lin Feng estimated that after this incident, the fortune teller's remaining life would be over. At this time, Zhang Xianming followed Lin Feng's gaze and understood the other party's worry, that the blind man might not be able to complete the mission. So he lightly spoke, "Don't worry, it's such a small matter, there's no need for the fortune teller to worry about it, things of the moment must naturally be resolved in the moment." After saying that, Zhang Xianming, who was sitting on the mat in front of the stage, slowly stood up under the gaze of everyone, reached into the sleeve of his Taoist robe, took out a pair of hanging headphones, and threw it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took it and was a little hesitant. Zhang Xianming explained, "These are the introductory headphones that the temple tour guides bring to tourists. This time, I, a local, will introduce Mr. Lin to the customs and culture of the capital. The headphones have been modified. The signal tower on the roof can cover an area of more than 20 kilometers. Put them on and listen to me tell you the location of the target. Get rid of the Zerg mother body first. As for those living altars, let the believers destroy them." After saying that, Zhang Xianming took a deep breath, looked at the fake monk on his right, bowed his head and saluted. "Good work." The fake monk then slowly stood up from the ground, shook off his fat body, and walked behind the Taoist priest. Then he raised his huge hands and covered Zhang Xianming's head and shoulders. Then he activated his mind-grabbing ability. Lin Feng had felt in Zhang Yun'er's villa before. It was even comparable to the mental shock he endured when facing the Queen Mother of Shanghai Yangxiling. Soon, after the spiritual energy dissipated into the interior of the villa, it stopped expanding and began to shrink continuously, all returning to Zhang Xianming's body. At this moment, the sleeves of the young Taoist robe floated up, and ripples of light could be seen refracted around his body due to the fluctuations of energy. His face and body surface also gradually became blurred due to the continuous increase of spiritual energy. He was like an unstable ball of energy, or a compressed high-energy explosion. He looked extremely unstable, just like a magnetic storm bomb, and could explode at any time due to uncontrollable conditions. Until now, the identification skill that Lin Feng had been reading finally showed the result. Zhang Xianming, LV 2929 horsepower 990, VT 990, SPR 3.5K superpower awakening, profit, consume a large amount of spiritual energy to randomly learn about important events that may happen in the future. The closer the relationship with oneself, the more accurate the predicted content will be. Note, this ability has a certain degree of randomness. It can be used actively or passively under the influence of the environment. Awakening state of mind, void observation, form a high energy density protective bubble on the body surface, which temporarily transforms the brain and the entire body into spiritual energy, creating a state between the real material world and energy, time and space, like escaping into the void. Note, the derived abilities of this state include foresight, precognition, and omniscience. Note, this state of mind covers a radius of about 20 kilometers, and the progress of time here can be seen at a glance. Note, this state of mind is extremely dangerous once the energy of the body and spirit exceeds the current tolerable threshold. It will completely transform into a spiritual consciousness body and escape into the void, becoming an energy consciousness state that can only be observed but not interfered with, commonly known as psychic ascension. Before Lin Feng could finish reading it, Zhang Xianming's slightly hurried voice came from the earphones on his ears. The first one, 36 degrees northeast, meters. Chapter 238, Zerg Internal Response, Energy, the Real Purpose. Hearing Zhang Xianming's voice, Lin Feng hesitated for half a second, then turned into a residual image and disappeared on the spot. Wearing golden armor, he broke through the gate of the villa and the direction given by the other party in the headset. He soon arrived at the location of the first Zerg mother. 3 seconds later, 800 meters away, when Lin Feng arrived at his destination, what appeared before his eyes was a high-rise building in a residential area, the roof of Building 3, as soon as possible. Hearing the intelligence reminder from Zhang Xianming again, Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He took a running start and jumped onto the roof of a building nearly 100 meters high. Then I saw a group of humans standing on the rooftop with dazed expressions, surrounding the woman who was sitting cross-legged in the middle. At such a close distance, Lin Feng could already instinctively feel the spiritual energy overflowing from the woman, which far exceeded that of an ordinary second-level awakener. Although not as powerful as Zhang Xianming's, it has also exceeded 1,000, which is almost the same as Zhang Yun'er's. This also means that it can also use the power of artistic conception, such as the other offspring parasites it is currently controlling, to provide cover for itself. Among this crowd of dozens or hundreds of people, there are many first-order awakeners who are responsible for protecting their mother. The mother body that was absorbing the life energy of her offspring had obviously noticed Lin Feng's arrival. She had stood up and mixed into the crowd, hoping to take advantage of the situation and escape. But how could the prey that Lin Feng had locked onto have any chance of escaping? As he landed among the crowd, he crushed many offspring parasites to death. Then, using the force of the crowd, he stomped hard, transformed into a supersonic shell, and rushed straight towards the fleeing Zerg mother. During the process, it killed dozens of offspring parasites that blocked its way death, and reached out to pinch her neck. With just a slight force, it pulled the mother's head and the entire spine below out of the parasitic human body. Suddenly the flesh was torn apart and the tendons and veins were severed. The Zerg mother, which has lost its physical support, still maintains considerable vitality as a parasitic Zerg. Inside the half of the head without the mandible, hundreds of arthropod tentacles were scratching and struggling frantically, trying to break free from the hands that were cracking the skull. The tail at the bottom of the mother's body has been assimilated with the spine on the nervous system. There are still palm-sized insect eggs hatched in the abdomen, Like a bunch of green grapes, Lin Feng shook off the parasite eggs, but did not kill the living mother worm in his hand directly. Although this thing has lost its effect on him, who is now at level 31, it is still a rare spiritual second-level Zerg. As the incarnation of the Queen Mother, he can gain a spiritual attribute bonus of 2 points after killing it. Use it for the second-level combat members under your command to make up for the shortcomings in their spiritual attributes. It may also help the genetic warriors to start the artistic conception trial in advance. Especially this time, the decapitation operation on the Queen of Xian exposed the weakness of the mental attributes of his subordinates. Operations the Zerg Mother Body can greatly improve this problem by then. With a few more peak-level second-level genetic warriors, the subsequent beheading of the Queen Mother would be safer. After dealing with the first late-stage second-stage mother, Lin Feng found a striped cloth bag abandoned on the roadside, threw away the luggage inside, and then threw the dying Zerg Mother in his hand into it. After packing, we headed to the location of the second mother, as Zhang Xianming said. In the capital city where there were no third-order life forms, Lin Feng was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, running rampant without restraint. Soon he collected the second and third Zerg mothers, packed them up and threw them into a cloth bag. Under the power of the armor's king insect, they were unable to struggle. Each battle actually lasts no more than 10 seconds. Even if these mother bodies are hidden in high-rise buildings or secret bunkers, they cannot escape Lin Feng's iron fist. On the contrary, the part that takes up the most time in the entire operation is the uninterrupted process of traveling. Within 10 minutes, Lin Feng captured and killed 18 second-order Zerg mothers, and 8 of those minutes were spent on the journey. And inside the bulging cloth bag, the spiritual attributes of all the Zerg mother bodies have exceeded the limit of thousands, able to stimulate and release the power of artistic conception. Each one of them is no less threatening than Kang Yuna. They work together, and by coordinating with the high-level Queen Mother activation ceremony in the capital city, they can successfully sacrifice the millions of survivors in the city. After dealing with them, Lin Feng returned to the villa where he started out and checked his phone. In 15 minutes, the battle at Yangtseling in the southwest would break out completely. It's still not too late to rush over now. He could have simply left and returned to the front with a sack of valuable gains. But the doubts in my heart drove me back here. Entering the hall, I saw Zhang Xianming floating in the air, and the spiritual energy lingering around him gradually dissipated. And his distorted and blurry figure gradually returned to reality from the void as the power of the realm faded. Lin Feng looked at the identification attributes that appeared in front of him, about the other party's awakened artistic conception power, and the void observation. In the final introduction, the 4 words mentioned, psychic ascension, are particularly prominent with emphasis on them. Lin Feng couldn't help but think about what these 4 words meant. Ascension represents transcendence. The spiritual energy of the body is a way to transcend the constraints of reality. It's just that this shortcut seems to be a one-time thing. Because complete energy conversion means that it is impossible to return to the real world again, and it can only be integrated into the energy void under the visible universe and transformed into massless particles and waves. Just as the name of this artistic conception power, void observation, after ascending, one can only be a bystander and quietly observe everything in the real universe. It cannot be touched, let alone interfered with. At this moment, Zhang Xianming returned from the void, and his whole body appeared translucent. It was not until dozens of seconds later that this energy void phenomenon gradually disappeared and returned to normal. But at this moment, he looked much duller, and his normal yellow skin had turned pale and transparent. His skin had become thinner, and one could even see the blue and red blood vessels beneath the skin. Obviously, the power of artistic conception will leave sequel Siriusi, which is also one of the prices of energization. It will gradually fade from the real world until it disappears completely. In addition to Zhang Xianming's changes, the Buddha behind him who supplied him with spiritual energy also became half a meter shorter and 3 times thinner after a burst of consumption. The 2-meter and 5-meter tall giant became 3 times thinner. From a fat pumpkin with a diameter of 1.5 meters, he changed into a normal tall person, and his bone structure gradually became apparent. Gasping for breath, and his face was as pale as a corpse that had been dead for many days, without any blood at all. In Lin Feng's assessment, the fake monk's health attribute was directly reduced by 20 points compared to what he had seen before under the high wall of the defense line. Such rapid absorption and infusion would also cause a serious overdraft of vitality. After a few times, he would age rapidly like the blind fortune teller and would be on the verge of death. Compared to these, Lin Feng was more concerned about the changes in Zhang Xianming's attributes after his recovery. Zhang Xianming, LV 2929 horsepower 990, VT 990, SPR 2.1K superpower awakening, profit, consume a large amount of spiritual energy to learn about important events that may happen in the future. The closer the relationship with oneself, the more accurate the predicted content will be. Note, this ability has a certain degree of randomness. It can be used actively or passively randomly under the influence of the environment. Awakening state, void observation, form a high energy density protective bubble on the body surface, which temporarily transforms the brain and the entire body into spiritual energy. A state between the real material world and energy, time and space, like escaping into the void, and can quickly obtain a large amount of energy information flow nearby. Knowing everything in the past and the present. Note, the derived abilities of this state include foresight, precognition, and present omniscience. Note, this artistic conception covers a radius of about 20 kilometers, and the time progress within the coverage area can be seen at a glance. Note, the target exits the state of using artistic conception, loses external spiritual attribute bonus, spiritual attribute value minus 1,500 points, and cannot activate void observation again for a short period of time. This time, the target falls into the void and gains plus 100 points of spiritual attribute limit, and the instability of the body increases. After reading the last part of the introduction, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Apparently, he did not expect that using the power of artistic conception could directly increase the upper limit of mental attributes. You must know that the latter is much more difficult to improve than health and physical attributes, except for absorbing other lives when advancing to a higher level. There are few other shortcuts. It's not like physical fitness can be directly improved through genetic modification technology or organic nutrient solutions. Spiritual attributes involve the brain and are the further evolution of the brain's ability to communicate with reality. It is extremely difficult to improve. One can only rely on the simultaneous expansion of the brain when the physique is upgraded and strengthened to increase the upper limit of its capacity to accommodate spiritual energy. If every time he activated the void observation, he could increase his spiritual attribute by 100 points, then 10 times would be 1,000 points. After 100 times, Zhang Xianming's spiritual attribute value directly break through the upper limit of the third stage, 10,000, and reach the level of a fourth-order cosmic life. Although the void observation state of mind has no substantial attack capabilities, its auxiliary effect is the most amazing. But when the data that appeared in front of him dissipated, when Lin Feng saw Zhang Xianming's weak appearance, the feeling of envy in his heart quickly faded away. The improvement of spiritual attribute value is obviously one of the costs of artistic conception. The energy of the body and spirit also means that the self is more in harmony with the surrounding energy from another level. Over time, the material components of cells inside the brain will gradually decrease, while the spiritual energy that fills it will continue to increase. Perhaps in the near future, Zhang Xianming's brain will become crystalline like the Queen Mother's golden quality brain, containing pure spiritual energy. However, the more he merges with the energy of the void, the less connected he becomes to reality. Although during this period he was able to know the past and the future through the power of artistic conception, and learn everything in the world. But the price to be paid is equally high. Lin Feng was not interested in these things. He didn't want to work hard only to end up with nothing. But for some people who value faith more than life, and some people who have a strong desire for knowledge and exploration, perhaps knowing everything they want to know is more important than living in numbness and pain. If Zhang Xianming really believed what he said, then the awakening of this artistic conception ability would be very consistent with the meaning of life he pursued. At this moment, as the mother body in the city was completely cleared and the villa returned to normal, Lin Feng took off his headphones and threw them in front of Zhang Xianming. The latter did not reach out to take it, but just asked, "You are still stranded here? Mr. Lin, aren't you in a hurry to rush to Yangtzeling in the southwest to rescue your soldiers?" Lin Feng stared at the Taoist priest in front of him. It seemed that after merging into the void, this guy's understanding and control of the situation had risen to a new level. He could almost have a full view of the map and obtain all the information. Think about this terrifying ability, which is actually not much weaker than the actual combat power. No wonder it can quickly recruit a large number of awakened believers. The crisis is only temporarily resolved, but the Zerg army still exists. In view of your help in saving these millions of survivors this time, I came to remind you that if the northwest exit is not enough, you can go south. We'll deal with the Queen Mother and the Zerg in the southwest as soon as possible, although it is not as safe as the main force. The 150,000 soldiers led by General Qin can protect most of the survivors and break out safely. After saying this, Lin Feng asked meaningfully, if you continue to use it like this, aren't you worried that you will ascend to heaven before you become the man of destiny? Once the spiritual attribute value exceeds the upper limit of the body's carrying capacity, it is estimated that it will reach the energy threshold mentioned in the appraisal. At that time, Zhang Xianming's whole body will irreversibly collapse, and all spiritual energy will be transformed into energy and disappear in the real world. In a sense, it's no different from being dead. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Zhang Xianming remained calm and continued with a smile. Thank you Mr. Lin for your reminder, but it doesn't matter who becomes the destiny. As long as the destiny can be born and stands on the side of mankind, even if it requires sacrificing a few sons of prophecy, it doesn't matter. That's why I want to save these millions of survivors, because they themselves are destiny. After hearing this, Lin Feng fell silent. He was probably the only one present who could best understand Zhang Xianming's words. These millions of survivors are generally enhanced people and awakened people. After awakening, they will all have superpowers, and the superpower cells in their bodies are the basis for the birth of the fourth level. Therefore, saving them means preserving the hope of mankind to give birth to fourth level cosmic life. This is the racial essence that the entire Federation has expanded a large amount of materials and potential to condense and build up. Once it is consumed in the Zerg sacrificial ceremony, the process of the birth of fourth order life in the entire human race will be delayed for a long time. This is the deepest strategic consideration. Zerg's conspiracy for the future of mankind. I will ensure that these people break out safely. As for organizing manpower and arranging for the orderly evacuation of survivors, Lin Feng spoke slowly, his tone slightly deep. I'll leave it to the church members under you. After saying that, he slightly to Zhang Xianming, then turned and left, carrying a cloth bag of Zerg mother bodies, and disappeared into the villa. After a while, when Zhang Xianming was sure that Lin Feng had gone far away, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. The inky black blood fell on the ceramic floor, which had some kind of corrosive property, leaving pits and holes in the floor tiles. Then he disappeared mysteriously. After more than 10 seconds, there was no trace left except the potholes on the surface of the tiles. Seeing this, the fake monk stepped forward quickly, but was interrupted by Zhang Xianming. It's okay, it's just contaminated by some negative energy, just get rid of it. The fake monk continued to ask. The leader of the insect god cult was taken away by him, and she is also one of the children of prophecy in the future following Lin Feng. I'm afraid. Zhang Xianming frowned slightly. That's just one possibility, although there is a high chance that Lin Feng will betray us. Only under his protection can humans have the only chance of survival in this catastrophe. What we need to do is to make this possible in real time and space as much as possible. Humans from other timelines, they are just struggling to survive. Chapter 239 Escorting the Survivors. The Battle of Yangtzeling begins. After Lin Feng left the villa headquarters of the Doomsday Cult, he returned to the high wall of the second line of defense, carrying a bag of late-stage second-order mother bodies. Stopped beside Jiang Yuner at this moment. She has woken up and was lying on top of a high concrete wall. The black robe she was wearing became torn during her struggle, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and Zerg limbs underneath. There is a kind of inhuman evil charm of an alien monster. However, lying under the scorching sun in early September, enduring the baking heat of the sun, even though Jiang Yuner was a peak-level second-level hybrid, she could not withstand such a harsh environment. The severe injuries and damage she suffered healed very slowly. Looking at the dying woman, her pale face and cracked lips, even after he appeared, the indignation and resentment in her eyes had disappeared, and instead, a look of hope and desire emerged. The desire to survive has overcome all emotions now. Jiang Yuner only wants Lin Feng to take her away, leaving the tragic ending of being exposed to death. Lin Feng walked forward, picked her up expressionlessly, and carried her on Zuo Ze's shoulder. At the moment of being lifted up, the skin of Kang Yuna's arms and legs that were touching the floor melted due to the high temperature and turned into gel liquid, sticking to the ground. Use of artistic conception were torn off one after another. Jiang Yuner screamed hoarsely in pain. Fortunately, a short pain is worse than a long one. When Lin Feng carried her and jumped off the second line of defense and was about to cross the high wall of the third line of defense, the burning wounds gradually recovered after being cooled by the wind. Now, Jiang Yuner can only use the remaining nutrients and energy in her body to repair her broken neck. During this period, She unexpectedly felt a familiar spiritual fluctuation coming from a large cloth bag that Lin Feng was carrying across his body beside her. Just be still and listen for a moment. It was the group of Zerg mother bodies that were supposed to connect with her and be placed in the capital city. After counting carefully, there are exactly 18. How could they all be caught by Lin Feng in just a dozen minutes? Even though Lin Feng has entered the third stage, without the corresponding mental detection and scanning means, how could he find the locations of all the mother bodies so quickly? Zhang Yuner swallowed her saliva, her eyes widened, and she used the Zerg's mental communication method to communicate silently with the Zerg mother body that was captured in the bag like her. After learning more about the situation, her fear of Lin Feng deepened, just like when she was at the highway service area in the southern suburbs of Wuchen. She let him control her. The deep feeling of powerlessness that she had felt when facing Lin Feng once again enveloped Zhang Yuner's whole body. So after repairing the broken wound on her neck, even though she had regained nerve sensation in her lower body, Zhang Yuner still chose to lie obediently on Lin Feng's shoulder, not daring to struggle or escape. It's just that Lin Feng ran too fast. The shaking made her stomach hurt. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng left the sixth line of defense of the capital, walked out of the southern district, and stepped into the territory ruled by the Zerg outside the city. But what came into view at this moment were not swarms of insects, but hundreds of thousands of survivors walking out from behind the southern front. A large of people, carrying large and small bags of personal luggage and distributed supplies, were following the Southern Front Legion, which had already had a brief exchange of fire with the remaining Zerg forces in the distance. Zhang Yuner glanced at her surroundings with some confusion. He was only slightly surprised that the Southern Front Legion, which was supposed to be betrayed, chose to break out directly to the south. After all, Lin Feng's arrival meant that the sacrifice plan of the capital city had been completely exposed. It is understandable that General Qin, who was guarding this place, chose to risk his life to break out, but the Zerg forces responsible for encircling the south are not weak, including 3 early-stage queens in the southwest and 1 mid-stage third-stage queen. There is also the Queen Mother of Yangtzeling who guards the important road to the west. Even though Qin, who had 150,000 awakened people under his command, he was unable to break through the encirclement of a swarm of hundreds of thousands of insects. What's more, they even dare to bring ordinary civilians who have no fighting ability to fight with them. If you look ahead and behind, you will suffer. There is no possibility of successfully breaking through. Then why haven't the Zerg in the southwest launched and south a fierce attack on the defenders who broke through? As Lin Feng went, Zhang Yuner saw groups of awakened soldiers, holding weapons and surrounding several Zerg holes along the way, killing the Zerg swarms that raised their heads. The first-level black-backed insect team that was supposed to be deeper patrolling on the surface was nowhere to be seen at this moment, and the tens of thousands of insect swarms under the Queen Mother's command were also silent for half a day. Lin Feng had already noticed something strange about the person on his shoulder, but he didn't open his mouth to explain. The reason why he remained silent along the way was that he was thinking about the doubts that had been bothering him for a long time. To be precise, it is a very likely guess when he heard Zhang Xianming's voice coming from the headphones. An astonishing guess emerged in Lin Feng's mind. Perhaps his mother, He Yuan, had awakened a similar ability to artistic conception. Just like Zhang Xianming with her obsession with science, she is bound to want to understand everything about the universe and the ultimate laws. That was the dream she pursued all her life. Even more important than her own life. Perhaps this is why she possessed 4th level spiritual energy before entering the 4th level, which led to her body being unable to bear it, causing a chain collapse reaction, and ultimately completely turning her spiritual energy into energy. The reason why Lin Feng had such an association was mainly because he accidentally heard He Yuan's voice in his spiritual world when he fell into the abyss twice. Just like the sound that Zhang Xianming transmitted into the headphones, it seemed to come from another world. The timbre of the voice was a little ethereal, unlike the sound that could be made by a living being. In reality, it seemed more like it came from across time and space, and suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. This is consistent with the answer given by the top spying god of the 6 realms in the spiritual world. Lin Feng's mother, He Yuan, is completely dead, and there is no way to resurrect her, because her thoughts and consciousness have been integrated into the void beneath the material universe, becoming a particle energy body that exists in any time and space. Even gods above the 7th level who could reshape her physical body could not recondense her spiritual consciousness from the unobservable quantum realm and the infinite void energy. Therefore, in order to verify his inner guess, Lin Feng spent precious pre-war time, returned to the villa, observed and identified Zhang Xianming's condition, and learned more detailed information about the void observation state of mind. As for the sequelae of mental energization, it has also confirmed what Lin Feng thought. Psychic ascension, a beautiful yet cruel path of evolution. So on the way back, he chose to remain silent, somewhat absent-mindedly. It was not until he left the defense line and entered the southwestern suburbs of the capital 5 minutes later that he saw Qin Hu's vanguard troops engaged in a fierce battle with a swarm of insects near the insect nest. Only then did Lin Feng put his thoughts aside and slowed down his pace. He found a makeshift headquarters behind the battle lines. It's a military off-road truck. At this moment, Qin Hu was in it, discussing the offensive with other subordinate staff and commanders of the Legion. The nearby guards saw the Golden Warrior coming and did not try to stop him. Explained the situation in the capital city. The most important thing now is not to capture the Zerg nest, but to send troops to open a safe passage that can break through the Zerg siege and allow the survivors in the capital city to escape from the Zerg-ruled territory. As long as these 2 to 3 million people are withdrawn, the Zerg Queen's sacrificial conspiracy will be broken. Without the birth of a late-stage third-order queen, you will be able to gain a foothold in the north in the future. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Qin Hu and other high-ranking commanders of the Southern Front Army were all shocked, indignant, cursing the rebel leaders in the city who had defected to the Zerg for their own selfish interests and regard the entire city's people as their token of loyalty to the enemy. Hearing the curses from this group of people, Zhang Yuner, who was lying on Lin Feng's shoulder, trembled and decisively closed her eyes and pretended to be dead. After venting his anger, Qin Hu slammed the table and asked everyone to be quiet. Okay, do as City Lord Lin said. Send 60% of the angry troops to the southwest to build a safe passage to escort the survivors away. Then he looked at Lin Feng. With the remaining tens of thousands of people, the containment strength will be reduced, and the impact on the large forces under the Queen Mother's command will be limited. Are you sure you can withstand their attack? Lin Feng nodded. They are just 3 early-stage Queen Mothers. As long as they are not surrounding the third-stage middle-stage Queen Mother, I am confident that I can kill them one by one even if they come together. With these 3 early-stage Mother Queens, the mid-stage the Queen Mother will either make a desperate attempt to seize Yangsha Ridge, or retreat to the southwest suburbs. Yangsha Ridge is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The strategic depth in the rear is more than 100 kilometers, so we can slowly consume the Zerg. As for you, if the Queen Mother retreats to attack, you should retreat and don't resist. We can defend the passages to the south and southwest suburbs of the capital and trap them in the city. If the situation changes, evacuate westwards into the Taihang Mountains and catch up with a large group of escaping survivors. Qin Hu nodded. At this point, the original plan of attacking from both sides had to be put on hold, and the task of escorting the survivors to evacuate had to be given top priority. Do we also need to send someone to pick them up in the capital city? Qin Hu suddenly remembered this and added. Lin Feng hummed, send about 10,000 people first. Remember, do not spare any high-ranking officials in the city. Arrest them all. When the war is over, behead them in public at the survivors' camp or the new base. Let the survivors of the capital city understand the crimes committed by these traits and who saved them. Qin Hu sneered and nodded in agreement. After informing the Southern Front Corps of the changed situation, Lin Feng took Zhang Yuner and a bag of harvest and headed to the Yangtseling front 20 kilometers away. At this time, there were less than 5 minutes left until the battle that Long Yi had estimated would break out. It was obviously impossible to walk directly through the insect swarm. With Zhang Yuner and the cloth bag, Lin Feng could only move one hand freely and was unable to do both. So after leaving the front-line military camp, he slung the cloth bag across his chest, and then held Zhang Yuner under his armpits, so that he could successfully release the pair of second-order membrane wings behind him. The membranous wings of the second-order wing insects are more than 10 meters long, and the wingspan exceeds 20 meters the next second. Lin Feng turned into a golden stream of light and disappeared into the sky 10,000 meters above the ruins of the suburban city. 2 minutes later, Lin Feng, wearing golden armor, successfully landed at the Zerg mother nest in Yangtseling, which is also a bridgehead to resist the invasion of the Zerg army. 70 members of the second-level regiment, as well as Long Yi who controlled the colonial mecha, led 200 soldiers and were ready for battle. Standing on the top of the mountain at the edge of the mountains, you can see billowing smoke rising in the distance, forming a giant gray-yellow smoke wall 7 or 8 kilometers long. It is about 300 or 400 meters high, like a spectacular scene of a sandstorm. But at the forefront of the sandstorm, There were tens of thousands of rolling insects, slowly approaching Yangtze at a speed of more than 10 kilometers per hour. Smoke. When Lin Feng crossed the horde of insects, he could only confirm the approximate location of the Queen Mother by looking at the sky from the circling positions of hundreds of green-winged insects and wind-winged insects. I just hope they won't rush over all at once, otherwise the Savior Army's combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened under the cover of the dust. Especially when aiming and shooting with armor-piercing guns and electromagnetic guns, when the hit rate drops, a large number of fish will slip through the net. Among them, the second-level warrior hunting insects will pose a serious threat to the defense line. Lin Feng landed on the top of the mountain and threw Jiang Yuner and the Zerg mother body in the bag in front of Long Yi. The latter took a look and quickly guessed what happened in the capital city from Lin Feng's eyes. Then she raised her hand and propped up her upper body in front of her. Directly then, Long Yi spoke, "Let them sleep for now, and we'll talk about it after this is over. The situation is rather troublesome now. The four queens are relatively close to each other, only 2 or 3 kilometers apart. It's probably because the other 3 early-stage queen mothers are not as strong as the Yangtze queen mother, so they are willing to submit to the mid-stage queen mother and join forces with her to control the Yangtze corridor. In this way, even if a third-stage late queen mother is born in the capital city, they can use it to threaten the other party and block it in the eastern plains to form a restriction. Taking Yangsha Ridge is the way out they found for themselves after the collapse of the Queen Mother Alliance in the north." Lin Feng frowned slightly and looked at the aggressive swarm of insects in the distance. Like the Savior Army combat team at the top of the mountain, his eyes were filled with worry. "It seems that neither side has a way out this time. We must first deal with the air force of the Zerg, eliminate the green-winged Zerg and the second-order wind-winged Zerg, and gain air superiority." Lin Feng gave orders and spoke to the deputy commander of the regiment who was rushing over to him, as well as several commanders among the soldiers. They are in a high position, and although they have the advantage of terrain, they are also more vulnerable to air attacks. Even a first-level green-winged insect can carry out a dive-style saturation bombing on the people on the top of the mountain. But if the saviors gain air superiority, they can remotely eliminate the pulse scorpions and tank flame armors behind the Zerg swarm. Feng's arrangement, 30 mid to late second-order genetic warriors unfolded the secondary fused wind-wing insect membrane wings behind them, holding LV-29 electromagnetic cannon replicas, ready to annihilate the enemy's air units. Lin Feng took the 2-meter-long ion laser cannon from the colonization armor and planned to lead the Jin regiment himself. Destroy all the green-wing and wind-wing swarms while seizing air supremacy. It also fills the only shortcoming of the colonization suit mecha, the membrane wing material of the flight mode. And find out the location of the Zerg Queen. Be fully prepared for the final decapitation battle. As more than 30 pairs of membranous wings flapped at the top of the mountain, they set off gusts of swift air currents. Set off. At Lin Feng's command, the army of genetic warriors led by the Golden Warrior took the lead in attacking. Behind them, Long Yi seized the opportunity. Once the front row of the fierce insect swarm enters the range of the electromagnetic cannon, immediately give the order to fire. With a rumbling sound of artillery bombardment resounding through the sky, the final battle that truly determined the situation in the north. The battle officially begins now. Chapter 240, The Use of the King Realm Worm, The Power of the Colonial Armor. Under the leadership of Lin Feng, the genetic warriors took off first and started the battle ahead of time. After fusing with the membrane wing cells of the second-order wind-wing insects, their speed was no slower than that of their opponents. Combined with the power of the electromagnetic cannons in their hands, they soon caused a violent electric shock to the places where the green-wing insects and wind-wing insects were hovering. The range of the magnetic storm bomb reaches 1 kilometer in radius, and can directly cover the airspace above the rolling smoke of the Zerg. Any green-winged insect that was paralyzed by the electric shock would fall into the dim smoke below and be crushed by the sharp hooves of the insect swarm. Many second-order wind-wing insects reacted quickly. Under the control and command of the Queen Mother, they entered combat mode from hovering and patrolling, fled straight upwards at an extremely fast speed of Mach 2, and quickly increased their flight altitude to avoid a bombardment of the electromagnetic cannon. But what is different from before is that the large fighter jets that humans were supposed to send out are now nowhere to be seen, and instead there is a group of genetically modified humans with the same flapping membranous wings. Obviously this caught the queens off guard. With the combination of the infinite reproduction of Long Yi and Lin Feng's particle control, the level of advanced equipment of the Savior Army is now the world's leading. Even surpassing the current Zerg. The cost of installing membrane wings on the second-level warrior hunting insects is not low, and air combat requires extremely strong adaptability. The Queen Mother needs to make a choice and balance between control and autonomy. The more powerful the warrior hunter insects are, the smarter they are and the higher their mental attributes are. As a result, they are more likely to accidentally walk out of the Queen Mother's maximum mental control area during a battle, break free from their restraints and never return. But now, human beings have developed to such an extent, far exceeding the expectations of all the queens present. The original plan to use second-order wind-wing insects for high-altitude bombing also failed at this moment. Many wind-wing insects that were already loaded with suicide insects could only drop them in advance and set off violent self-explosion in the smoke to reduce the load. Even so, the wind-wing insect still could not escape the pursuit of the human genetic warriors. The competition between the two sides took place at an altitude of 10,000 meters as the wind-wing insects fled everywhere. Now the maneuverability that the Zerg is proud of has completely lost its advantage in the face of the same flapping wing flight mode. However, the long-range electromagnetic cannons in the hands of human genetic warriors were able to defeat the wind-wing insects without any chance of fighting back. Among them, the most lethal and powerful one is the Golden Warrior who takes the lead. Lin Feng was wearing level 30 golden armor. Even if the wind-winged insect swooped down at high speed, it could not cause any effective damage to the third-level golden armor. Coupled with the basic attributes of the king insect's power, it can suppress the nearby second-order Zerg, so in just one encounter, as many as 7 or 8 wind-winged insects died at Lin Feng's hands. After chasing the remaining wind-wing insects and escaping to the stratosphere at an altitude of 10,000 meters, without the interference of smoke and air currents, Lin Feng directly used the short-frequency instantaneous shooting of the ion laser cannon during the pursuit, combined with the attributes of the Eye of Death, to quickly lock onto all the second-order wind-wing insects and lock their heads accurately. 10 seconds later, as golden beams of light continued to flash in the sky, 40 or 50 wind-wing insects died on the spot or went into near-death shock due to high-temperature damage to their brains, and fell one by one from a height of 10,000 meters. Lin Feng then shouted, "Tear off their membranes and wings and collect them." The nearby genetic warriors received the order and rushed to the fallen target at high speed, using the evolved bone blades in their hands to cut off pairs of second-order orange membrane wings. The value of these things is no less than that of the Zerg mother body that can enable the subordinate guards regiments to have the ability to fight at high altitudes. When integrated into the Tiger armor, they can significantly enhance the flying ability. Soon, under the high-speed sweep of the ion laser cannon, all the wind-wing insects lost their mental connection and fell to their deaths from the sky before the Queen Mother could react. The speed of light attack must be faster than the feedback speed of mind control. If it weren't for the other wind-wing insects that were able to send back the death images of their companions, the Queen Mother would not even have known the enemy's attack methods. 5 minutes before the war started, the Zerg's high-end air force, the wind-wing bugs, were completely wiped out by Lin Feng and others. After seizing air supremacy, Lin Feng returned with 20 genetic warriors, leaving 15 genetic warriors to continue high-altitude bombing attacks on the Zerg. At the same time, it can also prevent the wind-wing insects that have escaped the net, as well as the large number of remaining green-wing insects hiding in the smoke and dust and circling to avoid. When Lin Feng and his party returned to the Yunxiling base, the war on the front line had already entered a fierce stage. The sniper teams on each hill used all the long-range weapons in their hands, including armor-piercing cannons, electromagnetic cannons, and even shotguns in the hands of the soldiers, to launch bombardment. Although the latter is only a red-quality replica of level 19, it is still very effective against a swarm of first-order black spine insects. Moreover, the rounds of ammunition in reserve allow them to pull the trigger without scruples and form a dense firepower network. 200 shotguns, combined with dozens of armor-piercing cannons in the hands of the regiment, can temporarily curb the advance of the insect tide and block them outside the mountains. Lin Feng landed on the main peak and integrated the more than 30 pairs of second-order orange membrane wings collected by the team members into the colonization armor. After replacing the original 6 pairs of blue-winged membrane wings, the flight performance of the Mecha has been improved to a higher level. Now it can barely drive a body weighing tens of tons to take off and land quickly. The flight mode has changed from the original short-distance gliding to the current subsonic cruise, which can last for half an hour. The range at full capacity is increased to 500 kilometers, but it is obviously impossible to fly for so long in actual combat because energy consumption must be reserved for subsequent close combat. For a colonial mecha that is basically in the third stage as a whole, it is extremely difficult to achieve air flight with the help of 6 pairs of second-order membrane wings. It was a perfect solution designed by Ling Yi using a lot of biotechnology under limited conditions. But in order to achieve the most perfect match, it is necessary to integrate the third-level flying creatures. Ling Yi shook his head and rejected the plan proposed by Lin Feng, whose effectiveness and cost were not proportional. There has been no third-order winged insect born in the Zerg race after all. The late second-order winged insect has a wingspan of 100 meters if the size is larger. Even if it enters the third stage, the flight performance of the third-order king winged insect will drop sharply. This is determined by the planet's gravity and wind resistance. When the size reaches a certain level, the increase in speed and strength is no longer proportional. In fact, the larger the creature, the slower it flies, and its combat power is far inferior to that of a second-level winged insect. If you really want to find a high-level flying Zerg, I can recommend one, but it is not suitable for your golden armor to be integrated and upgraded. Lin Feng frowned slightly, nodded, and motioned for Long Yi to continue. Ling Yi looked at Lin Feng, who was integrating the remaining dozens of pairs of second-order winged insect membranous wings into the tiger armor, and he coughed and continued. This high-level insect race is the king bug. Under the command of the fourth-level king, there are also a large number of king-level insects, also known as aerial insect nests. Small leviathans. They can quickly transport tens of thousands of low-level insect swarms or hundreds of second-level insects. They can also be used to bombard enemy positions and territories. In terms of usage effects, there is a lot of overlap with the third-level king wing insect, so the king wing insect, which has a higher hatching cost, has been abandoned by all the queens. After all, the battle in the atmosphere is not the main point. A battle in outer space is the key to determining the success or failure of the decisive battle between different civilizations, and space is the home of fourth-order cosmic life. So if you want to equip it with the membranous wings of a king wing insect, it would be better to directly integrate it into the cells of a fourth-order life form. In the future the effect may be better. Listening to Long Yi's explanation, Lin Feng nodded. Does a third-level king realm insect need a third-level late-stage queen mother to hatch or summon? Long Yi hummed. That's right. And only when the attack fails for a long time can we apply to the fourth-level realm king to mobilize a group of king realm insects so that we can quickly gather soldiers from all over the place and directly deploy them to the battlefield. The flying speed of the king realm bug is not fast, but within its 100-meter body, it has 10 times the space for expansion, a full 1,000,000 cubic meters, so it can easily carry 1 or 200 second-level Zergs. If we use large suicide bombers instead, the carpet bombing effect will actually be more terrifying than a 1,000,000-ton nuclear bomb. Lin Feng immediately became interested, because the attributes of the King Realm Worm are very suitable for integration into the Dreadnought battleship. Integrating and upgrading the current steel behemoth that can sail on land into an invincible aerial fortress. However, you must first accumulate enough strength to be able to kill these king insects, which are at least 100 meters long, in the future. For example, now, Lin Feng took off his golden armor and entered the cockpit of the colonial mecha, ready to decapitate the early queen in front of him. As the insect swarm grew larger and larger, it was approaching the edge of the mountain range. They stepped on the corpses of their companions, climbed over the 100-meter-high hillside, entered the valley, and launched a final sprint towards the sniper teams on the mountain. The multiple queens in the distant smoke were now only a dozen kilometers away from the Salvation Army on the top of Zion Ridge. At such a close distance, the pulse war scorpions deep in the smoke had a maximum range that could cover the top of the Yangsha Ridge. Even if a member of the second-level battle group, a second-level awakener, was hit by a plasma cannon comparable to a magnetic storm bomb, he would be seriously injured in an instant. If he didn't die, he would be skinned and lose his combat effectiveness on the spot. Other soldiers who were only at the peak of the first level would die immediately if they were touched by it, as they could not withstand the terrifying power of the plasma cannon. Therefore, before killing the Queen Mother, Lin Feng needs to lead a dozen or so late-stage, second-order members to charge into the Zerg tide and first eliminate these long-range second-order Zergs that pose a great threat to the positions. In addition to the pulse-blocking scorpion, there are also tank fire beetles and the mysterious warrior hunter bugs. If they want to deal with them quickly, ordinary second-order early and middle-stage awakeners are not strong enough. However, Lin Feng used second-order insect eggs to catalyze the second-order members, which can be sent to the battlefield at this moment to play the maximum role of their own strength. Instead of just standing on the top of the mountain and firing the electromagnetic cannon like the other members. There are a total of 12 deputy captains who have reached the late second stage, plus a newcomer specially trained by Lin Feng, Liu Yuki, who possesses the superpower of molecular cutting. There are 13 members in total. At this moment, in addition to the level 19,000 slashing sword, Liu Yuki also has a 1.5 meter long bone blade in her hand. It was specially made for her by Long Yi using the remaining spine of the corpse of the Queen Mother of Yangtze. The strength of the bone knife itself is greater than the giant jaws of the tiger-backed worm when combined with a molecular cutting ability. It can even challenge the golden neck art of the Queen Mother. Dealing with ordinary second-order Zerg is even easier. This was Liu Yuki's first time going deep into the insect swarm. Lin Feng drove a 7-meter-high colonial mecha and let her stand on the left shoulder of the mecha. There is an ion laser cannon on his left arm, but the effectiveness of the attack is greatly reduced in the dust and smoke. So before approaching the Queen Mother's body, Lin Feng's greatest reliance is the 6-meter-long level 30 Hunter King chainsaw sword in his right hand. Before setting off, Lin Feng specially upgraded their tiger armor for the second time, integrating the membranous wings of the second-order wing insect. At this moment, the leader of the Salvation Army issued a powerful order to set off from inside the colonial armor. Everyone activated the flight mode of their armor, followed a large mecha that took off, and flew into the smoke screen that was nearby. The Zerg must be blocked outside the mountains, otherwise the smoke and dust wall covering Yangsha Ridge will seriously hinder the vision of the blocking team on the top of the mountain. This allows the warrior hunter to find the flaws in the firepower network, and then rush forward to destroy the front line. So after flying into the smoke, Lin Feng directly switched the ion laser cannon in his hand to an electromagnetic cannon and fired frantically at the rolling swarm of insects under his feet. Those second-order tiger-backed worms were extremely conspicuous due to their huge size, and they were bombarded by electromagnetic cannons one by one. The black-backed worms following nearby suffered countless casualties. The biological colonization suit is like the god of death. Wherever it goes, it will leave hundreds of corpses, extending all the way to the Pulse War Scorpion position in the rear. This group of second-tier long-range Zerg, with their scorpion-tailed, glowing pulse-tail cannons, stood out in the dim smoke. Even if Lin Feng did not use telepathy to detect, he could easily determine their location. This time, because they were facing a war of multiple emperors, the Pulse Scorpions were able to get better command. In addition, due to the Zerg's encirclement, the front line was stretched to 5 or 6 kilometers, almost covering the entire Yangtze Protection Park in a semicircle. As long as they are fast enough, they can even completely block the Savior Army on the top of the mountain like they surrounded the federal capital, cutting off the retreat of the human blocking force. Therefore, the distribution of Pulse War Scorpions is not concentrated. Instead, they were divided into groups of more than 20, evenly dispersed in different directions of the insectide front. Obviously, the Zerg Queen, who had experienced several major battles with the federal army and the defense of the capital, was much more mature in tactical choices than the other queens in Jiangnan. Know better how to deal with attacks from human armies. For example, this deliberately raised high wall of smoke can obscure the side of the human defenders, while dispersing important second-order forces to ensure that they will not be taken away all in one wave by humans. Using long-range strikes, Lin Feng used his telepathic skills to count carefully. There were as many as 10 artillery positions composed of Pulse War Scorpions. At this moment, they were charging plasma for the first round of positioning strikes. The threat level of this wave is not high, it is mainly used to calculate the enemy's position and debug data. But when they were about to launch the second wave, they would be able to accurately locate the sniper team on the Yangtze Mountains and carry out surgical precision bombardment. Lin Feng knew that the interval between the two waves of time launch would not exceed 1 minute at most. So there was no extra opportunity for them to destroy them one by one. The troops can only be divided into 2 groups or even more. Lin Feng pulled the trigger, and the level 29 magnetic storm bomb directly destroyed a Pulse War Scorpion position, and then said, "You two will form a group of 6. 5 groups will attack the other Scorpion positions. The direction has just been pointed out to you. Now act immediately." Everyone received the order and flapped the membrane wings on their backs, flying through the dim smoke. Lin Feng then took the remaining 2 people and Liu Yuki, a total of 3 people, and went deep into the rear of the smoke screen. Scan the exact locations of the 4 queens. 3 of the early queens are in the front, while the mid-stage queen is in the back, holding the line and taking charge of the overall command. In this way, even if a team of human awakeners attacks any of the early-stage queens, the mid-stage queens in the rear can provide quick support. The one in the middle of the 3 early queens is the most prominent one, 1 kilometer further than the other two on the left and right, forming a V-shaped standing formation. Previously, when Lin Feng destroyed a war scorpion position, he had already attracted its attention, and was mobilizing the second-level Zerg around him to attack everyone. Lin Feng looked at the early Queen Mother 1 kilometer away with an indifferent expression, and stared through it at the middle Queen Mother 4 kilometers away. The opponent's mental power is extremely strong, and his mental attack can even cross a very long distance of 6 or 7 kilometers and act on Lin Feng and others. Fortunately, the long distance greatly weakened the power of the mental attack, and what enveloped Lin Feng and others was only some superficial mental pressure encirclement. If a few of them are defeated, they can also retreat further south so as not to be surrounded. After roughly observing the situation on the battlefield, Lin Feng made a decision in just 2 seconds. He then led 3 people to attack the Queen Mother in the south. The mental attributes of Liu Yuqi and others have not reached their limits, and they are unable to withstand the Queen Mother's close-range mental attacks, so they are only responsible for dealing with the second-level guards around the Queen Mother on the periphery, including late-stage second-stage tiger, spine worms, and a large number of agile warrior hunter worms. It was not easy for the 3 of them to fight against hordes of hundreds of second-level Zerg. Fortunately, the 15 genetic warriors in the sky were also providing high-altitude fire support at this moment, getting rid of the interference of a group of scoundrels. The colonial mecha driven by Lin Feng successfully broke through to the Queen Mother before the Queen Mother in the rear can provide support. First, a burst of armor-piercing cannons and electromagnetic cannons blasted the third-stage early queen, causing her to roar and attack the colonial mecha. She's just a level 32 queen. Looking at the identification data appearing in front of him, Lin Feng sneered and then disappeared in midair. The next second, the colonial mecha that could dissolve the mental attack appeared directly on the back of the early Queen Mother, waving the 6-meter-long Hunter King chainsaw sword in its hand, and chopped down fiercely at the back of the target's neck before the Queen Mother could react. Directly cut off its cervical vertebrae and nervous system, cut off the possibility of launching the arrival of the divine domain. Game over. Chapter 241, Successive Kills, LV-35 Queen Mother and number 039, S Blessing in Disguise. Using the mobility of the colonial mecha and the powerful defense-breaking ability of the Hunter King chainsaw sword, in a flash, Lin Feng cut off the back neck bone of the Queen Mother, who was only level 32 in the south. The neck guard bone extended to this point and was only 40 to 50 centimeters thick. It is far inferior to the complete golden plate bone inside the insect head, which is a hollow sphere specially created to protect the brain marrow, and its thickness is twice that of the neck. Although the strength of the Hunter King chainsaw sword is enough to directly split the Queen Mother's forehead, cutting off the neck is faster and can ensure the integrity of the Queen Mother's brain. The neck guard that had taken a lot of effort to break before could now be cut smoothly thanks to the properties and cutting force of the Hunter King chainsaw sword. The immortal skull crushing attribute is activated. 15,000 damage per second. The attributes of the Hunter King's sword are activated. It has an additional deterrent effect on the Queen Mother. Attacking the Queen Mother will cause different degrees of mental dizziness. The current target Queen Mother will be dizzy for 1 second. Did not hesitate at all. He immediately grasped the Hunting King chainsaw sword with both hands, swung the 6-winged membranous wings behind him, stood up and drew a circle on the Queen Mother's towering neck. With a combination of extremely fast cutting and immortal skull crushing properties, the half-meter thick neck bone was disintegrated. At the same time, the 5-meter-long saw blade circled the neck and cut off the head of the LV-32 Queen on the spot. Having lost direct control of its huge body, it could not rely solely on the power of its artistic conception to launch the descent of the divine domain. It could only struggle in pain after it came to its senses. A large amount of blood gushed out from the mouth parts under the head, and countless tentacles on both sides waved wildly. After a while, they lost their source of power and fell limply to the ground. Looking at the dying high-level Queen Mother, Lin Feng knew that it was not completely dead. The blood gushing out from the broken neck section quickly stopped, and the powerful self-healing ability caused the wound to solidify and form a scab. It stopped struggling and entered a state of suspended animation, which is a self-protection mechanism of higher-level life forms. But it can't last long. Lin Feng looked at the killing reminder that did not pop up in front of him, and realized that he must destroy the Queen Mother's head. Only brain death can be considered a successful kill, and only then can he absorb the Queen Mother's life energy and mental energy in the brain. So Lin Feng, who was suspended in the air, looked up and saw the third stage middle stage Queen Mother rushing over from a distance. Then he swung the Hunter King chainsaw sword and chopped straight at the Queen Mother's head that had fallen to the ground at his feet. The 30-ton chainsaw sword split the Queen's head directly in the middle, shattering the brain tissue inside. Lin Feng then turned off the high-speed cutting attribute, allowing the saw blade to stay on the board bone in time prevent the Queen Mother's brain from being damaged. The Queen Mother's golden quality brain, located in the center of her head, is the source of her tremendous spiritual energy and the fusion and enhancement material for many third-level equipment, as the fragile brain tissue outside the brain was completely shredded by the chainsaw sword. No matter how strong the vitality of the high-level Queen Mother was, she died completely at this moment. Lin Feng raised the left arm of the colonial armor and used the ion cannon on it to aim at the mid-stage Queen Mother that was coming at a high speed from 5 kilometers away, firing a magnetic storm bomb to bombard her. At the same time, he pulled out a chainsaw sword that had absorbed all the life energy from the dead queen's body with the support of the LV-33 colonization mecha. Lin Feng, who possesses 3 pieces of gold quality equipment, only needs 30 seconds to kill a third-order life form that is 1 level higher than himself. Of course, the most helpful thing is the level 33 colonial mecha on his body. The attribute improvement it brings Lin Feng to firmly suppress any life form below the middle stage of the third order. At this moment, looking at the mecha's attribute column in front of him, the mass energy shield that was consumed once, after absorbing the energy in the Queen Mother's body, restored to the upper limit of 3 times. Lin Feng decided to strike while the iron was hot. Use the colony mecha's movement speed, which is far faster than the Zerg Queen, to defeat them one by one. Withdraw. Lin Feng roared, and then used the Hunting King chainsaw sword to pry out the Queen Mother's brain, which was wrapped in the golden neck guard, from the Queen Mother's shattered head. He then led Liu Yuki and others to quickly evacuate the southern battlefield, away from the arriving mid-stage queen and the large number of second-level peak Zergs that were accompanying her. Because the 3 people behind him killed many second-level Zergs in the first round of attack, including warrior hunters with mysterious whereabouts and good at sneak attacks. As a result, the 3 people were injured to varying degrees, and the orange tiger armor they were wearing was also severely damaged. The durability attribute has dropped by several points. Now, after experiencing the combat effectiveness of the colonial mecha, Lin Feng has assessed his own strength and no longer needs members of the second-level regiment to provide cover and containment nearby. There is no need to let them get close to the Queen Mother and continue fighting against the second-level Zerg that outnumbers them by several times. Lin Feng alone, with the help of the colonial mecha, can successfully kill these third-level early queens. After you deal with the Pulse War Scorpion, go back and defend Yangsha Ridge. We can't lose the base camp. Leave this to me. In the storm filled with dust and smoke, Lin Feng gave orders to the 3 men and handed over the neck guard weighing more than 10 tons in his hand to the 3 men to take away. After finishing everything, the colonial mecha waved the 6 wings behind it and flew straight to the north of the battle line, looking for another third-stage early queen. At this, after increasing the flight altitude, Lin Feng, who was flying diagonally above it, carefully kept a distance of 2 kilometers and observed the full appearance of the third-stage mid-stage Mother Queen for the first time from a high vantage point. After entering the middle stage, the size of the high-level queen has reached another level. The diameter of its head and neck is more than 50 meters. Together with a mother nest carrot on its back, its body length is more than 500 meters. The highest point of its body is close to 200 meters. Young-xling when it moves, it needs countless red beetles to carry it forward as it rushed along. The dust and sand it raised were as high as 400 to 500 meters, barely covering its shape. Beside it, there are more than 10 second-stage peak tiger spine insects, each of which is 50 meters tall. They cooperate with other second-stage late-stage Zergs to guard the queen. It's not easy to get close to it. When I think of the birth of a late-stage third-order queen in the future, the group of peak tiger spine insects around her will become a group of king spine insects entering the third stage, and there will be other third-order king insects. Lin Feng felt a sense of urgency. At this moment, under the gaze of the middle-stage Queen Mother, Lin Feng did not hesitate too much. While being locked by the other party's spiritual power, he continued to move quickly northward and rushed to the northern Queen Mother 6 or 7 kilometers away, and this quick glance also revealed the rough identification results of this rank 3 mid-stage Queen Mother, Zerg Queen, LV 3539 horsepower 18K, pH 5.8K. SP 6.4K artistic concept, infinite reproduction special abilities, biological control, domain release, immortality, genetic engineering. Note, the target life is releasing its own artistic conception. The high-level Queen Mother who has entered level 35 has attribute data that is twice that of the early Queen Mother, and her strength is several times stronger judging from Lin Feng's current level 31 attribute data. Even with the attributes of the colonial mecha added, he has 5,800 HP, 4,900 PTSD, and the highest 6,300 spiritual attributes. Even in front of this mid-stage queen, it is still difficult to compete with it and can only protect itself. If the opponent is upgraded to level 36, and each attribute increases by another 1,000, Lin Feng will have to avoid him even if he is driving a colonial mecha. Therefore, the main goal now is to kill the other two third-order early Queen Mothers, first improve their basic attributes, and then consider challenging the middle-stage Queen Mother. Before the third-order King Spinal Worm appeared and the third-order late Queen Mother was born, Lin Feng, as a human awakener, had the only advantage of flexible and agile high-speed north-south transfer at this moment. This mid-stage Queen Mother was running around in circles and was exhausted from chasing. By the time it locked onto Lin Feng and turned around, Lin Feng had already arrived in the north in his colonial mecha and came in front of the early queen, who was commanding the swarm to go around the north and dip into Yunxiling. Automatically identified data quickly emerged. Unlike the identification of the mid-stage Queen Mother at level 35, the identification was slow because the opponent's spiritual attribute was higher than Lin Feng's. The Queen Mother in front of him was the same as the one just killed in the south, only at level 32, and her spiritual attribute value was far lower than Lin Feng's superimposed total, so the other party's attribute data can be identified in 1 second. Zerg Queen, LV 3239 horsepower 1.2K, pH 2.2K, SP 2.9K artistic concept, infinite reproduction special abilities, absolute control. Domain release, immortality. Note, the target life is releasing its own artistic conception, looking at the early stage queen whose physical and mental strength were less than half of that of the middle stage queen. Lin Feng showed a hint of sneer. He then raised his left arm and used the ion cannon to launch a long-range saturation attack on the early Queen Mother to divert its attention. Then, relying on the amazing physical attribute of 4,900 points of the colonial mecha, he teleported directly to its back before it could react. Swing the chainsaw sword in your hand to replicate the victory of the previous battle. But the Queen Mother was obviously prepared. The same trick cannot deceive twice. There is a strong and close spiritual connection between the 4 queens present. Lin Feng had killed one of them instantly before, which had already made the remaining 3 extremely alert. At this moment, when the biological colonization suit flashed behind the Queen Mother, more than a dozen mid to late stage second-level warrior hunting insects jumped out from its back and neck, already prepared. Although in front of Lin Feng, these second-level bugs, regardless of their level and strength, can be killed with just one blow. But their successive and fearless attacks were able to successfully delay the offensive rhythm of the colonial mechas. Lin Feng realized that something was wrong and immediately raised the ion cannon on his left arm because the 2 sides were too close. He immediately switched to the original armor-piercing cannon. Then he fired shells at several samurai hunter bugs, and then swung his chainsaw sword to kill the samurai hunter bugs that had already grabbed the legs of the colonial mecha. However, it was this delay of 6 or 7 seconds that gave the early Queen Mother a chance to counterattack. It just turned around and then slammed into the mecha. The violent impact and the crushing force of the mental spikes caused the colonial mecha to temporarily lose consciousness and control, and it was knocked away and fell into the insect swarm hundreds of meters away, standing on the backs of several tank fires beetles, guarding the queen who is retreating to the south. This group of second-order Zerg, under the direct control of the Queen Mother, was able to resist the aura of the third-order life forms emanating from the colonial armor. Form the last line of defense to protect the Queen Mother. Use your own life to protect the Queen Mother's safe evacuation. Lin Feng slowly stood up and saw that the mass energy shield reserves had been used up twice, and realized that he only had one last chance. Then he controlled the colonial mecha and flew into the air, launched the final blow. At this time, the other 2 queens, one big and one small, were rushing over here. The 2 sides only had 2 or 3 minutes at most to meet together and fight the enemy together at that time. Even if Lin Feng drove a colonial mecha, he could only harass from the periphery and would not be able to withstand the mental attacks of the 3 queens at the same time, so he made a prompt decision. First, increase the flight altitude, used the air superiority, raised the ion cannon and bombarded the Queen Mother frantically, in order to kill the nearby second-level Zerg and the countless swarms of red beetles carrying the Queen Mother. slow down the Queen Mother's escape. Then, before the remaining second-order Zerg arrived, it dived vertically and continued to bombard with ion cannons. Although the effective damage of the ion cannon to the Queen Mother is extremely low, it does have a certain paralyzing effect. As its reaction speed became increasingly stiff and slow under the continuous electric shock, the Hunter King chainsaw sword held tightly in Lin Feng's right hand had successfully fallen behind its neck. When the saw blade of the chainsaw sword rotated at a high speed, making a buzzing call of death, it had already sentenced the Queen Mother to death. In just a moment, he cut open the Queen Mother's already torn neck, then tore through the cervical vertebrae, severed the vertebral nerves, and interrupted the Queen Mother's ritual rhythm of mobilizing her entire body to release the divine realm. Finally, under the flapping of the 6-winged membrane wings, the colony Metra held the chainsaw sword tightly with both hands, circled around the Queen Mother's neck, and made a 360-degree rotation. The incomparably huge head of the Queen fell from the neck, connected to the huge body, with a loud bang. Smash the second-level Zergs that came to rescue. Lin Feng, who had completed the kill, did not relax at all, and swung his sword directly to chop off the Queen Mother's head. 3 kilometers away, the mid-stage Queen who was rushing over roared and glared, ending the life of the opponent's second little brother. LV-30 Hunter King Chainsaw Sword, Upgrade Points. 2/2, accumulated, whether to start the upgrade. Yes. While pulling out a chainsaw sword, he pried out the second Queen's brain wrapped in a layer of neckbone protector, and quickly left the battlefield covered with the yellow sand with it. Only the unwilling roar of the middle stage Queen remained, echoing behind the insect swarm. When Lin Feng returned to Yangtzeling with a full load, what caught his eyes was the corpses of insects that had filled the entire valley. At this time, there were still large groups of low-level Zergs, covering the second-level Zerg and launching an attack towards the top of the mountain. The 13 second-level perfect team members who returned also joined the blocking front and were responsible for killing the warrior hunters who rushed in. Liu Yuki wielded the 1000-slashing knife and the spine knife in her hands, transforming into a dual sword warrior. No second-level Zerg could survive a single round in her hands. The first piece of the Queen's brain that Lin Feng asked them to bring back has been placed next to Longai on the main peak. As the colonization Metra landed here, Lin Feng walked out of it and looked at the 2 treasures in front of him with a diameter of 4 meters, revealing a trace of regret. It's a pity that we can't bring back the Queen Mother's body, otherwise we can synthesize 2 more colonial mechas. Then the 3 of them can attack together and take down even the Queen Mother in the middle stage in one fell swoop. Ling Yi, who was directing the Zerg swarm in the shelter and collecting the Zerg corpses on the ground, rolled his eyes at Lin Feng. That's pretty good. With the strength of an early stage 3rd level, he killed 2 early stage 3rd level Queen Mothers in less than 10 minutes. This record is unique even in the world, but they have decided to retreat. The threat has been resolved for now. Long Yi pointed at the gradually dissipating smoke and the retreating insect swarm in the distance and spoke. The joint army composed of 4 Queen Mothers wanted to take over Yangtzeling in one fell swoop, but the 2 sides fought for less than half an hour before losing 2 Queen Mothers. Although they were only in the early stages, it was already a heavy blow to the alliance. The only fortunate thing was that because the situation reversed quickly, the insect army attacking Yangtzeling was recalled and evacuated by the surviving Queen before they could launch a larger attack, so the final price paid was only 20,000 to 30,000 low-level black spine insects and 400 to 500 second-level Zergs to the United Army. It is nothing at this moment. Under the leadership of the 3rd stage mid-stage Queen Mother, a large swarm of insects returned to the southwestern suburbs. This time it's troublesome. Seeing this, Long looked a little worried. Lin Feng frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled, but when he saw the evacuating insect horde, he quickly reacted. Because of the death of the 2 early-stage Queen Mothers, this mid-stage Queen Mother, now we have the number of 3 Zergs under control? The Scorpion slightly, and the original balance of power between the 3 early Queen Mothers and it has been broken. The only one left is in a critical condition. After annexing these, I'm afraid. Chapter 242, Cleaning the Battlefield, Meeting, Trial Invitation. Just a few 100,000 low-level insect swarms, plus an early Queen Mother. Should it be able to break through to the late 3rd stage directly, right? Lin Feng swallowed and asked. Ling Yi smiled and shook his head. No, at most it will reach the perfection of the middle stage, which is infinitely close to the late stage. If you want to advance to the late 3rd stage, it is not enough to just rely on the accumulation of biomass. You also need the insect god to come and personally grant you the complete royal genes so that you can master the ability to breed third-stage life forms, and the prices. As he spoke, Long looked behind them and saw Jiang Yuner, who was in a coma. When the two sides first met, she was subjected to a slight mental attack by Long Yi and fainted instantly. After indicating the target, Long Yi did not hide anything and stated the conditions for promotion. The price is enough foreign gene sequences to help the great insect god expand the power capacity of his kingdom, so he needs to devour a large number of humans awakeners. Back then, the Queen Mother of Heichang also relied on breaking through the first line of defense of Wucheng and devouring the more than 10,000 enhanced people and awakened people of the defenders to successfully complete the midterm promotion, and the cost and conditions required to advance to the later stages are only higher, not lower. So almost all the Queen Mothers in the entire North have set their sights on the federal capital. After all, there are millions of human survivors gathered here, which can be regarded as a big piece of fat meat. Even if only some of the oil and water leaked out of the cracks, it is enough to feed a group of early Queen Mothers into fat people. For example, the Queen Mother before Yangtzeling, if it hadn't encountered us, it would probably have been able to successfully advance to the third stage mid-stage in a week, becoming the fifth mid-stage existence in the entire North. After listening to Long Yi's introduction, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that his quick beheading of the Queen Mother would benefit the mid-stage Queen Mother behind him. A late-stage third-order existence is equivalent to the pinnacle of evolution of life on the planet and is the strongest below the fourth order. With Lin Feng's current strength, even with the attribute superposition of the level 33 colonial mecha, there is no possibility of winning. The gap in life levels between the two sides is too big. If Lin Feng goes on the field, he will just be chased all over the world by it. But even if she couldn't advance to the third stage mid-stage, this LV-35 mid-stage Queen Mother had picked up a big bargain for nothing. Now that I have been promoted to the middle stage of the third stage, the 36th level, my physical and mental attributes should have reached the limit of 6,900 points, and I am only one step away from the late stage. It is estimated that she will be able to rank among the top 20 or even top 10 Queen Mothers in the entire region, just like the Queen Mother who surrounded the east side of the capital and planned to sacrifice the millions of survivors in the city. As long as enough human survivors are gathered, a sacrifice ceremony can be initiated to summon the gods to descend and bestow the royal genes needed for advancement. Become one of the shortlisted contenders for the 4th level Insect King. Unfortunately, the number of Salvation troops under Lin Feng's command is limited. If the super fleet was here, the hundreds of sacrifice tanks led by the dreadnoughts would definitely be able to give chase, maintain sufficient firepower and keep a firm grip on the Zerg's tail. Even if we can't keep them, we can still peel off a layer of skin from the Zerg. But now most of the people's energy had been consumed by the frantic shooting that had lasted for more than half an hour. 70 members of the second-level regiment killed 400 or 500 second-level Zergs, most of which were warrior hunters. The flight mode of the Tiger armor had also entered cooldown. If they were asked to chase on foot, they would easily be surrounded by the Zerg. As for the 200 soldiers, their condition is worse than that of the second-level awakeners. Now they can only be regarded as defending the city with cannons, but cannot take the initiative to attack, having lost a fleet's transportation and protection. The awakeners' lack of sustained combat capability due to their limited size limits their tactical choices at this moment. Now only Lin Feng can drive the colonial mecha and go in pursuit, but he couldn't stop the Queen Mother from leaving by himself. Finally, Lin Feng counted the second-level members who still had enough physical strength, and found more than 20 who were in good condition, and asked them to glide with him into the city below to recover some important materials. For example, the tail gun of the Pulse Scorpion and the solid shell of the tank flame armor. The least valuable of the second-order Zerg is the warrior hunter. Its armor is not as good as the giant jaws of the tiger spine Zerg. The only thing that is somewhat useful is the 2-meter-long bone swords on its forearms. But the 4 bone blades combined are not even 1/10 the size of the tiger-backed worm's giant jaws. Only the defenders of the capital city, who are short of supplies, would collect these for their own use. Lin Feng saw a lot of them in Qinhu's vanguard troops. They were their important melee equipment. At this moment, as the colonial mechas entered the battlefield, the low-level Zerg that were arranged by the Queen Mother to collect the corpses fled in all directions. About 10 kilometers away, the two queens gradually retreated into the ground and did not arrange any counterattack troops. They have given up fighting for the Zerg corpses on the battlefield. Obviously, they don't want to waste more manpower on colonial mechas. After this battle, the Queen Mother also knew that unless they united and took action personally, even the early Queen Mother would not be able to defeat the enemy's second-level orange biological materials from the battlefield, including more than 200 pulse-tail guns, 10 tank flame armor-backed shells, and 200 or 300 pairs of tiger-backed worm giant jaws. All were transported back to Yangtze with the help of the soldiers who arrived later. Corpses. The deep pit connects to the original insect nest tunnel in the city. The situation inside was complicated, and the remaining Queen Mother had already dived underground. The Savior Army was temporarily unable to fight anymore and could only fight beside the collapsed wormhole pit. Sighing with regret at present, the crisis in Yangtze has been resolved. Lin Feng and others looked at the insect corpses pouring into the canyon, breathed a sigh of relief, drank the organic nutrient solution, and rested. As the sun sets, a convoy of armored vehicles drives along the winding mountain road north of Yangtze. Lin Feng originally thought that it was a communication team sent by the federal military higher-ranking officials to inform him, but when he got closer, he saw that it was the Southern Legion where Qin Hu was. Qin Hu himself was among them. The two sides met on the northern flank of Yangtze. Seeing Lin Feng walking out of the tall colonial mecha, Qin Hu and his party were stunned for a long while. He was obviously shocked and speechless by this weapon that far exceeded the level of human technology. After a whole day of shock, they had become somewhat numb to the many miracles displayed by Lin Feng. Even if the other party directly took out nuclear bombs and cannons now, would just think it was natural. The senior members of the Legion, everyone headed by Qin Hu, all have the strength of the late second stage. Compared with the others behind them who are just curious and watching the fun, they can feel the power of this mecha more that was even stronger than that of Lin Feng himself, who was walking in front of them. This strange-looking six-winged mecha with distinct Zerg characteristics has unfathomable strength. Have all the survivors in the city been evacuated successfully? Lin Feng walked forward and asked. This is his biggest concern now. Qin Hu nodded. Most of them have been evacuated in an orderly manner. In addition to the more than 200,000 reservists who were already in the southern area, there are probably more than 1 million survivors from within the three lines of defense. Previously, there were 3.8 million survivors in the inner city of the capital. Now we have received 1.5 million from the south. There are at least 1 million people who follow the army to break out from the northwest. Currently, half of the city is empty, but when I got here just now, I received news that the Zerg in the east, under the control of the Queen Mother, had already invaded the fourth line of defense, attempting to occupy the entire fourth ring area and thus surround the inner city. Our soldiers are trying to stop their expansion and keep a way out in the closed loop to ensure the safe evacuation of the survivors. At this point, Qin Hu sighed. He had done his best. The only 150,000 troops in his hands were already stretched to the limit in the face of the complex situation that had suddenly changed. On the one hand, they had to counterattack the city. On the other hand, they had to guard against the four emperors in the southwest suburbs in front of Yangtze, and they had to allocate some troops to escort the survivors out of the city to the temporary campsite. The troops are divided into three groups, or in three different directions, which requires comprehensive coverage and places extremely high demands on the command center system. I hope we can pick up all the survivors. Hearing Qin Hu's sigh, Lin Feng paused in silence. Both sides knew that this could only be a hope. It was God's blessing that we were able to rescue more than 80% of the survivors in the end. Just do your best, and don't sacrifice too many soldiers for the sake of the survivors. It would be counterproductive. Lin Feng added a reminder, and then continued, I have killed 2 of the 4 Queen Mothers who came to attack Yangtze Ridge. The remaining 2 have fled and retreated underground in the southwest suburbs. They won't give up until they completely occupy the entire Yangtze Ridge. You soldiers occupying the main nest can withdraw now, lest the Queen Mother turns around and strikes back, wasting your troops in vain. Where are the millions of survivors settled now? Qin Hu and his group looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. The shock in their eyes made their pupils shrink sharply. It is obvious that the strength of Lin Feng and his Salvation Army far exceeds everyone's expectations. It was already a fantasy that a team of less than 300 people could stop the attack of a swarm of more than 100,000 Zergs, but the man in front of him could actually kill more than one Zerg queen in the Zerg swarm. With this strength, if they could have appeared in the capital defense battle earlier, perhaps the Federation's strategic plan. It truly works. Slow down the expansion of the entire Northern Queen. Unfortunately, there is no exist. It's in B-Town, about 10 kilometers to the north. It only takes 10 minutes to get there by taking this mountain road. Qin Hu was stunned for a moment, and quickly responded. B-Town was built along both sides of the Stone River and can barely accommodate 1,000,000 survivors. Fortunately, brought 1 or 2 months' worth of food with them when they fled. The supplies and equipment of our Southern Legion were also shipped out in advance. As long as there is no insect swarm attack, the order in the camp will be stable for the time being. Lin Feng nodded. Everyone said, this is a good thing. It is impossible for him and the Salvation Army to stay in the north forever. Sooner or later, a late-stage third-order queen will be born here. In addition, the natural environment is harsh, and it is difficult for the front-line base to maintain long-term stable order. It is not advisable to stay here for long. The southern states are our base camp. However, in order to prevent the northern defenders from collapsing so quickly, and to prevent these mid-stage queens from pouring into the south, it is necessary to support a large force here in advance that can curb the expansion of the Zerg. This large force should at least have the strength to fight against the Queen Mother. The Southern Legion led by Qin Hu and the millions of survivors are Lin Feng's best choices. We killed tens of thousands of black spine insects in the Yangtze blocking battle. All of them piled up in the valley and on the battlefield. You can come and collect useful giant jaw materials. I will help you synthesize a batch of first-level armor. In the future, when dealing with insect attacks, even if the supply of weapons and ammunition is insufficient, you will have the confidence to fight in close combat. Lin Feng spoke calmly, and by the way, borrowed Qin Hu's hand to clean up the tens of thousands of insect corpses that were piled up like mountains in the valley. Otherwise, in this hot weather with a temperature of 38 or 39 degrees, the stench would be unbearable within 2 days. The strange smell of the Zerg themselves mixed with the stench of decay would be simply unbearable. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Qin Hu was overjoyed. Compared with the corpse of the black-backed worm, he needed the corpse of the second-level tiger-backed worm more. After all, the cerebrospinal fluid extracted from it was the main raw material for genetic modification surgery. Even though the Southern Legion can hold the capital's defense line, that's all. Their overall strength is far from enough to fight outside the city, so even if they kill a large number of insects, they will have to take greater risks to smuggle them back. That's why there are insect corpses all over the ground. Both sides want to surround the enemy and attack the reinforcements, and continue to bleed the other side now. This great gift will allow Qin Hu to more deeply implement the genetic modification plan for all employees and cultivate more genetic warriors to narrow the physical gap with his Zerg. Thank you. Qin Hu stepped forward excitedly and bowed slightly. Lin Feng hummed, remember to notify the higher-ups in the rear of the Federation to liquidate the traitors in the city. Don't let them sneak into the management of the rear and cooperate with his Zerg to cause another city-wide sacrifice. Qin Hu's expression changed and he nodded solemnly. Understood. I have already reported this matter to the higher authorities. I believe they will soon be alert and conduct an investigation. The failure of this defense war is also related to these traitors who surrendered to the enemy. Unfortunately, the internal power struggle among the top leaders of the Federation is also very serious after the breakout plan succeeds. It is estimated that the situation will be the same as in the south. The large-scale legions will directly go their separate ways, and each will establish their own territory in the future. Lin Feng shrugged and didn't care. Let them be. They will never achieve anything great if they stay in the rear. They will only fall further and further behind, and eventually be eliminated by this great trend of evolution. At this time, a reminder popped up in front of Lin Feng. Level 31 Hunter King Chainsaw Sword upgraded. The energy for synchronous upgrade has been condensed, and personal upgrade can be carried out at any time. Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly this way. He was one step closer to the late third stage. Then he said to Qin Hu, after you have put the camp in order, gather all of your late stage second order fully awakened ones together, then I will arrange for you to take part in the trial of the state of mind of the spinal worm together. If you pass the trial, you will be able to master the power of the state of mind and become a peak second level strong man. At the same time, you will also have the foundation to defeat the Mother Queen. Qin Hu was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't stop being ecstatic. He had already learned from Ling Shuiyan and the Federal Research Institute about the power of artistic conception in third-order life forms, and he also knew that this was the source of the Queen Mother's powerful control ability. Once the genetic warriors also master the power of artistic conception, they will be immune to the Queen Mother's mental invasion and manipulation, and no longer have to worry about being affected by the Queen Mother's close proximity when fighting deep in the Zerg hive. Just as Lin Feng said, he has the strength to fight against the Queen Mother. Okay. I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Qin Hu suppressed his inner excitement and looked solemn. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, You can go ahead and get busy. Remember to tell them the risks involved. If they fail, they will die. So think clearly about whether you want to go further before signing up for the artistic conception trial. Gene warriors want to take a shortcut, but they also have to bear the price of this path. After saying that, Lin Feng returned to the body of the colonial mecha, flapped his 6 wings, and flew away. Qinhu and the others were left standing there with respectful eyes, thinking for a while before driving away. Back at the peak of Yangtseling Mountain, most of the second-level regiment and 200 soldiers had already evacuated and were arranged to rest in the safe northwest main nest. Only some members of the regiment and a dozen newly promoted second-level awakeners were left to patrol at night. Lin Feng walked out of the colonial mecha, absorbed the upgraded energy from the Hunter King chainsaw sword, and came to the side of Long Yi. In front of them, Zhang Yuner, who had been unconscious for a long time, wake up slowly. Chapter 243 Interrogation of Zhang Yuner, Double Agent, Confession. While he was upgrading himself, Lin Feng asked Long Yi to wake up the unconscious Zhang Yuner. Under the starry moonlit night, the three of them sat around a burning bonfire. The colonial mecha behind Lin Feng entered sentry mode and started automatic guarding. The blazing fireworks, spewing out sparks, shone on everyone's faces. Zhang Yuner spat out black blood and slowly opened her eyes, and she couldn't help feeling a little scared. In her opinion, this scene was too weird. The man on the left, a third-level awakener of the human race, actually gets along harmoniously with a woman on the right, a disguised incarnation of the Queen Mother. Either Lin Feng, like her, had given up on humanity and devoted himself to the Zerg's environmental protection, or, in another situation, Zhang Yuner obviously found it more difficult to accept. Lin Feng put the canned tuna on the campfire, poured in the organic nutrient solution, turned it over and continued to cook. Looking at Zhang Yuner, who had a dull look in her eyes, he slowly spoke. Almost all the survivors in the city have been rescued. Your so-called sacrificial ritual no longer has enough biomass consumables to activate it. Zhang Yuner was stunned for a moment, then showed an expression of disbelief and asked back, how is that possible? There are more than 3 million survivors. Even if we open all the gates to the northwest, we still need to pass through 3 lines of defense walls. How can it be in time in just half a day? Lin Feng nodded. If we don't have time to go to the northwest, we can open another road. Oh, I forgot to mention, I cleared the south side so I didn't sneak into the capital city, but I literally fought my way in. As he spoke, Lin Feng pointed at the 2 huge golden bones placed behind Zhang Yuner. The purple queen's brain wrapped inside was still faintly emitting powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. Seeing this thing, Zhang Yuner's face immediately turned pale. As a genetic mother, the surging mother cells in her body were sending out the highest warning. With a blessing of the state of genetic control, she is the one who understands the biological structure of the Zerg Queen best, except for the Zerg Queen. The Queen Mother's brain, as the source of spiritual and artistic power for high-level Queen Mothers, is the Queen Mother's natal organ. Even as long as it is still intact, it can hatch a high-level queen again in the biological mother nest. And now, such an important thing actually appeared in front of Zhang Yuner, and it was not just one. There are 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right. Judging from the fresh blood and brain tissue residues still remaining on the surface of the golden plate bones, they must have just been taken out of the body of a high-level Queen Mother. In other words, after Lin Feng left the capital city at noon today, he killed 2 queens in one breath in just one afternoon. This strength is enough to rival the mid-stage 3rd stage. Even better than the ordinary 3rd stage mid-stage Queen Mother, more threatening. Zhang Yuner only felt her breathing stagnate, and the hybrid cells in her body seemed to sense some fatal threat. They curled up frantically, her hair stood up and her scalp felt numb. Looking back at Lin Feng, it was as if he had met his natural enemy. His limbs were limp and his legs were trembling. Lin Feng's mouth corners raised slightly, and when he saw the woman's appearance, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes, and then he continued. Qin, who led the Southern Army to rescue most of the survivors in the city and was responsible for surrounding the Queen Mother in the south. I killed 3 of them, leaving 2, one big and one small, hiding underground. Your plan has failed, but the high-ranking traitors in the city will also look for the next genetic mother after losing you. You are not special, nor are you the only agent. They created you just to have a messenger who can communicate with his Zerg. Everything was planned from the beginning, and you have been immersed in the beautiful dream they have woven for you, dreaming of becoming the Queen Mother. After saying that, Lin Feng looked at Long Yi, who was standing beside him. The latter stared at Zhang Yuner with a half smile, and spoke with a hint of teasing in his tone. All queen mothers are direct descendants of the insect god. No foreign race has ever been able to become a legitimate descendant through genetic fusion. The so-called sacrificial ceremony is just the promotion process of the third stage mid-stage queen mother. In the eyes of the mother of life, you are just a hybrid of Zerg genes. How could she personally transform you into a direct linear queen mother? Remember, no matter how many times you replace your flesh and blood, the soul of life cannot be transformed. Your attributes as a human are deeply rooted. Just like a warrior who has merged with spinal worm genes, he will never become a true spinal worm. To have two completely different consciousnesses at the same time will only tear your soul into pieces and distort your mind. Just like you are now, you always want to control and transform others uncontrollably. Your self-awareness is simply incapable of controlling this power that does not belong to you. Sooner or later, you will lose your mind and become a complete slave to the power of your artistic conception. Zhang Yuner looked dazed compared to Lin Feng's description of the failure of the sacrificial ceremony. The shock brought to her by Long Yi's words was no less than a reshaping of her worldview. Every sentence broke her original cognition and every word was heart-wrenching. After being stunned for a moment and coming to her senses, she was very unwilling to prove herself and started to defend herself. No, the middle stage third level queen mother in the east has promised me that as long as I complete the sacrificial ceremony, she will be able to help me advance to the third level. Even if I can't become a pure Zerg queen, as long as I enter the third stage, I can still become one of the apostles of the Zerg god and become the leader of the cult that saves all mankind. With a cold laugh, he mercilessly tore the woman's innocent dream into pieces. Are you kidding me? If it's so easy to advance to the third stage, then why did Lin Feng go to so much trouble to execute the beheading plan against the queen mother? Wouldn't it be better to just negotiate terms with her directly? The third stage mid-stage being to the east, even if he advances to the third stage late stage and has the ability to hatch third stage life forms, that is only for physical evolution type creatures and cannot give you the power of the third stage artistic conception at all. If it wants to help you advance to the third level without killing the third level being, it must either be willing to transfer its spiritual power to you, which is the brain behind you, or erase the consciousness of the early queen mother and transplant a purple crystal brain to you. Of course, there is one last possibility, which is also the most likely one. Through the flames, Long kept staring at Zhang Yuner and continued in a bad tone, that is to erase your consciousness, inject its own spiritual consciousness, and refine you into a clone of the Queen Mother in this way. It can also be regarded as fulfilling the promise made to you. Zhang Yuner swallowed fearfully. The fear in her heart and the hunger in her stomach were tormenting her madly. Her remaining stubborn cognition was almost collapsing. After letting Long Yi explain to Zhang Yuner, Lin Feng poured the hot fish soup in the can into the iron bowl. Then he looked at the woman in front of him and continued, "Now, tell me everything that happened from the time you entered the research institute until you became the genetic matrix and founded the insect god cult. After that, we'll have dinner." Zhang Yuner took a deep breath, sniffed the delicious meat aroma in the iron bowl in Lin Feng's hand, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She was severely injured, but the time she was able to recover had exhausted all the energy in her body. Now, not only was it difficult for her to even stand, she was unable to even use mental means. The whole person is in a dying and exhausted state. The fish soup in Lin Feng's hand, which was full of organic nutrient solution, was like nectar at this moment. It was even more attractive to Zhang Yuner than the promotion to the third level. First, before Zhang Yuner could say anything, Lin Feng looked up and gave the woman a look that frightened her so much that she trembled and dared not say anything. She quickly changed the subject and slowly talked about what had happened in the capital city in the past 2 months. More than 20 minutes later, Zhang Yuner, with dry mouth and low voice, fell to the ground with a weak face. Lin Feng glanced at Long Yi beside him, then put the freshly cooked organic fish soup in his hand to Zhang Yuner's mouth, and he talked to Ling about the situation of women. "How is it? Is it still useful?" Long slightly. As early as when Lin Feng came back, she had thought of Zhang Yuner's greatest use, of course. This is the only Zerg mother in the human group. She is different from the cheap stuff in the bag. This woman can hold a high position among humans. She is naturally much better than the Zerg mother as a spy. She can steal various plans made by the human high-level officials. At the same time, she can use her own fame to lure or influence the decision-making of the high-level officials, thereby creating favorable conditions for the Queen Mother. So if we look at this matter from two sides, Lin Feng had already guessed what Long Yi meant. Since the Queen Mother of the East District intends to rely on Zhang Yunar to break through the human defense line with internal and external forces, Lin Feng and others can also take advantage of the situation and pass on some false information to make the Queen Mother fall into the trap prepared for her. For example, when fighting on the surface, if you can locate the Queen Mother in advance, you can use some of humanity's most powerful weapons, nuclear weapons. A medium-sized nuclear bomb with a TNT equivalent of several 100,000 tons. Hydrogen bombs need to be prepared in advance. If this continues, not to mention the mid-stage Queen Mother, even a late-stage third-order life form would be seriously injured. With the great success of this breakout plan, the Salvation Army that came to the north to provide assistance has successfully and even exceeded the containment mission. When the federal top brass first agreed to cooperate, one of the rewards they wanted to offer was a nuclear bomb. Lin Feng naturally had to make good use of it. For example, by killing a LV-36 Zerg Queen, who is in the middle stage of the second stage, you can make your own contribution to reducing the competitive pressure on the Zerg in the north. Apart from the immediate practical benefits, Zhang Yunar herself, as a genetic mother, is essentially no different from a genetic warrior injected with spinosad genes. Therefore, in the near future, perhaps there will be a fourth-level opportunity just for her. Lin Feng was still willing to spare her life, obviously taking this into consideration. But the prerequisite is that Zhang Yunar can abandon her previous thoughts and be obedient under her own control in the future. As Long Yi spoke of the double agent plan, Lin Feng nodded and looked at Zhang Yunar, who was sticking out her tongue to lick the residue in the iron bowl. I'm asking you. Zhang Yunar reluctantly put down the iron and bowl touched her still empty stomach, feeling unsatisfied. After hearing Lin Feng's question, he raised his head and replied, I can promise you, but only on the condition that you explain her identity and origin first. Zhang Yunar raised her hand and pointed at the woman sitting next to Lin Feng behind the campfire. Lin Feng wanted to explain casually to fool him, but he didn't expect Ling Yi to take the initiative and say, we talked so hastily that I haven't introduced myself yet. Hello, my name is Long Yi, one of Lin Feng's female companions. Ahem. Lin Feng coughed twice, interrupting Long Yi's nonsense. Get to the point. Keep going. Ling Yi glanced at the person beside him, looked at Zhang Yunar and continued, yes, I am the Queen Mother. To be more precise, I am the incarnation of the Zerg Queen Mother. My original body is currently in Tehu Lake in Jiangnan Province. It has already advanced to the middle stage of the third stage, so it can allocate a part of its spiritual energy to help me advance to the third stage. As for why we should help Lin Feng, this is a cooperation agreement between us. As he spoke, Long Yi slowly stood up and looked down at the woman in front of him who had regained her youthful appearance. Her beauty was indeed, as Han Yuxin said before she left, as beautiful as a fairy. It is even better than before, and with the help of the Queen's cells, it becomes more beautiful. No wonder Lin Feng was indifferent to the perfect appearance he had transformed into before. It turned out that he had already tasted the best delicacy in advance. However, as Zhang Yunar became the genetic mother, her body had mutated into many deformed tissues in order to adapt to the ability of artistic conception, and it was obviously difficult for Lin Feng to be moved anymore. Thinking of this, Ling Yi continued with confidence, you said that during the Realm of Mind trial, you were brought into the spiritual world of the Queen Mother by the third stage middle stage Queen Mother. So you should have seen the ranking list of living monuments standing in the air, right? Zhang Yunar nodded. She still remembered the person who brought her, and he was on the list and was extremely powerful. Then you should understand the significance of this ranking list. This is the strength ranking of all the Queen Mothers in the world. When we first set foot on Blue Planet, we were all newly awakened early-stage third-order life forms. This so-called invasion is nothing more than a competition for the global Queen Mother, similar to your human battle royal chicken game, and the target is the top of the ranking list, Sequence 0, and the only candidate for the fourth-order Insect King. So our primary goal is not to invade humans at all. In other words, Blue Planet is just a venue for our chicken-eating game. Our competitors are other Queen Mothers of the same kind. In our eyes, humans are just uncivilized natives of a planet that can't even colonize Proxima Centauri. There's nothing to worry about. Zhang Yunar was deeply shocked by Long Yi's words. She once again felt how insignificant she was and how ridiculous the so-called insect god cult was. The gods they were willing to give up everything to believe in and worship actually didn't care about them at all. Even the Queen Mother apostles under the insect god were the same. Zhang Yunar also reacted quickly and looked at Ling Yi and Lin Feng beside her. So, you are cooperating with Lin Feng to win the final victory and become the fourth-level insect king. Ling Yi snapped his fingers. That's right. Although humans as a whole are weak, a few individuals have great potential for growth, such as the one next to me. He should be one of the strong candidates for the 4th level human king in the future. My cooperation with him successfully contained the expansion of the Queen Mother of Haichang in Jiangnan province, and allowed me to successfully advance to the middle stage of the 3rd stage. In the future, we will continue to cooperate to achieve mutual benefit and win-win results for both sides. This is more valuable than your blind worship. After saying that, Long Yi put away his smile and sat back in his original seat. In fact, her ultimate goal is far more than that. The so-called mutual benefit and win-win situation is just a superficial appearance. Her real purpose is to get close to Lin Feng. If Lin Feng's potential is only evaluated at the 4th level, it would be an underestimation of the bloodline of the gods. Even if it is only half, his future achievements will not be lower than the 7th level. This is also the key for the Zerg to break free from their own shackles. After listening to Long's heartfelt words, Zhang Yuner took a long time to digest and accept them, and finally nodded. Okay, I promise you, I will continue to contact the middle stage Queen Mother in the East District to help you do things. But, Zhang Yuner raised the iron bowl in her hand. Can I have another bowl? Lin Feng and Long looked at each other and smiled. Open other cans and organic nutrient solutions. Soon after, a reminder that he had completed the synchronous upgrade appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng, LV 3239 HP. 2.4K. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Lin Feng LV 32, Parasitic Control, Trial Plan. Lin Feng, LV 3239 horsepower 2.4K, pH 2.4K, SP 2.9K. Note, the spiritual attribute value is close to the upper limit of the early stage of the 3rd stage. In the future, it is necessary to absorb the spiritual energy of the life form in the middle stage of the 3rd stage. This time the upgrade increased the attribute values by 500 points, which is a small improvement in the early stage of the 3rd stage level. There are no special additional changes. However, the reminder in the notes made Lin Feng frown slightly. But he felt relieved soon after. After all, after breaking the limit, he would have the strength of a midterm existence. It was reasonable that he needed to absorb it from the midterm existence. But does this mean that in order to upgrade from early stage 3 to middle stage, one must kill a middle stage 3 being? Lin Feng seemed to be thinking about something. Yet the latter knew that Lin Feng had killed several mother queens, and his strength was almost approaching the perfection of the early 3rd level. The next step is to consider how to get promoted. After thinking for a moment, he gave the answer, yes, if there is no gene sequence for advancement in your bloodline, that is, your ancestors were not wealthy and did not leave behind a template for genetic evolution, then you can only rely on yourself and figure it out step by step. As he spoke, Long Yi looked at Zhang Yuner, who was standing across the firelight, and continued meaningfully, of course, if it is a hybrid with mixed genes, even if one of them has the blood of a god, they will still need to figure it out on their own because of the complexity and mutual exclusion of their genes. Besides that, the best way is to directly kill a stronger being in the middle stage of the 3rd stage. And use the majestic life energy and the body structure of the strong to build a path for your own evolution. Moreover, each promotion in the early, middle and late stages is very large. The existence of a 3rd stage middle stage is 3 times that of an early stage of the same level. If you kill it early and absorb it completely, you can even complete the promotion with just a 3rd stage middle stage. Lin Feng nodded, but unfortunately he would most likely not be able to use the latter that Long Yi mentioned, unless Lin Feng could become like the colonial mecha and make use of the Queen Mother's corpse as well. And Ling Gai can rely on the 3rd level cells of the Queen Mother's corpse and the residual life energy in it to improve his own strength. Both parties are queens, so it is natural that there is no obstacle for them to absorb the bodies of their own kind. By analogy, there are no restrictions on the Gene Warriors' absorption of the flesh and blood of spinal worms. Just like the gene regiments under their command, after devouring the 2nd-order membranous wings of windwing worms, they can quickly multiply and grow the same membranous wings. So Zhang Yuner, who was licking the iron bowl of fish soup in front of Lin Feng and gradually recovering, as a genetic mother, could naturally absorb the flesh and blood of the Zerg Queen and complete her promotion. The only pity is that the bodies of the two queens killed this time were taken away by the middle stage queen, and because of this, Long Yu was very angry and unhappy according to the cooperation agreement between the two parties. The Queen Mother's corpse was originally a trophy belonging to Ling Yi. In this defense battle of Yangtseling, the savior army was able to pass the level without dying, thanks to Long Yi, who was on the top of the mountain and interfered with the second-level Zerg in the Zerg Tide. This includes the early detection and control of the mysterious second-level warrior hunter insects. As a pure third-stage early queen, Ling Yi possesses complete power of artistic conception. It is naturally easy for her to influence the second-stage Zerg at a close distance of hundreds or thousands of meters. Who is the actual controller of the insect tide, weaken with distance, and in the end they will naturally be out of reach. Zhang Yuner also relied on similar means, and her presence at the front line greatly helped the defenders. After learning about the relevant matters regarding the third-level promotion, Lin Feng saw that it was getting late and prepared to end the interrogation and confess. However, now that Zhang Yuner has recovered most of her condition with the help of organic nutrient solution, she naturally cannot be allowed to move freely in the camp. Lip service promises are no different from waste paper. Even if Lin Feng and Long Yu tried to persuade each other with emotion and reason, it was impossible for them to completely shatter the other party's loyal beliefs formed under the influence of the Queen Mother with just a few words. However, Lin Feng and the other person cannot keep an eye on each other 24 hours a day. In the camp, except for Shenji, who is at the peak of the second level and has mastered the killing state, a large number of other second-level awakeners in the early and middle stages, as well as first-level peak soldiers, are easily bewitched by Zhang Yuner's genetic control and allowed to escape. So before laid down to rest, Lin Feng asked Ling Yu directly, without avoiding Zhang Yuner, "What means do you have to control a second-level peak Zerg mother?" As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Yuner's face opposite her, which everyone had regained its radiance, instantly turned pale again. Instead, Long Yi smiled thoughtfully and nodded, a hint of gold flashed across his eyes. Queen. Then she slowly stood up, walked up to Zhang Yuner and smiled kindly, "Ms. Zhang, I need your cooperation on this matter." Bonfire. Ling Yi looked like a demon from hell, ready to strike an evil deal with humans. "What? But you have to follow Lin Feng's orders and leave you with a shackle that can control your life at any time. It will also make it convenient for all of us to trust you 100% again." Zhang Yuner took a deep breath, noticed Lin Feng's indifferent gaze, forced herself to calm down, and asked, "What method is it? Are there any side effects? How do I need to cooperate with you?" Ling agreed slightly, very satisfied with the other party's humble attitude, and pointed to the unconscious Zerg mother in the bag beside him. "Did you know that they can use the eggs of their offspring to control and influence low-level awakeners? In fact, the principle is the same, but to control a second-level awakener, a second-level Zerg mother must take action personally." After hearing Long Yi's introduction, Zhang Yuner's pale face showed deep fear. Although she had become a half-human, half-insect deformity, it was physically and psychologically unacceptable for her to allow a living worm to enter her body. What's more, the function of this thing is to parasitize the host and eventually corrode its own brain. Fortunately, Ling Yi added, "Don't worry about its danger. Without our orders, the young Zerg mother will lie dormant on your spine and fall into a long period of dormancy. Apart from absorbing some nutrients to sustain life, it is harmless to humans and animals." As he spoke, Long Yi slowly opened his hands and asked Zhang Yuner to turn her back first. Zhang Yuner took off her torn black robe, then peeled off the broken shell on her torso, revealing her true appearance. At this moment, the former national goddess has been deformed into a strange and weird appearance of half-human and half-insect under the influence of the Queen Mother's cell genes. Except for the limbs and head, the torso is completely covered by the Zerg carapace. 3 arthropod tails extend from the spine and coccyx, like a centipede, covered with spiritual energy release points, which are specially used to cooperate with the power of artistic conception to enhance its control effect. Lin Feng was no longer sensitive to this situation. After seeing the appearance of Shenji, Zhang Liang and the genetic warriors, he became immune to all kinds of strange and deformed shapes. Seeing Zhang Yuner exposing herself, a hint of cunning flashed in Long Yi's eyes. In fact, the other party only needed to lift up her coat and collar to expose her neck. But in order to embarrass Zhang Yuner and let Lin Feng see her current distorted appearance, Long Yi was naturally happy to tease her a little. As Zhang Yuner turned her back, Long Yi stretched out his open palm, and the skin gradually cracked into a long strip, revealing the blood vessels and muscles inside. A blood-colored insect egg, condensed from the flesh and blood of the mantis fly itself, was pushed out by the muscles and placed in the palm of the hand. Then she walked forward and gently placed the insect eggs on her palm on Zhang Yun'er's neck. Sensing the fresh blood and the parasitic host, the eggs quickly hatched and broke out of the shells under the catalytic control of the dragonfly. A flat, multi-segmented worm about 30 centimeters long crawled from the egg to Zhang Yun'er's neck, clinging to the entire cervical vertebrae from top to bottom. Then, hundreds of tentacles as thin as hair grew out from under the carapace on both sides and instantly pierced into Zhang Yun'er's back while injecting her with anesthetic. He began to use his sharp multi-legged limbs to cut open the softened outer armor on the surface of the skin, and the whole insect slowly drilled into it. After a moment, a painless parasitic operation was successfully completed under the meticulous control of Lin Gai. Only the surface of the wound remained, with a scab formed by coagulated blood, indicating the traces of the previous parasite's presence. All right, after hearing what the person behind her said, Zhang Yun'er turned around with a slight tremor and put her clothes back on. As soon as he returned to his seat, he continued, the operation was perfect. There was almost no strange feeling. You don't have to worry too much. As long as you don't do anything that harms us, it won't start. It is now connected to your nervous system. It can be said that it is perfectly integrated. Even if it is promoted to the third stage, it will still be inseparable. Then your mission should be complete. I will hand over its control to you, as well as its unique genetic map. Then you will be able to use the power of your mind to erase its proliferation-activated reaction consciousness. Zhang Yun'er nodded as if she understood, but she felt a chill on the back of her neck, as if there was a guillotine standing behind her head at any time. Thank you, Long hummed and said no more. Lin Feng immediately replied, okay, find a place to rest. It will probably come in handy in a couple of days. Zhang Yun'er took a deep breath, looked around the top of Yangtzeling Mountain in the wilderness, then found a small pavilion and lay down in it, tossing and turning. Only Lin Feng and his partner were left by the bonfire at the top of the mountain. How should we use these two big guys? I am currently advancing normally to increase my spiritual attributes. I probably need to absorb one more Queen Mother's brain marrow to reach the upper limit of the early third stage. What should I do with the other one? Should I continue to integrate it into the colonization armor? Lin Feng, who is now at level 32, already possesses a spiritual attribute of points. If he were to upgrade to the next level, it would reach a minimum of points. He only needs to absorb one more Queen Mother's brain to reach the initial upper limit. Of hearing Lin Feng's question, Long Yi shook his head. The colonial armor was born from the Queen Mother of Yangsha Mountain, who is about to start the promotion. It is already a perfect existence at the initial stage of the third stage. Adding other initial materials will not enhance it at all. It will only waste precious king insect level materials to build another biomech now, without the Queen Mother's corpse. We need tens of thousands of insect swarms as consumables to cultivate in third hatch order cells, and its strength is far inferior to this colonial suit. However, the outer layer of the golden plate bone of the purple crystal brain can be used to thicken the defense of the colonization armor. In a few days, it will be very effective against the third level king spinal worm. You can absorb one first, and put the other one in the hatching nest in the northwest main nest for nurturing when we return to the south. We will add it to Miss Chen's dreadnought battleship to upgrade its combat system. The Queen Mother's purple crystal brain is the most advanced biological computer center below the fourth level. It is the best choice for upgrading ship equipment. The price in the interstellar free trade zone is very expensive, while the third order king spinal worms and late stage Queen Mothers have not yet been born. Kill a few more Queen Mothers to accumulate purple crystal brain marrow. Lin Feng nodded. Until there was a good plan, this was the only way for now. Before going to bed, Lin Feng told Long Yi that he was going to start the genetic warrior state of mind trial perfection of the late second stage, and the rest are also in the late second stage, and a very small number have at least reached the middle second stage. However, the inability to grasp the artistic conception also became a major shortcoming when they faced the third level Zerg underground, in the mother nest of the spinal worms in the land of End. The hatching trial of the king spinal worms has been going on for several days. Soon, a large number of third-order king spiny worms will come to the surface and wreak havoc. It is obviously difficult for Lin Feng to drive the colonial mecha alone to deal with the king spinal bug and the Zerg queen at the same time. He needs more powerful helpers to assist him in completing the arduous task of killing the third stage mid-stage Queen Mother. Long Yu did not refuse or resist. He nodded and agreed, no problem. In fact, if a large group of people start the artistic conception trial together, they can enter the same trial space, There are as many king Spinosaur uses inside as there are trial participants, but they don't gather together in groups, so trial participants can help each other and form groups, in person. Even if we are lucky enough to sneak in, our strength will be limited by the environment and we can only perform at the peak of the second stage. If you really want to open it, you'd better prepare for the worst. Especially the genetic warriors on Kinhu's side, their strengths vary, and the degree of genetic assimilation is also different. There are good people and bad people mixed together. If a crazy person shows up, it will be a threat to everyone's safety, so even if we want to open it, we have to wait until the war ends and we can have a few days of peace. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, thank you in advance, rest, it's getting late. After saying that, Lin Feng fell on the straw mat and fell into deep sleep. The events of the past 2 days had left him somewhat exhausted. Especially in the battle with the Queen Mother, life and death are decided in a split second, and one needs to concentrate fully to maintain the best combat condition, which is extremely tiring and brain-consuming. When Long Yi saw the sleeping Lin Feng, she quietly moved to his side, gently lifted the man's head, and rested it on her soft legs. The moonlit night sky silent and lonely. In comparison, B-Town, more than 10 kilometers away, seemed extremely crowded and noisy after 2 million survivors and core soldiers squeezed in. At this moment in the highest command room, Kinhu looked at the receipt sent by the federal high-level officials in his hand. His face was ashen. This group of guys simply imprisoned those guys' unforgivable traits. There was absolutely no intention of beheading in public to serve as a warning to others. Notify everyone that tomorrow morning, we will skin and pull out the tendons of the captured rebel prisoners at a meeting. We will also arrange for some military reporters to report the reasons for the failure of the defense battle and take photos to various bases in the rear. Kinhu gave the order sternly prepared to put the federal top leaders on the fire. Chapter 245 Statistics of Battle Results, Kinhu's determination to be independent. After venting his anger, Kinhu looked at the crushed receipt in his hand and gradually calmed down. He knew very well what the higher-ups were thinking. The reason why I keep these traitors who take human lives lightly is to leave a dog's life for myself, to give myself a future and a way out. But this is a racial war. In the Zerg social structure, there is not even any so-called class differentiation. Except for the high-ranking Queen Mother who still has some strength and status, the rest are just livestock and war slaves. Why do these guys think that they can enjoy the same status in return for betraying humanity and defecting to the enemy? Kinhu, as the first generation of genetically modified people, is very clear about the principle that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. On the battlefield, the Zerg will not give you preferential treatment just because you exude the same scent as them. On the contrary, the similar aura of both sides would arouse each other's vigilance. Even most of the genetic warriors were the main targets of tiger spine worms and warrior hunting worms. Today, the top federal officials, hoping to get a chance to survive, allow the rebels to continue to survive. In Kinhu's opinion, this is no different from treason. In this catastrophe, sophisticated egoists will only become the culprits who destroy humanity's hope. When Lin Feng rejected his invitation, he obviously foresaw this day coming. Fell away, just like all the clutter in his heart was swept away later. I became more determined to start my own business. Now there is no shortage of soldiers and civilians as long as they pass the artistic conception test mentioned by Lin Feng and master the power of artistic conception. They can become a second-level peak strong man, and even defeat the Mother Queen and be promoted to a third-level awakener. Kinhu will then be able to legitimately take over the Northern Banner and cooperate with Lin Feng from the north and south to jointly resist the Zerg invasion. The first step is to continue to weaken the influence of the federal top leaders and win the support of various forces in the rear. Thinking of this, Kinhu immediately asked the guards to summon the commanders of the Southern Corps at the regimental level and above, intending to start the cleanup from within and prepare to take on the responsibility alone. The next morning, Lin Feng slowly woke up from the top of the mountain. He opened his eyes and saw that most of the sky was blocked. Then he realized that he was still resting his head on Longai's soft legs. He was well aware of the other person's approach last night, but because he was too tired, he didn't pay much attention to it. As a result, he slept with his head resting on her thighs all night. At this moment, he quietly got up and stretched. 5 in the morning and it was already light. 5 o'clock. You can sleep a little longer. Shenji and the others have recovered and are here to lead the army again. I'll go take a look. Longai yawned. She had not recovered from her short rest until early morning, so she lay on the straw mat and continued to sleep soundly. Lin Feng stood on the top of the mountain and saw the captains of several other battle groups standing on the side peaks of the mountain. Waiting for him to wake up, the colonial mecha standing behind him entered sentry mode last night and started automatic guarding. No living creature is allowed to approach without Lin Feng's permission. Even the birds passing by in the sky would be burned into a wisp of green smoke by the instantaneous ion beam from the ion laser cannon installed on its left arm. Therefore, Shenji, Liu and others who rushed over did not rush forward rashly, but first did their job as the head of the group, counting the status of their subordinates and taking stock of the gains from this battle. It was not until this moment that Lin Feng enabled. Afterwards, Lin Feng and a group of commanders met outside the ticket building of the tourist attraction halfway up the mountain. This place has been destroyed by the insect nest attack and turned into a ruin of broken walls. So they found a shady spot, everyone under a big tree nearby, and sat on the ground around Lin Feng. Shenji spoke first. The Jin regiment he was in charge of had a total of 35 members this time. In addition to him, there were already 25 people who had been promoted to the late second stage and reached perfection. Due to their characteristics, it is difficult for genetic warriors to remain calm for long after transforming into a fully assimilated combat form. With their arms transformed into bone blades, they can no longer wield armor-piercing cannons for long-range combat. Therefore, most of them lead in close combat, relying on their own strength to naturally kill more second-order Zergs. Especially in this battle to capture Yongtseling and stop the Zerg tide, nearly half of the second-level Zerg died under the bone blades of the genetic warriors, providing them with a large amount of life energy needed for their evolution. In comparison, the statistical results obtained by Liu are relatively inferior. As Shenji finished his report, Liu continued, among the 45 members of the guards, there are 9 new second-stage late-stage fully awakened ones. In addition to me, among the 30 remaining 5, 10 have also reached the second-stage late-stage. In addition, after this series of battles, a total of 55 out of the 200 soldiers were promoted to higher ranks as early-stage awakeners of the second rank. They have been temporarily assigned to the reserve forces of the second-rank regiment. There are 145 first-level soldiers left, 20 of whom are seriously injured and 46 are slightly injured. The seriously injured have been treated with organic nutrient solution to temporarily stabilize their injuries. But they will need 2 or 3 days to heal on their own. The rest of the minor injuries have all recovered and are back on the team. As for the members of the regiment, all of them have recovered and are ready to go out again at any time. After hearing about the personnel changes, Lin Feng nodded. The self-healing ability of a second-level awakener is several times that of a first-level awakener. As long as the injury is not fatal, the person can recover with the help of organic nutrient solution. Therefore, the remaining wounded are all combat soldiers. This also means that the 135 members of the second-level combat, the nutrient solution that Lin Feng brought was no longer enough. Now they rely on the hatching pyramid in the northwest main nest every day. The Zerg under the control of Long Mai collect the nearby biomass resources and convert them into high-concentration nutrient solution to meet the huge needs of the Savior Army. But this is not a long-term solution. The nearby forests have almost been razed bare by the Zerg. The harsh environment in the north cannot be sustained for long. Be best to help Qin Hu enter the third stage and contain many mother queens. Anyway, there are so many Zerg queens in the north. There are probably more than 10 Zerg queens in the capital city right now, fighting against each other for the resources of human survivors. Before the Savior Army takes the initiative to attack, the level of weapons and equipment is also the top priority besides its own strength. Only with powerful firepower can we suppress the swarms of insects that are sweeping in from all directions during field combat. The new added 55 chapter reserves also need to be equipped with new second-tier orange weapons and equipment. So at this moment, after Liu reported the personnel changes, he then added the summary statistics of the spoils. In this operation, together with the conquest of the mother nest of Yangsha Mountain in the morning, we collected a total of 350 pairs of tiger spine insects, giant jaws, 220 pulse tail guns, and 10 back shells of tank beetles. There are also 300 or 400 pairs of blue-winged insects' membranous wings, which were also collected. After listening to the report, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The materials for making tiger armor were complete, enough to equip every savior with second-level orange armor. At the same time, the damaged tiger armor of the members of the Guards Regiment could also be updated and upgraded. Although the first-order blue-winged membrane wings of the blue-winged insect are not as strong as the second-order winged insect, they can also allow the armor to fly at a low speed for 10 minutes, and flying 20 or 30 kilometers is not a problem. When dealing with a large army of insects or when running away, the effect is very obvious and very helpful. Cannons, etc. 220 pulse tail cannons are enough to make more than 200 powerful electromagnetic cannons. By then, they will be given to the second stage late stage perfect warriors of the Guards Regiment with dual-wielding electromagnetic cannons. They can easily deal with the rolling insect swarms of hundreds of thousands. However, the only problem now is where to obtain the more than 200 tons of high-quality steel raw materials required to make the replica. After listening to the summary report, Lin Feng arranged for everyone to patrol and guard and continue to rest for a while. He went to the shelter where biological materials were stored and integrated the giant jaws of the tiger-backed worm and the blue-winged membrane wings into the warrior's red and black armor to complete the upgrade. At the same time, he also upgraded the flying tiger armor of the Guards Regiment for the second time. After doing all this, Lin Feng received a report from Liu Yi that Qin Hu had sent people over to clean up the remaining battlefield. Lin Feng came to the north of Yangtze and saw a number of bulldozers and dump trucks rumbling into the valley. They drove into the main mountain range and transported the insect corpses out of Yangtze in piles. Lin Feng stood halfway up the mountain and took a look at the size of the convoy. Warriors walked up to Lin Feng. "Thank you, City Lord Lin, for your generosity." Qin Hu looked at the tens of thousands of insect corpses in the valley, as well as the corpses of hundreds of huge tiger spine worms. And his joy was beyond words. These insect corpses are more than just resources, they can also keep millions of survivors moving and giving them work to do. Instead of continuing to live in the cramped bee town, living in fear and violence every moment. Dealing with insect corpses requires a huge amount of manpower, from removing the giant jaws to dissecting the torso, taking out the useful hydrogen-storing stomach sac, and the four-legged limbs that can be used as weapons. Every step and process requires hands. Lin Feng nodded. "You're welcome. I also want to thank you for cleaning up this cemetery. Otherwise, if it continues like this, not only will it be polluted by the stench, but if the insects come a few times, the corpses will fill the entire valley and reach the top of the mountain." Qin Hu laughed. "If they could fill up the entire Yangsha Ridge, even 1,000,000 insect corpses wouldn't be enough. If you could kill them all, the entire north would be at peace." Lin Feng watched as carts of corpses were taken away in a rough manner and gave a reminder. There should be quite a few warriors hunting bugs in there. They have bone blades in their forearms. Remember to keep them safe. There is one more thing. Let's talk about it while we walk. Qin Hu nodded, and asked his men to stay where they were, and followed Lin Feng into the dense forest. "What's the news from the federal top brass?" Lin Feng asked calmly. The cost of this matter is not small. Although the various base forces in the rear safe zone seem to be at odds with the Federation and only obey orders but not declarations, in fact no one dares to jump out and openly oppose it, at least they verbally claim to be the Federation do with the old Federation. Another point is that the true strength and the scale of these local forces cannot be compared with that of the federal military. Especially since the capital breakout plan was a great success, the federal high-level officials with hundreds of thousands of troops are still the most powerful existence on this land. But this time, the split will start from within. More than 100,000 people, led by Qin Hu, will openly challenge the Federation. It takes a lot of understood determination to do this. The price to be paid is also not low. Qin Hu met Lin Feng yesterday in the defense line of the capital city. The other party only briefly mentioned this matter. Now that everything has settled, it is time to make a decision. Last night, I cleared out the spies in the team. They and the traitors captured in the city will be executed this morning in front of millions of survivors and journalists to expose the truth that they betrayed humanity and sold out millions of survivors in the city in order to survive. Since the federal leaders are worried about not being able to find someone to take the blame for the failure of the capital's defense, I will personally deliver one to them." Lin Feng couldn't help laughing, then returned to normal. "That's a good idea. It will also put them in a difficult position," Qin Hu continued confidently. "This is just the beginning. As long as we can stabilize the millions of survivors under our command, gather the necessary logistical supplies, and gain a firm foothold, I think it won't be long before the already disintegrating federal high-level officials will disintegrate on their own." Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked, "The nuclear bombs they have, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers they rescued, including more than 100,000 awakened ones, these 2 points cannot be dealt with in a short period of time." Qin Hu nodded and gave his opinion. Currently, the strategic missiles that can launch nuclear bombs are still in the hands of the federal leaders themselves, but the nuclear warheads have long been handed over to the corps commanders. Including me, I have more than 20 of them. Many large forces in the rear safety zone now have several emergency nuclear bombs in their hands, so don't worry too much about this. If they dare to risk the world's condemnation and launch nuclear weapons against their own kind, they will be treated the same way the next day. As for the latter, as far as I know, the soldiers rescued in the end by the breakout plan were only the large forces in the West and North districts. The East District, which took over the role of our rear guard, suffered most casualties in the breakout teams because they experienced less intense battles. Even if more than 10 people finally break out, the proportion of awakened people among them may only be around %, and their overall strength is still not as good as ours. After learning about Qin Hu's determination, Lin Feng began to talk about the next stage. After this breakout battle, all the mid-stage queen mothers in various places need to rest for a while and digest their gains, but only the middle-stage queen mother outside the eastern defense line felt the most unwilling, like the other western and northern districts. They all schemed off a layer of fat from the breakout troops, leaving only this one with thousands of calculations and layers of arrangements to set up sacrificial ceremonies, hoping to advance to the late third stage in one fell swoop. However, they didn't expect that in the end, they would get nothing but the soup of ordinary survivors, so it must have further plans, but it will take at least a week. During this period, we have to complete the artistic conception trial and negotiate with the top leaders of the Federation. If we want to gain a firm foothold in Yangsha Ridge, we must fight against the top Zerg forces, kill a Stage 3 mid-stage queen, and make a name for ourselves. This is the highest priority. As for logistics, we can use barter to conduct in-depth cooperation with the major forces in the rear safety zone. I don't think they would mind having too many live bugs. I can introduce it to you later. Hearing Lin Feng's promise and his plans for the future, Qin Hu was overjoyed and took a deep breath. Without further ado, thank you very much in advance. Lin Feng nodded. Go back and prepare. The artistic conception trial will be scheduled to begin tomorrow morning. Qin Hu nodded silently. After the two discussed the detailed plan, Lin Feng also asked Qin Hu to leave 10 armored vehicles, intended as a vehicle for the Salvation Army. Of course, this is just Lin Feng's superficial statement. As long as there are 10 back shells of tank fire beetles left in the shelter under the main peak, they can be used to build a batch of modified vehicles that are immune to bone blades. Chapter 246 Synthesis, Federation Visit, Probing and Frankness. After discussing the follow-up plans and strategies with Qin Hu, Lin Feng quickly used particle control to combine the 10 tank flame armor backs and the shelter with the armored vehicle. This is the Federation's newest armored vehicle, or more precisely, a wheeled armored personnel carrier with 4 pairs of wheels at the front and rear. It is about 9 meters long and 2.5 meters wide. It has strong off-road capabilities, can climb a 40-degree slope, and has a maximum speed of 90 kilometers per hour. It can carry up to 30 people at a time, plus the crew in front, and can quickly deliver 35 soldiers. The only shortcoming is the armor configuration, which can only against 7.62 bullets from a distance of meters. It can resist red beetles or the first stage early black spine insects, but it is difficult to withstand the impact of a tide of black spine insects, let alone the second stage Zerg rear unable to shuttle across the frontline battlefield. It has many improved models, such as medical vehicles, cooking vehicles and other logistics support vehicles. One of the vehicles Qin Hu brought this time was a cooking model, which was specially used to provide lunch for the engineering team that collected insect corpses. The biological materials collected by Lin Feng can just make up for the shortcomings of the armor of the armored personnel carriers and equip them with biological shells that are more solid than the giant jaws of the tiger backworm. As his hands touched the armor of the armored vehicle and the tank beetle, the golden energy controlled by particles began to flow between the two objects. Lin Feng looked at the identification results of both parties and the reminder of whether to merge them, and fell into deep thought. The quality level of the armored personnel carrier reaches level 19. Like the flying wing tank, it is considered to be the essence of human technological level. Unfortunately, it can't compare with the winged tank of the same quality personnel carrier as an item. It only has its own basic attributes. The tank fire beetle carapace on Lin Feng's other hand could not be completely integrated with it. It was just attached to the surface and served as additional armor. It does not change its red quality level. The same is true for the 1000 cutting sword in Liu Yuki's hand, but it has the nourishment of molecular ability cutting, which continuously improves its upgrade potential, and perhaps it can really achieve a leap in quality. This is the common flaw of man-made objects. Their potential is only red quality at best, depending on the level of human technology. Unless it is originally made of a special material that has been passed down from generation to generation. For example, the red black armor and flying tiger armor, as well as the tiger tooth chainsaw sword, are made of Zerg biological materials. Because of this, Lin Feng has never been very interested in human weapons. Even if it can be upgraded to the upper limit of level 9 of white quality, it is still not as good as the replica of the god level pistol of the same level, or the heavy machine gun with unlimited bullets. As for red quality heavy weapons such as machine guns and cannons, even if they are upgraded to level 19, they are not even 1/10 as strong as the attribute data of the shotgun. To incorporate higher quality materials into them and upgrade them across levels is equivalent to directly designing a completely new weapon. Due to the poor foundation, the attributes may not be as good as the lower level shotgun. Just like the black armored chariot that is now combined from the two, if Lin Feng wants to upgrade it to orange quality, he must have a complete design idea. This is equivalent to one person having to complete the design and inspection work of a professional team of hundreds of people and several years. With this much time, Lin Feng can directly upgrade his bound dreadnought into an aerial fortress or even a space battleship. Therefore, upgrading and transforming ordinary items is only to meet temporary needs. As the 10 heavily armored black chariots were slowly driven out of the shelter, the 280 Salvation Army's substitute infantrymen said, and the situation was relieved to a certain extent. The saved physical strength can also provide more endurance for future combat. Seeing the peculiarly shaped black armored chariot, came forward to curiously touch and test drive it. Lin Feng everyone looked at the last 200 or so pulse tail cannons remaining, thinking about how to collect more than 200 tons of fine steel in the frontline war zone. The north is unlike the south. The water resources here are scarce. The long rivers flowing here are fast-flowing and carry a lot of silt, making them unsuitable for shipping. Therefore, transportation basically has to be done by land. If we want to transport hundreds of tons of high-quality steel from the central south to the north, the cost of land transportation is not low, and the main problem is that it takes too long. It would take a lot of effort just to clear the obstacles along the way. The B-town where Kinhu lives is just an ordinary riverside residential area. There are only a dozen tons of rebar of different types and strengths left over from the construction site, which is far from enough to meet the needs. So Lin Feng thought about it and decided to target the federal high-level officials who had just won a great victory. As Kinhu dispatched a large force, he cleaned up the insect corpses that filled the Yungtseling Valley. By the afternoon, he had already beheaded someone in B-town and then made public the fact that the top leaders of the capital had betrayed their clan and surrendered to the enemy, and were preparing to sacrifice all the survivors in the city. The news and video footage quickly spread to the safe zone in the rear, and all base forces received the news. The successful rescue of the capital's breakout plan yesterday made many survivors in the rear celebrate with joy, while the senior officials of the base were worried and doubtful after this bad news came. A polar reversal occurred directly. Ordinary people naturally lost their trust in the federal parliament. The blow to the credibility of the parliament caused by such traitors who took human lives lightly was far more serious than a defeat in war. The high-ranking officials of various forces, who had been worried and fearful at first, instantly turned their worries into joy, and immediately made a big publicity, criticism, and condemnation report on the incident. At the same time, they expressed their deep sympathy and condolences for General Kinhu's experience, and planned to send condolence and relief supplies prepared by various forces to his southern corps. Obviously, the various forces that do not want to be liquidated by the federal top leaders know very well that this is a great opportunity for them to sit back and watch the fight. As long as the military groups in the north are divided, they will have more breathing space. Rush to the front line and promote your own awakening as soon as possible. Everything is progressing steadily according to Lin Feng's plan. Soon, with the rebellion of the high-ranking officials in the capital exposed by Kinhu, and the propaganda of various forces fanning the flames, the federal high-ranking officials, who had been immersed in the breakout plan and the great victory, changed their indifferent attitude towards Lin Feng and quickly sent someone to visit him. That evening, a group of senior officials led by General Chen went to Yungtseling Natural Park to meet Lin Feng. In addition to the prominent status of the people present, the compensation for assistance agreed upon by both parties before the war will also be delivered directly, including the superpower cells and genetic samples that Lin Feng had longed for, as well as the research materials left behind by his mother He Yuan before she disappeared. In addition, General Chen also brought news about Lin Feng's good friend, Ding Chenghe, and obviously had done a detailed background check. At this moment, they, escorted by more than a dozen members of the late second stage perfect battle group, arrived at the top of the main peak of Yangtzeling where Lin Feng was. They were all arrogant and looked down on everyone, but after seeing the strength and scale of the Yangtzeling Salvation Army, they immediately put away their arrogant tempers and lowered their once proud heads. Because among the more than 200 soldiers present, there were more than 30 or 40 who were able to suppress them steadily. When the visiting team arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw the legendary leader of the Salvation Army, Jinchang City Lord Lin Feng himself. The powerful aura of the third-order life form has caused many second-order awakeners and even genetically modified warriors in the team to tremble with fear. They do not have the slightest thought of disobedience and bow their heads humbly to show their respect. In addition, the giant mecha standing behind Lin Feng shocked even more. The pressure it released brought everyone a sense of oppression to the second-level strongmen, which was even stronger than that of the third-level Lin Feng. With such a combination, I'm afraid they can fight against a mid-stage third-order Queen Mother. Please down. Lin Feng sat quietly in a pavilion on the top of the mountain, and instructed several visiting representatives headed by General Chen to take a seat for a detailed discussion. When they met again, General Chen looked much better than before, and his awakening level had entered the second stage. It was obvious that the breakout plan was carried out smoothly, and he had made a great contribution. Mr. Lin, these are the awakened cells samples we extracted, and 1/2 meters long, and only about 1/2 meter high. When you open it, you will see that it is densely and neatly stored in sealed glass test tubes. Each one is 10 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide, and the culture medium contains special cell tissues the size of a fingernail. The black box has its own freezing and preservation function, with cool air flowing, and can be stored for a long time after regular charging. After a thorough inspection and confirmation that the sample was qualified, Lin Feng smiled. Thank you for your concern, military. What about the other information? General Chen quickly took out a yellow sealed file bag from his subordinate's briefcase, handed it to Lin Feng, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and began to introduce. Before City Lord Lin's mother disappeared, she left behind so much information that it almost filled up the entire laboratory. The research materials she collected were as large as half a library. We can only give you a portion of what we have found out here. If you want to know more detailed information, you have to go to the Hexi base in the northwest. He Yuan's research legacy has been inherited by her apprentice, researcher He Ji. Currently, she and Ding Chenghe have been staying in the laboratory, preventing our people from entering to investigate. Ding Chenghe said that outsiders cannot interfere in what is going on inside, so person you'd better go there in. At present, the top leaders of the Federation also have plans to locate the new capital in the Hexi base group. Lin Feng frowned slightly. As far as he knew, there were as many as a dozen bases in the Hexi corridor of the northern forces, forming a large base group. This is the Federation's main route to the center of the continent, and it is also the final retreat for future humans. The grasslands on the Great Wall at the mouth of the Hexi River are enough to feed nearly 100 million survivors, and this group of bases is also the most powerful force in the entire north. The current headquarters of the federal top brass is located here. Lin Feng took a quick look at the general content of the file. Most of it was about astrophysics and profound and complex research in the space. He knew that in order to find useful clues from it, he had to go to the Hexi base and ask Ding Chenghe and He Ji in person. Okay, so, is there anything else you want to do this time? Hearing Lin Feng putting away the files and asking with a smile, General Chen swallowed his saliva, raised his hand to dismiss his attendants, and asked in a low voice, regarding the southern core where General Qin is, what does City Lord Lin think? This is very crucial. Lin Feng is the only third-level awakener in the human race, and he is also the only absolute strong man who has the power to directly kill the Queen Mother. If you were to stand on Qin Hu's side, today's matter would become very tricky. Lin Feng's power alone is enough to influence the current world situation, plus the Salvation Army under his command and the Jinchang base that is on the right track. As long as he wanted, unifying the entire Southern Federation would be just a matter of moving his fingers. The last time they gathered in Jincheng, the actions of many major forces on the way back were directly suppressed by a second-level combat group sent by Lin Feng, resulting in several casualties among the second-level awakeners. Fortunately, General Chen learned in advance about Lin Feng's private relationship with the United Steel Group, and warned his subordinates and colleagues to change their attitude towards the United Steel Group. Otherwise, he would lose many brave generals in vain and also become enemies with Lin Feng. Now that the situation has forced Qin Hu to break off relations, The federal high-level represented officials by General Chen have to come and confirm Lin Feng's attitude. Hearing the other party's whispered question at this moment, Lin Feng did not answer directly, but instead talked about what he saw and heard yesterday. I just killed the Queen Mother of Yangsha Mountain this morning. After hearing the news, many Zerg Queen Mothers in the south and southwest came here with their entire tribes, wanting to occupy this place. It seems that your arrangements are far more than just support. Then, General Chen heard the hidden meaning in Lin Feng's words and hurriedly wanted to explain a few words, but was interrupted by Lin Feng, who raised his hand to stop him. Lin Feng continued, I have no grudges about this. The location of Yangtze is indeed extremely important. It is almost the throat of the entire northern east to the west. Starting from here, we can march straight into many bases in the northwest, so in order to defend Yangsha Ridge against a joint attack of hundreds of thousands of Zerg Tides and 4 Queens, I had to go to the defense line south of the capital, find a garrison station there, and ask them to fight outside the city and provide support to contain the Zerg. As a result, I happened to meet General Qin Hu, whom I had met in the battlefield of Wuchang in the south. It was a coincidence that when I was still an unknown young man, it was Qin Hu led us to escape from Heicheng, which was about to fall. After I informed him of this, I went to the center of the capital city to take a look at the progress of the Northwest Breakout Plan. It doesn't matter if I don't go. As soon as I got there, I discovered that the top leaders of the capital had surrendered to the East District Queen Mother and wanted to sacrifice the millions of survivors in the city to help this mid-stage Queen Mother advance to the late third stage. Not only that, they also plotted to harm the Southern Army Group where Qin Hu was, intending to sacrifice a total of 150,000 soldiers and tens of thousands of awakened ones to the Zerg Queen. I don't think anyone can swallow this. With the joint efforts of Qin Hu and I, he successfully led his soldiers to break out from the south and rescued millions of survivors, defeating the high-level traitors' sacrifice plan in one fell swoop. This move not only directly saved millions of survivors, but also thwarted the birth plan of the third stage late Queen Mother, saving the situation in the entire north. Otherwise, if a late-stage third-order queen appears, even I will have to retreat and return to the Jinchang base overnight to consider countermeasures. A late-stage third-stage queen mother can hatch a large number of third-stage king insects just like she cultivates second-stage insects. No conventional weapons can cause effective damage to the third-level Zerg. By then, the 200,000 or 300,000 soldiers in your hands will be completely defenseless. Even the entire north will be turned into hellish ruin under the Zerg's torrent of iron feet. After saying this, Lin Feng looked at General Chen, who looked pale, and spoke slowly with a heavy tone. Now you ask me what I think of Qin Hu and his troops exposing the traitors. I just want to say that after he left the capital city, he stayed in the nearby B-town to rest and recuperate. He did not flee the front line. In fact, I don't care about your internal intrigues and conflicts of interest. I only recognize one thing: whoever is still fighting on the front line against the Zerg invasion, I will support him. You should know that the success of the breakout plan is only the beginning of a new round of battle. The Zerg expansion is still continuing, and everything is far from perfect now. The 4 mid-stage queen mothers that once surrounded the capital are already stirring and secretly planning a new offensive. I will stay here for a few more days. I plan to kill one of them to serve as a warning to others and to deter the queen mother in the north, thus slowing down the Zerg offensive. This would require several nuclear bombs, or even large-yield hydrogen bombs, and hundreds of tons of refined steel, and in exchange, after I complete this, I will consider handing over Yangsha Ridge to you for garrison. After listening to what the other party said in the subsequent plans, General Chen took a deep breath. Lin Feng has made his attitude clear and put forward his conditions. As a soldier, he fully agreed with Lin Feng's point of view, but as a senior federal official, he had to inform the Supreme Council behind him of all these matters. They will discuss and vote to decide whether to go through with this deal with Lin Feng. Now the other party's attitude is clearly biased towards Qin Hu. The Federation must make a promise to win him back. Chapter 247, Artistic Conception Preparation, Superpower Gene Bank, Electromagnetic Force. As for the hundreds of tons of fine steel, I can make the decision on this matter. I will give you a direct reply and send it to you as soon as possible. Look, what else do you need? With Qin Hu's open challenge, Lin Feng has become the last barrier between the two sides. Therefore, as long as Lin Feng maintains a neutral attitude, the longer he stays, the more beneficial it will be to the federal top leaders. Pondered for a moment and continued, more fuel. There is a lot of beef and mutton in the grasslands of the northwest. Send more. We will have enough food and strength to fight. Otherwise, if we get too hungry, we will have to come to you personally." General Chen nodded and wiped the cold sweat from his cheeks. He was well aware of the Awaken's voracious demand for food, and a second-level Awaken needed to eat at least 8 or 9 kilograms of pure meat a day now. There are more than 100 second-level Awakeners in Yangsha Mountain, and most of them are in the late second-level stage. The top combat power of the Savior Army directly crushes the Federation's army of more than 300,000. Lin Feng needed just as much meat as he needed. Rather than waiting for them to get really hungry and break into the camp to rob food, it is better to take the initiative to send them off in advance. Originally, General Chen was in charge of the logistical supply of the Salvation Army, but he did not expect that the breakout and containment mission assigned to them would go so smoothly. In the view of the military staff, even if Lin Feng has the strength to kill the Queen Mother, if he wants to suppress the Yangtzeling Zerg, which is easy to defend but difficult to attack, it will take at least several days to contain the Zerg in the southwest and south. However, they never expected that Lin Feng and others only took one morning, no, just 1 hour, to kill the Queen Mother of Yangtzeling in the insect nest. The strength is so strong that it is unparalleled in the world. Therefore, the Northwest breakout plan was a completely temporary and forced plan that was carried out suddenly. Thanks to this plan, which had been put on the agenda long ago, sufficient preparations had been made both inside and outside the city. Otherwise, who knows what might go wrong. He naturally agreed to them directly and readily, and promised to deliver them as soon as possible. At the same time, in order to win Lin Feng's support, the federal top leaders had to send troops to continue blocking the Zerg on the front line. Otherwise, if Yangtzeling eventually fell into Qinhu's hands, it would be too passive for the Federation. Those semi-independent or independence-seeking bases in the rear will surely seize the opportunity, take advantage of the situation, change their stance according to the situation, and stand behind Qinhu to form a new alliance with him. Understood. I will send hundreds of tons of fresh meat, including the fuel you need, and high-quality steel. After the meeting, General Chen, who learned of Lin Feng's conditions, immediately led his men back to the base to discuss the authorization of the hydrogen bomb with the members of parliament. After this group of people left, Lin Feng finished his dinner in the armored cooking car in the evening and returned to the northwest main nest to extract high-purity nutrient solution. Although these solutions are not as useful as the second-level insect eggs, they are more than enough to replenish physical energy and meet the daily consumption of second-level awakeners. Normally, the fleshy pyramid is used to hatch second-order insect eggs, and this ordinary nutrient solution is also injected. The consumption of organic biomass is relatively large in order to provide nutrition for the Savior Army that had gone through a fierce battle. The remaining insect swarm controlled by Longai had cleared out all the vegetation in the forest within a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers in the past 2 days. That's why Lin Feng needs the federal top leaders to provide additional meat supplies in case of other emergencies. What Ling Yi and the other two are preparing for right now is the spinal worm state of mind trial that will be launched tomorrow. Because there are so many people participating in the trial this time, the energy consumption required is dozens of times more than Shenji's last accident. In Lin Feng's genetic regiment alone, there are 25 genetic warriors who have reached the perfect late second stage, and the remaining 9 are also in the late second stage. Seeing Lin Feng coming over here, Ling Yi handed the matter at hand to Zhang Yuner and said to Lin Feng, building a collective state of mind trial field of this scale consumes a lot of energy. We can just let the remaining 9 gene warriors participate. We still have a lot of time. We can just take them out and kill a few more second-level Zergs. Otherwise, if we put it off until next time, we may not know if the conditions will be as good as they are now. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Yes. Before the trial begins tomorrow afternoon, we should have time to raid a certain queen in the west of the capital city. I will try to lead the Gene Corps and have all members advance to the second level. This way, 34 trial takers can be gathered. Solve all of them at once. Long Yi hummed and continued, to actively start the artistic conception trial, you need a similar artistic conception to guide you. Only in this way can you successfully activate the spinicid gene inheritance in the gene warrior's body. The only thing we have now is Shenji's killing state of mind, but he is only at the peak of the second level and cannot fully master the power of state of mind. It's best to get him into the third stage as soon as possible. This will stabilize his condition. If you encounter other things in the future, you can leave and feel more at ease. Lin Feng nodded. What Longai said was right. To be specific, in the next few days, I will make a trip to the Huxi base in the rear area. When I am away, A third-level strongman must be deployed to guard the front line. When I return to the Jinchang base in the south in the future, I will need a third-level awakener to take over my position. In addition, Shenji has mastered a powerful killing state of mind in the late second stage, and his potential and strength are both at the top level. After he is promoted to the third stage, his combat effectiveness will be far stronger than that of an ordinary third-stage awakener. According to Lin Feng, the mood of killing is the strongest mood of the king worm, and it is also the most aggressive mood in the entire Zerg system. Every killing warrior is born specifically for fighting. Therefore, Shenji, who is in the early stage of the third level, can rely on the blessing of the killing state of mind to become invincible in the same level. For example, he can easily defeat the Mother Queen in the early stage of the third level. This is also one of the why reasons the Zerg Queen sealed the King Spinosaurus in the initial stage as an opponent of the Zerg. Humans are too weak, and there is no need for them to hatch a complete form of the Zerg. Now, with many queens killed in battle, it won't be long before the king worms will appear on the battlefield. By then, human genetic warriors must also have the strength to fight against them, otherwise no matter how solid the defense fortress is, it will not be able to withstand the thundering trampling of the 100-meter-long beasts. It is time to put Shenji's third stage on the agenda. I will discuss the goal with Qinhu and the others later, and start preparing for this tomorrow morning. I will take the remaining second stage late stage gene warriors with me to complete the last bit of evolution. Lin Feng nodded and agreed, then asked about what he was most concerned about. Have the 3 boxes of genetic samples containing mutant cells been extracted and classified? Lin Feng pointed to the edge of the pyramid, where a newly proliferated, inconspicuous, translucent nest of creatures appeared. There are more than 10 fleshy hoses at its tail, which are connected to the hatching pyramid. It continues to develop by relying on the nutrients transported through them. The 3 boxes of test tubes containing superpower tissue cells have been quietly stored there. As the flesh inside squirmed, the test tube was unscrewed and the tissue sample was sucked out. One by one, the empty glass tubes were squeezed out as foreign objects and piled up nearby proliferated. The culture medium that soaked them was also reading the genetic information exposed when the cell nuclear chromosomes replicated. Ultimately, through the infinite reproduction of artistic conception, it is fed back to the brain of Long Yi, who controls everything. Accompanying Lin Feng to the analysis biological nest, Long Yi said lightly, "The amount this time is huge, and most of it is physical enhancement that is everywhere, no duplication to make up the numbers. Although the external manifestations of physical enhancement abilities are similar, there are still some subtle differences when it comes to individuals. By comparing a large number of samples, this ability can be continuously improved and developed more comprehensively." Lin Feng nodded indifferently. "There are more than 37,000 in total, which means that the breakout plan rescued more than 300,000 troops, of which there are less than 40,000 awakened ones, plus the original size of the federal high-level forces. Currently, the number of awakened people they have is more than 40,000, only slightly more than the southern army controlled by Qinhu. The southern core of the capital suffered the most severe Zerg attack, just like the eastern core. However, unlike the east core, they did not have the help of Zheng Yuner, and the mid-stage queen in the south did not deliberately show mercy. It was the intensity of the war that led to the rebirth of the southern core. In addition, Qinhu insisted on implementing the genetic modification plan on his own, which enabled them to control the most powerful awakened force in the entire capital city. Even though they lacked weapons and ammunition, they still held their ground. It is no wonder that he was ostracized, suspected, targeted, and became the target of the Queen Mother of the East's coveted attention. So Lin Feng's next plan was to continue to obtain enough superpower cell samples from Qinhu. What about other special ones? For example, special physical qualities, hardening, freezing, fire-breathing, etc.? Lin Feng asked. This was the ultimate reason why he collected superpower cells. At present, due to the backwardness of the Blue Star Life's methods of absorbing and utilizing energy, Lin Feng's endurance is even than that of a second-level awakener. Although the problem has been alleviated by the use of colonized mechas, it cannot fundamentally solve the problem. If you don't want to increase your size and turn into a giant, when you advance to the middle or worse even late stage of the third stage in the future, you can rely on the absorption, storage and release of chemical energy in your body. Lin Feng's continuous combat time may be compressed to less than 10 minutes by then. Even if a punch has a force of 1,000 tons, the weight will be reduced by 1 pound after swinging it. The more you fight, the more tired you become, And the weaker you become, the solution Lin Feng could think of right now is to absorb electromagnetic force, stimulate cells to do work, and change the way the body was driven at the microscopic level. Human cells are no different from electromagnetic motors in mechanical bodies, and even obvious gear structures can be seen. Its essence is an extremely sophisticated machine. Moreover, the human body itself has neural electrical signals. Through electrical stimulation, the nerve and muscle groups can be made to twitch or contract and tremble, thereby achieving movement. If chemical energy can be replaced by electromagnetic energy, Lin Feng can directly absorb the electric current, improve his physical strength, and thus prolong his combat state. So he has been looking for related physical superpower cells to obtain the corresponding gene sequence, thereby transforming oneself and achieving a leap forward. You also knew Lin Feng's goal. This was the only way for the primitive third-order life form to move towards the universe. In fact, chemical energy is just one of the fixed forms of electromagnetic energy on the planet, which converts the energy released by the star from an unstable ionic form into a very stable solid form. This allows it to be absorbed and utilized by fragile lower life forms, creating the current surface biosphere on the blue planet. Other forms of electromagnetic energy converted on the planet, such as wind energy, electrical energy, and even the potential energy of water circulation, are more violent and destructive than chemical energy. Therefore, if Lin Feng can obtain the energy transformation method of his own cells before entering the late third stage, it will be a fundamental improvement and enhancement to his overall strength. Even below the fourth level, he can kill enemies of higher levels. It paves the way for the two hurdles of advancing from the early stage to the middle stage, and from the middle stage to the late stage. Unfortunately, however, the probability of this strongest peak ability representing the physical system appearing is even lower than 1 in 10 million in a lottery ticket. Sorry, there is nothing related this time. The so-called freezing and fire breathing are all specializations of a certain organ. Similar to the pulse war scorpion of the second level Zerg, although the pulse tail cannon contains electromagnetic force, it has nothing to do with it itself. It is just a physical carrier and has not been assimilated by the electromagnetic force. However, I can use a large number of physical enhancement samples to continuously optimize this type of superpower cell to improve its adaptability to electromagnetic force. Although the whole process is very slow and energy intensive, there is always hope. Long Yi sighed and continued. This is equivalent to manually finding the permutations and combinations of the originally randomly generated super rare superpowers through step-by-step screening and selection. Thus, we will optimize step by step and finally confirm the path for Blue Star Life to advance to the fourth stage. Lin Feng nodded, picked up the test tubes that had fallen on the ground, and put them back into the freezer one by one. Thank you. We need to do manual screening and continue to collect relevant superpowers. I will go to Kinhu's place in the evening to collect the superpower tissues of his awakened people. Then we decided to kill the Queen Mother. Longai pinched her brows. The task on her shoulders was also not easy. She has to build the trial of the spinacid's artistic conception and screen human supernatural cells. Although this is also very helpful for her own advancement, it also consumes a lot of energy. Fortunately, we now have Zhang Yunar to help. Repeat the operation process and let her complete it. I have read the documents in that file. Thinking of the remaining tasks on the task list, Ling Yizhao said to Lin Feng, some of the content in your mother's information has already touched upon the very deep laws of the universe, as well as the research theories on human evolution. I'm afraid she is not an ordinary human. She may even be your blood relative who inherited your divine bloodline. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he told about his last trip through Shenji's artistic conception world, how he obtained the spiritual energy gift from the node mother body, and how the last energy condensed into the spine god of the spine insect race, after the artistic conception world collapsed. I looked back before leaving and saw the inner world of the spinal star filled with molten lava, and a blazing eye slowly opened. Then I met the spine god who had no self-awareness. I heard from him that he had died at the hands of the insect god. He was the only god of your entire insect race? After listening to Lin Feng's introduction, Long was stunned for a moment. It was not until a long time later that she spoke with a serious expression. The spine god was indeed killed by the Zerg god during the unification war of the origin galaxy. The body of the false god on the stars also forged the only true god of the Zerg. What it told you is true. It seems that your mother has a deep background. What the federal representative said is correct. You need to go there in person to find out the truth. It is obvious that your mother's apprentice knows something extra. For example, seeing the Zerg invasion in the future is something that ordinary fourth-order life forms cannot do. The Federation can quickly come up with a response plan. which requires obtaining detailed information about the Zerg from your mother, test tubes, and prepared to leave the hatchery and go to B-Town, where the Southern Corps was located, to discuss the follow-up with Qin Hu. After he left, Long Yi looked at the biological meat nest in front of him and fell into deep thought for a long time. What she cared about was not that Lin Feng deliberately concealed the matter, but that what the Ji Shen said seemed to be somewhat different from her own predictions. If Lin Feng's mother was the descendant of the gods who drifted to the solar system, then why did she suddenly disappear and die quietly? And her spiritual power has reached the 4th level. This means that he must have mastered the power of the relevant artistic conception if it is Lin Feng's particle control. With her profound knowledge, she can lead mankind into the interstellar age, or create interstellar weapons capable of resisting the insect swarms. For example, the ion laser cannon in Lin Feng's hand. A person I have never met died mysteriously. It gradually became an inexplicable mystery in Long Yi's mind until the hatching nest. Zhang Yuner, who had been terrified the whole time, called for Ling Yi to come over and provide instructions. Only then did he wake up from his frowning and thoughtful state. Chapter 248. Select the target to kill and absorb the purple crystal brain. After leaving Yangtzeling, Lin Feng called Shen Ji and carried 3 empty boxes to B-Town, not far to the north. The small town built along the river was flashing with sporadic lights, indicating that there were people active here. The two who did not hide their tracks were soon stopped by the guards at the intersection. After Lin Feng explained his purpose to them, the team leader, who was only a first-stage awakener, quickly ran back to the town to report the matter. Not long after, Lin Feng and the other two were met by a major in the early 2nd stage and led to the command center. Along the way, we saw many warehouses that were once used to store grain and were converted into insect corpse processing plants. On each assembly line, there were workers holding knives, cutting and sorting. In a local country villa, the two met Qin Hu, who was discussing the defense layout with a group of commanders. The number of people on the field was much smaller than the last time Lin Feng met him in the capital city, and there were many new faces. Seeing the two coming, Qin Hu gave a brief introduction, especially to Shen Ji, who was beside Lin Feng, praising him for being a hero at a young age, who had entered the late 2nd stage and reached perfection at the age of 18. Stronger than most of the awakened ones present. However, he didn't know yet that the other party was the one who perfected the genetic modification surgery. Without Shen Ji's supernatural cell sample, even if Ling Shuayan racked her brains, it would be impossible for her to perfect the genetic modification technology to a level sufficient for large-scale promotion in a short period of time. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Hu dismissed his attendants and asked Lin Feng why he had come. The latter walked forward slowly and examined the northern map hanging in the command room, which marked the locations of all Zerg near the capital city, including the approximate location of each queen. We plan to launch an attack on the nearby Zerg tomorrow afternoon before the trial begins, and strive to have all our genetic warriors advance to the late 2nd stage. In addition, Shen Ji, as an awakened primarch with the ability of genetic assimilation, has already mastered the power of the spinal worm state of mind. Take this opportunity to have him kill the Queen Mother and complete the 3rd level promotion. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Qin Hu was stunned for a while, until he felt an aura from Shen Ji that was deeper and more powerful than his own. Then he suddenly realized. Then he looked at Shen Ji with a look of respect for the strong, and spoke with a tone of admiration. Thank you for your help with the genetic technology. Now that we have such a good thing, I would like to congratulate Brother Shen in advance. Shen Ji nodded humbly. In fact, when Lin Feng came to him, he only mentioned it twice, and he is still in shock now. I've asked you to come this time for 2 things. In addition to helping me select the Zerg and Queen Mother targets to be eliminated, I also want to ask you for this. Lin Feng continued speaking, pointing to the 3 black boxes placed behind Shen Ji. You seem to have 30,000 or 40,000 awakeners under your command, right? I want to obtain their special tissue cells as research samples. Like Ling Shuayan and the others, I want to find out the secret of evolution. In exchange, I will bring your men with me on tomorrow's raid on the hive. This is also a demonstration for you in advance of how to concentrate top forces and quickly eliminate the Zerg Queen. We will split the harvested 2nd level insect eggs in half, and the rest of the 2nd level tiger spine insects will be left to you. Hearing the generous reward from Lin Feng, Qin Hu was overjoyed, feeling like pie in the sky, and quickly said politely, flattered, no, it's just a small matter. The genetic modification surgeries under my command are all performed by the biotechnologists sent by Ling Shuayan to get it for you. Lin Feng nodded, then looked at the map. Which one do you think is better? Qin Hu put away his inner joy and became more serious. You have eliminated the Queen Mothers in the southwest and south, leaving only 2 in the early and middle stages. They are now hiding deep underground, huddled in the southwest suburbs. That's not a consideration here, so my best targets are the west and northwest. As for the north and southeast, they are more than 80 kilometers away from our base. If we rush over there without knowing the environment and situation, we will easily be attacked from both sides. In the west and northwest, in addition to the middle stage Mother Queen that originally guarded the west, there are 5 third-order early-stage Mother Queens, distributed within a range of 20 to 40 kilometers outside the capital city. As he spoke, Qin Hu picked up a thick fountain pen and circled a place on the map. From the perspective of topography, this Queen Mother in this area is the farthest from the capital city, and controls the Yong'an River in the northwest just like the Queen Mother of Yongseling. She guards the important pass and occupies this forest park. To the west, we can take advantage of the water route and go all the way to the Yong'an Reservoir, which is 70 to 80 kilometers away, and get a glimpse of the entire northwest prairie. Fortunately, it has not yet promoted to the middle stage of the third stage. Otherwise the senior members of the Federation would have to retreat all the way and run 100 kilometers away. Lin Feng smiled and stared at the map. The mountains near Yong'an River have a terrain similar to Yongseling, but they are not as steep. In order to facilitate water collection, the Queen Mother built the insect nest on the edge of the forest park, and there is a river right in front of the foot of the mountain. In this way, by simply occupying the hill at the entrance of the Zerg nest, one can control the Zerg in the entire area and strangle their surface support. Moreover, the nearest Zerg was 20 kilometers away. Even if other queens wanted to come for support, they could not catch up with the attack speed of Lin Feng and others. Okay, let's choose this place. After we resolve this, we can use this place as a blocking front, deploy a certain amount of manpower and troops to control the Zerg's secondary expansion to the northwest. Qin Hu nodded. No problem. The importance of this place is just like Yongseling. However, the more than 100,000 soldiers I have can only defend one area. When you leave the north, Lin Feng pointed to the Federation Army stationed 70 kilometers northwest. After breaking through, then force them to return to the frontline battlefield as soon as possible and redefend the northwest and west. Although there is a serious internal struggle among the top leaders of the Federation, at least those old foxes know that if they lose this large area of the northwest, and their hundreds of thousands of troops are transferred to the rear base of the Hexi base, they will really be in name only. As he spoke, Lin Feng lowered his voice and continued, this evening, the senior federal represented officials by General Chen came to talk to me about the situation in the north and the southern corps under your command. Qin Hu's nerves tensed up instantly. He was already aware of the matter and had reported it to the guards who were patrolling nearby. The convoy carrying senior federal officials drove along the winding mountain road on the northwest side, entered Yongseling, and took more than an hour to leave the front line. Qin Hu was of course also aware that the reason why the other party was eager to visit Lin Feng was naturally to test the attitude of the only third-level awakener in human history towards his open resistance to him. Now that Lin Feng has made it clear, it means that everything is still under control. So Qin Hu did not rush to ask about the situation, but waited for Lin Feng to speak. I told them that I would support whoever is on the front line fighting the Zerg invasion, so in order to prevent me from completely falling in love with you, the federal top brass will re-establish the blocking front in the northwest region soon. You can also give up this piece of land at that time to send a goodwill signal for peace talks. With your current strength, you are not strong enough to make them hand over power and give in. But don't worry about them taking advantage of your misfortune. A good iron must be made strong itself as long as you maintain your letting number of awakened people and your overall strength. Even if you humiliate them, they will just swallow their anger. You spineless guys will always put your own interests first, so what determines your future is not someone else's attitude, but your own strength. Qin Hu nodded, agreeing with him. Lin Feng continued, after the artistic conception trial is over, as long as you can survive, you will also have the strength to kill a high-level Mother Queen. Once these 4 mid-queen stages have digested the results of this round of battle, they will definitely start a new round of war. Has escaped the net. Hearing this, Qin Hu realized that Lin Feng had already calculated the layout of the north perfectly. As long as he was promoted to the third-level awakener, even if he challenged the federal high-level officials publicly, the other party would not tear their faces directly because of face issues. After all, being a third-level awakener means being able to completely resist the expansion of the Zerg Queen and truly possess the strength to stand firm in this apocalyptic catastrophe. In comparison, The second-level Awakeners can only rely on stacking numbers to stop the invasion of the second-level Zerg. Once the Queen Mother arrives at the city gates and takes action personally, humans will have no choice but to retreat once again. Thank you. Qin Hu spoke in a deep tone, with a focused gaze, and solemnly gave his assurance and promise, as long as I can be promoted to the third level, I will stabilize the situation in the north after you leave. Even if I can't withstand the joint attack of the Mother Queens, I will try my best to ensure that the Central Plains will not be completely corrupted. The Queen Mother of the North will not affect the South. Lin Feng nodded. This is the ultimate meaning of all he did. Once the resistance in the North collapses, these 20 or 30 queens, under the involutionary environment of raising insects, will not only be born in the later stages of their existence, but will also lead millions of hungry insects to the south to attack cities and territories. Wherever he went, not a blade of grass grew. It will seriously affect the development strategy set by Lin Feng. After finishing the discussion with Qin Hu, Lin Feng asked him to make arrangements for tomorrow, and the decapitation operation was scheduled to begin at dawn at 5 o'clock. An hour later, he returned to Yangtze with 3 full black boxes and Shen Ji. On the way, the latter asked about the details of the killing of the Queen Mother. After all, Lin Feng is the most proficient in this matter now. When attacking the Queen Mother of Yangtze Mountain, Shen Ji only helped cut off the Queen Mother's personal biological hatching nest. Later, because it risked its life to forcibly summon the Divine Realm, it wanted to die with everyone. As a result, Shen Ji was severely invaded by the radiation from the Divine Realm, and the murderous intent in his body had to be used to resist the genetic assimilation invasion. As the carrier of the will of the Zerg Hive, the Divine Realm contains the supreme divine power of the Zerg that is defeated by the insect god and becomes one with him after being devoured by him will be melted and assimilated into part of the god's realm. It is for this reason that summoning the Divine Realm to descend has become the Queen Mother's final trump card, with a power comparable to that of a nuclear bomb explosion to formed forms of Zerg flesh and blood. So Shen Ji was a little worried if he couldn't cut off the Queen Mother's neck vertebrae as quickly as Lin Feng and complete the decapitation. It is likely to trigger a greater disaster, causing the brothers who assist him to be twisted and deformed into monsters back in the main nest in the northwest of Yangtze. Lin Feng put down the black box filled with supernatural organizations, then patted Shen Ji on the shoulder and explained comfortingly, "Don't worry, beheading it will only cut off its possibility of summoning the Divine Realm. The final blow to kill the Queen Mother is to destroy its brain. I'll help you then. Moreover, the hardness and grade of that golden neck bone are much higher than any second-level Zerg material. It's a pity that there is no fresh Queen Mother corpse now, otherwise, if you eat its brain or bone marrow." Before Lin Feng finished speaking, Ling Yi, who had opened the black box and taken out the test tube in front of the biological analysis nest, spoke. His ability requires the absorption of cerebrospinal fluid. The stem cells in it can extract the original genome, thereby stealing the Mother Queen's physical development genes. It is equivalent to obtaining the third-level cells of a third-level life form, but the Queen Mother's brain marrow, which contains the power of artistic conception, and the hardest brain marrow plate bones, cannot be replicated. The former cannot be replicated in quantities, and the latter requires 10 large times the material of the tiger spine worm's giant jaws, and a huge amount of biomass. To condense a small piece, as he spoke, Ling Yi looked at Lin Feng standing beside him. Although he cannot synthesize it himself, your ability can help, such as forging 2 golden bone blades and integrating them into his arms in advance. Hearing the solution given by Long Yi, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His particle control state of mind could indeed quickly melt and reshape all non-living things, especially the Queen Mother's golden quality neck protector. It just so happened that Lin Feng was planning to absorb one of the 2 Queen Mother's brains tonight. So Lin Feng asked Shen Ji to wait a little longer, and he went to the hatching pyramid. 2 amethyst brains and 18 Zerg mother bodies are sealed and stored inside to ensure their freshness. Before the trial starts tomorrow, Lin Feng will reward the best performing ones among the 34 participants with Zerg mother bodies to enhance their spiritual attribute values and increase their chances of passing the artistic conception trial. At this moment, with the control of Long Yi, a brain that made Jiang Yuner salivate came out from the fleshy pyramid. Lin Feng slowly stretched out his hand and placed it on it. A reminder immediately appeared in front of my eyes, asking whether to absorb it or not. With a slight nod, a powerful spiritual energy flowed into Lin Feng's body from his brain. In a short while, Lin Feng's spiritual attribute increased from the previous 2009 to 3004, breaking the limit. When you step into level 33 next time, you will be able to reach the initial upper limit of level 3900. As his brain became clear and comfortable, Lin Feng's thinking became much faster. At this moment, the brain structure has also evolved to keep up with the progress of the body. Otherwise, the speed at which an ordinary brain receives, processes and feeds back information will not be able to keep up with the supersonic burst of a third-level body. After absorbing it, Lin Feng used the particles in his body to control his state of mind and began to melt the outer shell bones in his hand that protected his brain marrow. At this time, Long Yi opened his mouth to remember to leave only a thin layer. Although the spiritual energy inside has been completely absorbed, the crystal structure that contains the spiritual power is still there. As long as you repeatedly inject high-level spiritual energy into it, it can be reactivated after a period of time. Lin Feng nodded, and finally peeled off 20 cubic meters of golden quality plate bones from it, leaving a thin outer layer of 1 centimeter thick. Under the light of the fleshy pyramid, one can see the colorful geometric crystals inside this spherical brain with a diameter of 2 meters. You can tell at a glance that it is not an ordinary product. Once Ling Yi controlled the fleshy tentacle, he carefully sucked the unprotected brain back into the pyramid. Lin Feng began to release the power of particle control, wrapping the entire cervical guard weighing hundreds of tons from it. 2 handleless blades, 1.5 meters long and 30 centimeters wide, were forged in 2 ordinary standard-issue knives. The former was absorbed and used by Shen Ji, and the latter was a birthday gift specially prepared by Lin Feng for Liu Yuqi in a few days. It would be her 18th birthday if there is enough time and appropriate opportunity. Lin Feng plans to help him advance to the 3rd stage so as to add a left and right arms from most of the remaining golden plate bones. Lin Feng integrated them into the colonization armor to enhance its basic performance strength and form a set of golden armor. Everything was ready. The next morning, at dawn, Lin Feng brought Shen Ji and 34 genetic warriors to B-Town. Following Qin Hu's hundreds of second-level gene warriors and tens of thousands of first-level awakeners, they set out for Yong'an River. Kill the 3rd stage early queen there. Chapter 249 Killing the Yong'an River Queen, Shen Ji 3rd level. Among the more than 100 second-level awakeners alone, there are 40 in the late 2nd stage and more than 10 perfect strong ones. And this is not the entire strength of the Southern Corps. Lin Feng estimated that there are at least 100 early second-order soldiers who were arranged by Qin Hu in the B-Town camp to continue patrolling and guarding. Therefore, apart from high-end combat power, the overall strength of the Southern Corps under Qin Hu is actually not weaker than that of the Savior Army. However, the two sides' foundations are incomparable. The entire Jinchang base ruled by Lin Feng, including the civilian survivors, is less numerous than the soldiers under Qin Hu, but compared with the large troops in the other 3 directions, it is undoubtedly much stronger. Although the defense of the capital was arduous and dangerous, it laid a solid foundation for the team. A large number of awakened people in the late stage of the 1st stage could complete the 2nd-level promotion and become one of the 2nd-level powerhouses with just one opportunity. At this moment, a team of up to 10,000 awakened people set out in armored personnel carriers, heading towards Yong'an River in the northwest. After traveling about 30 kilometers, successfully arrived at the outskirts of the target Zerg territory. Lin Feng and others lay on the back of the hillside, looking into the distance at the Zerg stronghold on the other side of the Yong'an River, 3 or 4 kilometers away. She did not bring Long Yi with her this time because, on the one hand, she wanted to continue doing research in the hatchery nest, and at the same time prepare for the artistic conception trial that would be held this afternoon. On the other hand, now that they have occupied Yangsha Ridge and there is no 3rd level being guarding it, Lin Feng is not very reassured about going out. What's more, this time, he is only dealing with a 3rd stage early Queen Mother with the support of the Colonial Mecha. Lin Feng can easily defeat even a LV-33 early perfect Queen Mother soon. Under Qin Hu's command, 10,000 fully armed 1st-level awakeners, led by more than 20 2nd-level awakeners, rushed to all directions and formed the subsequent assault formation. At the same time, Lin Feng also injected the organic nutrient solution brought by the team into the colonization mecha. This 50-kilometer journey consumed nearly 1/10 of its energy reserves. With such exaggerated consumption, it is imperative to change the way of energy storage and absorption in order to cope with the joint attacks of multiple queens and hundreds of 3rd-order insect swarms in the future. After pouring 200 kilograms of fuel from behind, Lin Feng entered it and started combat mode. After all preparations were completed and the largest entrance hole of the hive was confirmed, the colony mecha raised the chainsaw sword in its hand and issued a sonorous and powerful charge order. Kill. Behind him followed 35 genetic warriors wearing flying tiger armor and holding electromagnetic cannons, as well as more than 80 soldiers under Qin whose command more than 100 second-level warriors, under the deterrence of the power of the king insect using the colonial mecha, quickly crossed the fast-flowing Yong'an River and reached the other side at the same time. 10,000 ordinary awakeners armed with live ammunition, who were ambushed in a semicircle around, rushed to the nearby Zerg under the leadership of the second-level awakeners, and used the artillery in their hands to launch attacks on the Zerg on the other side of the river. Their charge stopped deterrents halfway up the mountain, taking advantage of the fact that the Zerg had no means of long-range attack in the early stages, and firing their weapons in a parabolic trajectory to maximize the range and suppress the Zerg's offensive. In this way, even if tens of thousands of insects came across the river, they would have to climb up the mountain before they could fight against humans. Using high to attack low has always worked. In addition, their biggest role is to contain the swarms of insects coming to support from nearby. Because at this moment, the commando team led by Lin Feng had already rushed to the cave entrance. As planned before, some of the late-stage second-order powerful warriors in the Jin regiment, together with the early and middle-stage second-order Jin warriors under Qin Hu, guarded the area near the cave entrance to form a second line of defense. The remaining nearly 70 late-stage second-level warriors continued to follow Lin Feng deep into these underground insect nests, responsible for clearing the way and guarding the cave entrance. Along the way, warriors are safer and can kill more second-level tiger spine insects. Lin Feng used his telepathic skills, combined with the brain control center of the colony mecha, and the powerful mental energy quickly swept the entire insect nest. The surface detection range of 20 kilometers will be reduced tenfold underground, and the shortened detection depth of 2 kilometers is enough to find the deepest first-level insect nest. After 3 detections in just 10 seconds, Lin Feng determined the Queen Mother's nest. Now he no longer needs to worry about the interference from the nearby second-order Zerg. Even the second-order top-level Tiger Spine Zerg cannot survive a single encounter with a colonial mecha. As he deliberately maintained the rhythm of his advance, within just 10 minutes, the remaining dozen or so late-stage, second-order perfect gene warriors followed the colonization mecha and Shenji into the deepest mother nest underground. After several magnetic bombs were fired in succession, countless low-level insects in the cave were killed or injured. After clearing the area, Lin Feng took the lead and rushed in at nearly the speed of sound in the raid state. He held the Hunter King chainsaw sword tightly in his right hand and slashed through the second-stage late-stage tiger spine insects that blocked the way, splitting them in two in an instant, them all into 2 pieces. At this moment, the Queen Mother's angry scream, accompanied by the invisible spikes of spiritual power, also descended upon the colonial mecha, but with the protection of the mass shield energy, these invisible mental spikes disintegrated in an cutting instant. Seeing that the mental attack had little effect, the Queen Mother, who was at level 33 and in the early stage of perfection, immediately summoned a large number of second-order insect swarms to stop her, and at the same time released more red beetles to carry her and speed up her escape. Before the threat of death came, the instinct for survival made it choose to escape rather than stay and fight for its life. This was also related to Lin Feng's deliberate control of the rhythm of the attack. He slowed down his pace, allowing Shenji to catch up behind him, while taking the lead in dealing with the second-level tiger spine worm around him. By not launching an attack immediately, the Queen Mother thought that she still had a chance to escape and thus relaxed her vigilance. When he and Shenji were ready, the colonial mecha instantly burst out with the attribute power of the middle stage of the third order, transformed into a black afterimage. Before the Queen Mother, who had already climbed to the exit, could react, the double blow of the Hunter King chainsword and the ion laser cannon flashed and landed at the connection behind her. Directly sever the flesh and blood connection between the Queen Mother's body and the hatching nest behind her, making it lose the opportunity to quickly activate the arrival of the divine domain. At the same time, Shenji, who was resisting the mental attack, leaped up under the blessing of the killing intent and landed directly on the broad neck of the Queen Mother. The bone blades that grew out of his hands, connected to 2 1.5-meter long golden bone knives, slashed fiercely at the Queen Mother's neck. The collision with the half-meter thick neck bone and the flesh and blood made a sharp friction sound. With the incomparable sharpness of the bone knife and Shenji's own nearly 200 tons of terrifying power under the assimilation state and artistic conception, the blade cut through iron like mud and directly split a 4 or 5 centimeter deep crack on the cervical guard. If it doesn't work once, try it one more time. Shenji raised his two-handed sword and chopped it down dozens of times. The Queen Mother, who felt her life was in danger at this moment, finally reacted. She hurriedly mobilized all her mental strength and attacked the enemy behind her insect brain with all her might. At the same time, he has also been secretly summoning the arrival of the Divine Realm, intending to fight to the death when faced with a desperate situation, and to take a few human awakeners with him even if he dies. As a powerful aura that did not belong to the Queen Mother was released from her brain, the terrifying pressure from the Divine Realm, along with terrible genetic radiation, enveloped the insect nest. However, at this extremely dangerous moment, the Hunter King's chainsaw sword left the Queen Mother's back, and under the tight grasp of the colonial mecha, it instantly slashed across the Queen Mother's neck as she howled to the sky. That piercing roar accompanied by the radiation from the Divine Realm. It just came to a sudden stop in order to get rid of Shenji. The Queen Mother raised her thick neck high and swung it left and right, but it was cut in half with one blow. The properties of the Hunting King's sword caused it to be dizzy for 1 second. The broken neck section not only contained the Queen Mother's throat and esophagus, but also included a large number of blood vessels that transported nutrients to the insect's brain, as well as the nervous system that connected the insect's body. When the Hunter King chainsaw sword cut through the cross-section, a large amount of blood and bubbles sprayed out. The Queen Mother's head lost contact with her huge insect body. But Lin Feng did not stop, but immediately swung the Hunter King chainsaw sword and quickly cut off the neck with a second blow at an oblique angle. The Queen Mother's self-healing ability is very strong. If the wound is not completely torn, it can recover in an instant. This is one of the reasons why high-level life forms are difficult to kill. As the second slash fell, a large piece of fresh flesh was directly torn out of the Queen Mother's neck. The entire neck was missing more than half a meter. At this moment, no matter how strong its self-healing ability is, it is impossible to proliferate and replicate more than tons of flesh, blood, organs and nerve tissue in a short period of time. Except for the alien neck guard connecting the spine, the Queen's head has been beheaded. Without the input of nutrients to the body, the spirit of the descent of the gods that was forcibly activated in the Queen Mother's brain quickly dissipated after losing the supply of energy. Along with it, there was also its violent mental attack that ravaged Shenji's body. At this moment, Shenji waved his arms, and used the broken edges of two severely worn golden bone knives to continuously attack the Queen Mother's neck cervical vertebrae. 3 seconds later, after the 30th swing to the left and right, Shenji finally cut off the 50-centimeter thick cervical vertebrae at the Queen Mother's neck. Then there was a loud bang, and the huge insect head, which was as big as a villa, fell to the ground, creating a huge deep pit with a diameter of 30 meters. With the fall of the Queen Mother, the nearby Zerg swarms and the Zerg in the entire territory lost contact with the Queen Mother, lost command, and fell into a state of confusion and disarray. At this moment, Shenji's whole body was covered in blood. The mask that had grown on his face covered his eyes, leaving only a gap that was flashing red light. But the Queen Mother is not completely dead yet. Even though it has lost its body and only has its head left, it can still maintain biological activity for a long time and its vitality has not been reduced to zero. Even if this insect head is connected to the body now, it can still reconnect and revive with its strong self-healing ability and infinite reproduction. Unfortunately, no one present would give it this opportunity. Shenji shook off the blood and flesh residue on his body, followed to the Queen Mother's head, and the instructions of the colonial mecha to step on its densely packed eyeballs. He looked at the Queen Mother's compound eyes expressionlessly, revealing a look of fear and pleading. He raised the 2-meter-long blades in both hands and chopped fiercely at the Queen Mother's head in the shape of a cross, cut through the layers of rotten flesh on the epidermis, break the internal skull, and finally cut the Queen's brain tissue with 2 cuts. Yungan River LV-33 Queen Mother, 40 minutes after Lin Feng and others launched the decapitation operation. Due with hatred. With a successful beheading, Shenji collapsed inside the Queen Mother's head, which had turned into minced meat soup, and lost consciousness briefly. However, the cells in his body and on its surface began to greedily absorb the fresh bone marrow fluid on their own, which repaired himself while promoting the evolution of the cell level. While absorbing the life energy of the Queen Mother, it also achieves qualitative changes and upgrades in its own cells. After dealing with the Queen Mother here, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. A reminder immediately appeared in front of me. The life energy of the Queen Mother's symbiotic hatching nest can be absorbed by the equipment. Note: this absorption only covers the equipment upgrade points, and cannot achieve the second-level life upgrade. After absorbing the Queen Mother's symbiotic hatching nest, it will no longer have any use value. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, then controlled the colonization mecha, walked behind the queen's insect body, and looked at the broken hatching nest as an additional source of the Zerg queen's tremendous health. Its flesh is composed of third-order cells and its quality level reaches third-order gold, which is very different from other ordinary second-order biological nests. And Lin Feng relies on absorbing the remaining life energy from it and the queen's remains to accumulate energy for advancement and upgrade. This is also the cooperation agreed between her and Lin Feng. Now that Long Yi is not here, Lin Feng happily accepted this benefit. LV-30 ion laser cannon. As the laser cannon on the left arm of the colonization mecha was inserted into the symbiotic incubation nest, the life energy inside that had not yet dissipated was immediately absorbed. LV-30 ion laser cannon. Gain upgrade point +1 ion laser cannon. LV-30-39, gold quality upgrade points. 1/2, basic damage 1000, effective range 20 kilometers, unlimited instantaneous times, focused ion beam cannon. 10/10, energy recovery speed 1/h, the third stage. With the help of the colonial mecha, his personal strength has reached the initial peak. All attributes can break through the upper limit of 4000. And he has the strength to kill the Queen Mother of level 34 or 35. At this moment, the entire hive, including the Zerg territory, has lost a command of the Queen, and all the Zerg swarms have fallen into a state of helplessness and disarray. So they were quickly killed and eliminated by the second-level genetic warriors who led the first-level awakeners. Qin Hu also led his men to find the second-level hatching nest and pried out 200 second-level insect eggs from it. 100 of the eggs have already hatched and can only be used by mid to late stage second-level awakeners. As for the genetic warriors on Lin Feng's side, after this battle, they have all been promoted to the late second stage and no longer need the extra help of insect eggs. So in the end, Qin Hu directly distributed 100 unhatched primitive insect eggs to the savior army. He accepted the formed insect eggs without much organic nutrient solution. Mainly the biological materials on the ground, including the corpses of tiger spine worms, have all belonged to Qin Hu, and the large number of genetic warriors under his command can directly absorb the original liquid extracted from the worm corpses to replenish nutrition. On the contrary, there is not much demand for organic nutrient solution for second-order insect eggs. Unlike Lin Feng's side, the logistical pressure is very high. It took only 40 minutes to kill the queen, 1.5 hours to annihilate all the insects, and a full 5 hours to clean up the battlefield. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon when everyone left Yungan River with their full loads. The colonial mecha driven by Lin Feng also had a biological colonial suit of the same size on his back, which was firmly connected with the ligaments of the Queen Mother. This was what he found from the headless insect body of the Queen Mother. By comparing it with a complete colonial mecha, 1-to-1 corpse away, this is the only option left. Fortunately, before setting off, Lin Feng had already told Lin Feng what tissues and organs he needed to extract from the queen insect's body. Half an hour later, after hurriedly bidding farewell to Qin Hu in B-Town and asking him to be prepared, Lin Feng and others returned to the Yangtze base in an armored troop transport vehicle. Whether this collective state of mind test. How many people can successfully defeat the King Spiny Worm and obtain the Spiny Worm clan's artistic conception inheritance? Chapter 250, Choice, Tier 3 King Hunter, Spine King, Mad King. After placing more than 100 second-stage insect eggs into the hatching pyramid, Lin Feng then threw the decomposed biological colonization equipment assembly materials and the amethyst brain dug out from the Queen Mother's head into the pyramid. Long Yu stood aside, frowning slightly. So little is harvested this time? Only 100, not enough for the genetic warriors who will participate in the Realm of Mind trial? Lin Feng shrugged. The Yongan River Queen Mother this time is not that strong. Judging from her attributes, she should have just been promoted to the initial stage of the third stage. The number of the second stage Zerg swarms under her command is not as many as that of the Yangtze Queen Mother, and the mother nest for hatching second-level insect eggs is only a small pyramid, with a total of more than 200 eggs. Half of them are still hatched and can only be used to harvest life energy, but this makes no difference to Qin Hu and his men under his promotion. The high-end forces of the Southern Corps are all genetic warriors who have undergone surgery. They are not afraid of insect botulinum toxins and can directly ingest the nutrients extracted from the larvae. Maybe for them, the texture and taste are better if they eat it directly. Hearing Lin Feng's teasing, Long Yi twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Shenji, who was still in an advanced coma. When this guy wakes up, as long as he releases the pure power of the spinal worm state of mind and covers the participants, he can start a large-scale active state of mind trial. Besides, with him here, If we encounter an Zerg attack, we can temporarily delay it and deal with it. Lin Feng was stunned. You mean, if we start this collective state of mind trial, the Queen Mother will notice it? Then we have to enter it together again? The Scorpion slightly. It's possible. After all, according to your estimate, the number of participants this time may reach 50 to 60 people, which is equivalent to a large-scale sacrificial ceremony. The artistic conception world formed by the collective fusion may be 5/1000 of the size of the Jishin star. It is enough to condense into the divine domain of the Spine God, which has 5/1000 of the power of the divine domain. The Zerg Queen within 100 miles will definitely be aware of this collective power, but with Shenji here, you don't have to worry too much. The artistic conception power he releases can also cover up the artistic conception or overflowing from the trial. Moreover, with the strength of the killing state, ordinary third order early stage Mother Queens are simply vulnerable. Even if a middle stage Mother Queen is at the gate of the city, she can still fight with it. Lin Feng nodded. If he wanted to deal with one of the 4 mid-stage queens in the later stage, Shenji would also be a great help. Ling Yi continued, as for whether the two of we should accompany Yuan, my suggestion is yes. After all, with our current strength, we can withdraw and return at any time. The only problem is that if you use the third order spiritual power to enter it, you can only stay outside the realm of mind and observe, and communicate with a trial taker through consciousness. You cannot intervene in anything in the realm of mind. You can imagine that the artistic conception world is a spiritual bubble. Before, we were only at the peak of the second level and were still very weak. So we can use the spiritual channel to enter it. Now if we make a move inside, it will be like a tidal wave, turning the world upside down. It is easy to directly puncture the entire artistic conception world, so you can either stay on the surface of the bubble and be an observer who can't intervene, or release a small amount of your spiritual energy and suppress it to the level of the second level of perfection. Then you can follow the trial taker and enter it together. The former has no danger or pressure, and we can withdraw at any time. Even if the artistic conception world is shattered and disintegrated, it will not harm us at all. As for the latter, if something unexpected happens and we cannot retrieve the spiritual clones we released, our spiritual strength will drop a small level. It is necessary to absorb the purple crystal brains of 2 early Queen Mothers in order to recover. Lin Feng frowned slightly, feeling conflicted. In fact, he was very happy to experience it again, not only to accumulate combat experience with a third order king spiny worm, but also to experience the environment of an alien planet. Last time it was just a palm-sized artistic conception world with a radius of 20 to 30 kilometers. The background in the distance was actually game textures, and the rules of the world were not perfect. This time, it is a large-scale artistic conception world that is large enough to cover several states. It can be regarded as part of the divine domain of the Jishin star, and can show more local characteristics of the Jishin star. As the scope expands, the laws of the world will become more and more perfect, no different from the real spine. Is such a wonderful journey to an alien planet. Even though Lin Feng has entered the third stage and can easily fly into the sky and hide underground on the blue planet, he still yearns for it. Besides, he didn't care whether others passed the realm of mind test or not. But Qin Hu himself must pass safely and master one of the 3 major artistic conceptions of the spiny worm. Otherwise, if he died in the trial, the Southern Army, which had finally gotten on the right track, would fall into a long period of internal strife. At the same time, the entire northern counter-attack front will quickly collapse in a short period of time with the death of Qin Hu. This was something Lin Feng could not accept. Everyone else can die, except Qin Hu. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have the time and energy to support the second leader of the Northern Salvation Army. So after considering for a moment, Lin Feng finally decided to use the second method, directly enter the world of artistic conception, and artificially intervene in the results of this trial. The corners of Long Yi's mouth slightly raised, as if he had anticipated Lin Feng's choice. While controlling the hatching pyramid and connecting the new second-order insect eggs, he spoke to comfort him. Don't worry, we are not like before. We have mastered the power of artistic conception. Even if we can only exert the upper limit of the peak of the second stage, we can easily defeat the early stage of the third stage king spinal worm when we join forces. Besides, even if I lose this part, I can just absorb 2 more purple crystal brains. Lin Feng nodded. If you enter this field, the benefits will definitely outweigh the risks. What's more, now that I have mastered the state of mind of particle control, perhaps it can play a greater role on the Star of the Gods. A primitive and barren newborn planet, with all matter basically exposed. Major artistic conceptions of the spinal insect tribe, unyielding, fearless, and the killing power mastered by Shenji from the state of killing, Lin Feng gained the derived ability of the state of killing frenzy by consuming the promotion energy once. He can increase the physical attribute value by 50%. After he was promoted to the late second stage, this ability helped Lin Feng to kill many enemies later. During the Queen Mother's beheading operation, he also provided a lot of help, allowing his strength to break through 150 tons, tightly grasping the tiger tooth chainsaw sword and breaking the cervical guard. Although it is not as perverted as the original killing mood, it also has fewer restrictions on activation and use. When Lin Feng reaches the late third stage, and the peak of the third stage in the future, he may have to rely on this ability again to challenge the fourth level life forms. Therefore, if Lin Feng can gain the other two artistic conceptions of unyielding and fearless this time, it will also be of great benefit to him in the afternoon. Long took a break from his busy schedule and completed the assembly of the second colonial mecha. It is also of the 33 level gold grade. Because Lin Feng was unable to bind the fifth piece of equipment, he gave it to Long Yu to drive. It just so happened that as the Queen Mother's clone, her physical structure could perfectly adapt to being an organic body composed of the mother's flesh and blood. The communication between cells is seamless, including the unlimited reproduction of the cells themselves, which allows the dragonfly to directly absorb the flesh and blood of the Zerg to repair its body during battle, except that her weapons and equipment are slightly inferior to Lin Feng. Her combat potential is greater when fighting unarmed. Lin Feng then named his own mecha the first generation machine, while Long Yu was driving the mass-produced Queen Mother. As the name suggests, only people with queen cells can drive it. So at this moment in the Savior Army, in addition to Long Yu, there is also Zhang Yuner, as the genetic mother, who can also control the Queen Mother very smoothly and perform various actions. He is also one of the reserve pilots. Time passed quickly and soon it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After a long wait, Shenji successfully woke up from the qualitative change of cross-level evolution. He suddenly opened his eyes, sat on the ground, gasping for breath, his whole body soaked. Lin Feng looked at the deformed Zerg armor on his body, which fell off piece by piece, revealing deep yellow and golden skin, like mature dark brown wheat. It is a material that is soft in texture, but its strength and toughness exceed the giant jaws of the tiger-backed worm. It seems that after entering the third stage, the hybrid cells containing multiple genes in Shenji's body have reached a perfect level of fusion. Lin Feng's eyes immediately showed the identification data. Shenji, LV 3039 horsepower 1.4K, pH 1.4K, SP 1.3K superpower awakening, devouring and assimilation, royal insect form, a mixture of genes from various alien insect races, fused into the most suitable combat form. After the transformation, the basic physical attribute value is increased by 30%, and the life and mental attribute values are deducted by 10%, which can be restored by eating and resting. Inheritance of artistic concept, primal killing, primitive killing. After activation, you can get a 100% basic physical attribute bonus, which lasts for 10 minutes. Every time you kill a living being of the same level or above, you can extend the state of mind for 5 minutes. After activation, 1% of the basic mental attribute value will be consumed every minute, which can be replenished by killing the target. Review: the art of killing is reborn from the savage, primitive, destructive emotions. It was born for only one thing, that is, destruction. Note: the ability to devour and assimilate has been integrated into the original killing state of mind, gaining the function of devouring evolution. By killing and devouring evolution the target, you can absorb the target's blood to improve yourself and increase the physical bonus of the assimilated form. Compared with a previous level 2 peak period, the killing state of mind now no longer has so many restrictions. It does not require killing one creature of the same level to activate it, nor does it require killing 10 creatures of the same level to close it. Moreover, in the third stage, you can also get a 100% attribute bonus, which shows how powerful the killing state of mind is. It fits the high evaluation given by Long Yu very well. The killing state of mind is the Zerg's strongest offensive state of mind. None of them combined with the swallowing and assimilation of the royal insect form and the basic 30% physical attribute bonus. Shenji, who has just been promoted to level, has a maximum physical burst of up to points. It is equivalent to more than 300 tons of explosive force, comparable to level 33 Zerg Queen. When he was promoted to level 33, his basic physical attributes were raised to 2,900, and with the added bonus of artistic conception and supernatural power, he will have a terrifying physical attribute of up to 6,600 points, and can even compete with Lin Feng, who is driving a colonial mecha in his prime. As long as one can withstand the mental attack of the middle stage Queen Mother, it is not impossible to kill across levels. When Lin Feng was impressed by the power of the killing state, Long Yi beside him added, after entering the third stage, as a genetic hybrid, Shenji, you can obtain the title of King Hunter, especially since you have mastered the killing state of mind. Basically, all the spine kings of all generations relied on their killing intent to overwhelm the other heroes and ascend to the fourth level throne. From the current perspective, you have great potential to become one of the strong contenders for the fourth level Hunter King after all. It is too difficult for a warrior hunter to master the state of killing. The requirement of mental stability alone can eliminate 99% of the competitors. Lin Feng and Shenji looked at each other. It was the first time for them to hear Long Yi talk about these things. It may also be related to Shenji's smooth promotion. Only by becoming a third-level life form is he qualified to understand fourth-level matters. But before the two of them could be happy for long, Long sighed and continued, success is due to killing, and failure is also due to killing. Mastering the killing state of mind means that when you unlock the power of a deeper state of mind, you will inevitably have to face the current fourth-level Spine King. Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked in surprise, the fourth-level Spine King is still alive? He knew that the fourth-level King Kai was still alive. In outer space above his head, the world Zerg, like the spinal Zerg, was one of the races that was absorbed into the Zerg system after the Zerg Galaxy Unification War because of its defeat aggressive in the sealed memory of the Zerg. When the Dark God King descended and the Zerg God was instantly defeated, there were many fierce 4th Order and 5th Order Spine Kings among the Zerg Kings who continued to attack. They knew they were going to die, but they still rushed towards the invincible terrifying existence without hesitation. Later, when the Zerg invaded the alien planet, they weren't always on guard against the spinal worms. They castrated their spiritual attributes, preventing the activation and awakening of their artistic conception, and also restricted their promotion to the third level. So Lin Feng subconsciously believed that the spiny worms no longer existed and that the fourth level and above universes existed. However, compared to his sudden surprise, Shenji looked thoughtful. Ling Yi looked at Shenji and explained slowly, yes, it's still there, kings. Gradually losing his mind and becoming insane. I don't know what happened in the spiritual world of the spinal worm. Anyway, after it became the Mad Queen, even a third-level king spinal worm would accept the inheritance of artistic conception and complete the trial, also becoming irritable and uncontrollable. So this fourth-level spine king is still sealed in the land of the end by the insect god, just to let its artistic conception energy continue to exert its residual heat. After saying that, Long Yi stared at Shenji and asked, during your promotion process, you should have come to the Jishin Star again and entered the realm of artistic conception trial, right? Shenji nodded solemnly, then I should have seen it. The Spine King's limbs and jaws were nailed to the cliff, and his entire body was locked with huge chains, unable to move. It was a little surprised by my appearance, but that moment of clarity was fleeting, and it became crazy again, always making strange roaring noises from its mouth. Under the influence of that voice, my mental state began to become a little abnormal. I could feel inexplicably irritable and panicked. I also entered the assimilation and violent state and turned into a bug man, with only a pair of red eyes left. In that artistic conception world, countless tiger-backed insects and even king-backed insects were caught in an endless fight. They fought and bit each other tirelessly. The scene is 10,000 times more terrifying than the last artistic conception trial. It's comparable to the divine realm summoned by the Queen Mother. I thought I would be drowned in it, unable to extricate myself, but my human rationality prevented me from getting directly involved in the fights. So while I still had some rationality, I immediately looked for a way to escape. Then I thought of the volcano where the king's spinal bug, which represents the killing state of mind, hid during the last state of mind trial. So we found an active volcano, killed the third order king spiny worm inside, and then took its place, endure the high temperature of volcanic magma and use the pain to stimulate the nerves to fight against the influence of the killing impulse. In order to prevent myself from gradually losing my mind, I tried to recall the real world and my memories as a human being. I can feel myself falling in the hot magma, sinking deeper into the earth's core. My whole body began to melt and disappear, until one moment, I suddenly heard the word wake up. Then I opened my eyes and returned to reality. After listening to Shenji's slightly trembling voice describing his experience in the spiritual world, Lin Feng walked forward and patted his sweat-soaked shoulders. It's okay. It's all over. You have now become a third-rank king hunter, able to easily kill an early-stage queen mother. Your strength is beyond doubt. Go outside, relax, and take a rest. Come back to help when the artistic conception trial begins." Shenji nodded, glanced at Ling Yi who had been staring at him, and stood up and left the depressing hatchery nest. Staring at his departing back, Lin Feng and Long tilted their heads and looked at each other, both of them wanting to say something but stopping themselves waiting for Shenji to go away. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.